Welcome to GeekBeacon Festival 2023. This is our second Geek Conference, and for those who don't know, GeekBeacon is a non-profit fellowship of geeks that share the open source mentality and gather geeks and nerds of all kinds together. Donations like yours help us to build our ideas and projects into positive, meaningful change. But no pressure. This entire show is free for you out there. We have so much talent, laughing, and learning packed into this very single day. Be sure to check out our Discord, where we have over 7,000 members. Sign up for giveaways to unwind, network, and have some fun. My name is Flobo Boys, aka Novanta, and you can follow me online at newamsterdam.com. That's K-N-E-W, Amsterdam.com.
Hey guys, I'm Vanessa, and you can find me on my YouTube channel, Vanessa Gomes, where I make funny reaction videos and gaming content. And welcome to GeekBeacon Festival 2023. It is my pleasure to introduce NixiePixel, founder and organizer of GeekBeacon. For over a decade, Nixie has been driving force in technology and advocacy with unwavering commitment to creating a better world through shared understanding of tech. Nixie has worked with some of the biggest names in tech, collaborating with industry leaders like AT&T, Ford, and Logitech. Her entrepreneurial spirit led her to create the GeekBeacon Foundation, a digital community resource that promotes mental health awareness and accessibility of gaming and tech. Nixie is a passionate advocate for open source culture, tech, and neurodiversity, using her platform to bring complex concepts to a wider audience and to create opportunities for all. Please give a warm welcome to NixiePixel and join me in expressing our gratitude for her incredible contributions to the world of technology, accessibility, and neurodiversity.
Oh, that was really nice. Thanks, Vanessa. So you may be wondering, why am I here? What is GeekBeacon Fest? Some of you may have not been here yet last year, where it was crazy huge. GBF is a space that came initially from my YouTube channels, but then grew massively back when I started in 2017. Our mission is to bring together the brightest minds in tech to share their insights and knowledge with the community. It's that simple. We believe that the exchange of ideas and collaboration is the key to making the world a better place, and that's really what I feel like I'm put on this earth to do. Since our last event, we've seen tremendous growth and evolution from the tech world, from advancements in AI that's honestly scary. We've seen that art lately, and machine learning, to increasing population of open source technologies. There's just no shortage of exciting developments to discuss, right? Also, mental health. I'm super stoked to see that the issues are finally being brought to the forefront. So our goals for this year is to provide you a platform for you to learn about all of these tech trends and neurodiversity tools and how you can incorporate them into your work, play, and personal projects. Hopefully that sounds pretty cool to you. I promise you, we're going to go right to the talks, but first we want to give a big thank you to our sponsor. We have a sponsor this year, OpenSUSE. So stoked, love the company, and I promise you that's how it's pronounced, for sponsoring this GeekBeacon Festival 2023. OpenSUSE is one of the largest free software projects in the worldwide community, promoting the use of Linux everywhere. The OpenSUSE community operates on the belief that the best results come from people collaborating and having fun. So see how we're really well aligned there? There are ways for everyone to get involved, whether you're a coding whiz, I know some of you are, or just learning your way around. Even if you're a muggle in the coding world and you're an end user with no coding inclinations at all, OpenSUSE fights for the users just like GeekBeacon, and they're always looking for new ideas and directions to grow. Do you have hardware that you're looking to offload, like everybody does to the left of me? Hardware donations are always welcome to support the OpenSUSE free software project, allowing people and projects to innovate and thrive. Be sure to check them out at opensuse.org. So, without further ado, I will be seeing you all later, coming back on as a host, but now Sir Matrix is coming in hot as one of our hosts for GeekBeacon Fest 2023. This tech whiz is going to kick off the Kubernetes talk. It's a little nerdier, gotta start off talking nerdy. Matrix is the head honcho of TF2's open source community known as Open Fortress. Hey Matrix, if you want to plug your Twitter, you totally can. You've been changing it on me.
That is crazy. Hello, Nixie. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody joining us live for GB Fest 2023. Now, It is with great excitement that I present to you Andrew Gracey, a dynamic speaker who will be taking center stage at GBF 2023 to enlighten us with his insights on the world of Kubernetes and home automation. Oh, this is so exciting. As the product manager for all the things cloud native edge at SUSE, a leading open source software company and our sponsor. Whether you're a seasoned Kubernetes pro or a newcomer to the world of containers, you won't want to miss this entertaining and educational experience on Kubernetes and how it can be applied in real-world scenarios, as well as valuable insights into the future of container orchestration and cloud-native technologies. What's going on, Andrew?
Dude, it's good. It's good.
Right on.
Um,
Right on.
yeah. So I'm going to be talking today about Kubernetes and running a smart house on it, why you might want to do that, or potentially more interestingly, why you might not actually want to do that. And it's a bit of a pain, but honestly, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, so I'm going to go through um, kind of. I'm gonna introduce myself, go through kind of some of the goals and constraints I had for this project when I started it. I don't know, probably about 2 years ago. What components I picked, both hardware and software. A little bit of discussion on why Kubernetes. I'll do a quick demo, walk you through the setup on definitely a deeper dive. Talk through some of the future work that I've got, just kind of on the docket for this project, and a quick call out to some alternatives if you are not wanting to do the amount of work that you that this has taken. Um, yeah, so quick introduction. I wish that I could claim that I was creative enough to come up with this format. I totally stole this from a coworker when I saw their signature, and I think it's just clever. But yeah, so I'm Andrew Gracey. I am the product manager for Cloud Native Edge at SUSE, and I didn't actually know that we were sponsoring this. That's awesome. Um, and yeah, I live in Bend, Oregon, in the States. Um, the it's on the other side of the Cascades from Portland, so not quite as rainy, but still definitely as weird. I enjoy really kind of all types of outdoorsy stuff. I enjoy playing around with open source tech and contributing back when and where I can. And I definitely enjoy gaming. Maybe a bit too much some days. Um, for social, you can find me on Fosstodon or GitHub. Um, yeah. Okay, so kind of let's get started with like why smart house, right? It's a lot of work to set up smart house. So like what does this actually get me? Um, so the first big huge thing um, that kind of pushed me into this was the house I was living at before. Um, there were a lot of switches kind of in these weird places, right? So to be able to turn on the hallway light, you had to walk through the hallway. It's like, okay, I don't really want to do that, right? So I would much rather kind of figure out, I would much rather just be able to tell Siri to do that. And I imagine at some point Siri's going to trigger and give me some snark at some point if I just, while I'm talking about it. Yeah, I wanted to be able to wake up with light. I live fairly north, and so there's times during the year where it's dark until 8 or 9 in the morning. And if I'm waking up at 6, and having that light on and kind of can help me get out of bed, definitely helps my mental well-being through the day. It's a noticeable difference, which was a bit surprising to learn that, but it definitely helps. Um, I wanted obviously alarms and reminders can do that with Siri, just generally, but I wanted to kind of expand that a bit. Obviously, music everywhere is nice. I want to be able to control my garage door and be able to like make sure that hey, I didn't leave it up or anything. And also, I've got a overly powerful gaming computer and 5 or 6 Nooks that I wanted to be able to turn on and off remotely. And so, yeah, also, and you can see in the picture, I just got a 3D printer. I'm still very much getting used to it and learning how to do that. There's a lot to learn, turns out, on a 3D printer, even on an easy one. You can see that I've got a camera pointed at it, so that I can print something and go back to work and watch it and make sure that if the print fails, I can go and stop it in time before before it gets um, too messy. Yeah, so the kind of the high level why I thought a smart house would be interesting. Um, and also it's fun just to it's fun to build stuff, right? So yeah, some basic constraints. Obviously I needed a fast response time. I want to be able to press the button and have it feel like I was pressing a physical button. And especially when I tie different lights together, I wanted them to feel like they were one circuit, right? Um, I wanted it to be simple to use. Obviously, there's a lot of ways you can make a smart house way too complex. Um, and so I just wanted that simplicity. I wanted everything to just kind of just work. And really, I wanted the smart house to stay out of the way, right? I want it to be almost like if you came into our house, you wouldn't know that we had a smart house, right? So it's just kind of things work better. There's a little bit of intelligence and timing and yeah, metering going on there. I want it to be completely offline. I hate the trend of all of the consumer grade Internet of Things, forcing you into a cloud account, and partly for the privacy aspect. I think that that's definitely an important thing. But for me, I wanted the survivability aspect. I wanted that if that company goes out of business, I don't have to buy all new switches, right? That's there's been enough examples of that happening that yeah, it's definitely not fun. And then lastly, I needed the wife approval, and that was I'm looking at the chat. Who uses cloud toothbrush or cloud light bulbs? Cloud light bulb. Well, yeah, light bulbs. Yes. Cloud toothbrush. I am surprised that that doesn't exist yet, or it probably does. Um, Yeah, so, but for the wife approval, Siri, I mean, we've, she uses a Mac and an iPhone, so just kind of tying into the Apple ecosystem with Siri and Homebridge, and was just going to make things so much easier. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so let's start with the hard, right? Like what pieces? I will go ahead and say that I probably overspent on some stuff, and there's definitely some. I'm gonna say live and learn. There's some things that I probably didn't need to buy, but yeah. So I started with Intel NUC. I had one of these from an old work project, so I actually didn't have to pay for this. Yay! Um, I got myself a Z-Wave stick. I use the AOTech one. I like it, so I haven't had any issue with it. I do wish there is a new version out, and I'm tempted to switch, but I'm probably not going to because I don't want to deal with it. Um, yeah, so I did go with Z-Wave. The reason that I went with Z-Wave was because it's in the 900 megahertz range, so I wasn't going to be um, competing with Wi-Fi. Whereas a couple of the other protocols, you end up with competition on the spectrum, and so you can start dropping packets and start having that type of issue if it gets too busy. And I'm not, yeah, and honestly, so far I think I made the right choice. Um, yeah, I've got a ring light. That's what is making me not look like I'm in a cave right now. Um, Uh, I have honestly, I've got a whole stack of Raspberry Pis, but I repurposed one to, honestly, just to switch a relay so that I can turn my garage door, like I can open and close it, um, and along with a tilt sensor there. Um, I also have a HomePod original, the bigger one, and a couple HomePod minis. Um, the minis were not a thing when I bought the original, and I think you need it anyway for it to act as uh, the HomeKit hub anyway. So And also it sounds amazing. It's surprisingly good sound for the form factor that it is. I've got a doorbell with OnVIF support. That was a pain to find, and I'm not actually sure that I trust um, the manufacturers, so I've got it cordoned into its own network. Um, and then I've got a couple displays that I can show, obviously, display stuff on. Basically, have my own wallboard app. On the software side, so I should have put in the operating system. I am using OpenSUSE naturally, and I'm using a custom build of it that is part of what I'm actually working on productizing on the SUSE side for our Edge business. On top of that, I'm running K3s as my Kubernetes distribution. Um, it's honestly, partly it's because I work at the company that makes it. Partly it's because honestly, for stuff like this, it's just simple. It's lightweight. It's easy to use. Right there's it's a it's kind of a no-brainer for if you just run in small deployments. Um, on top of that, I've got Mosquito running as my MQTT broker. This gives me a way that basically everything in the every signal goes through MQTT. And so it acts as the bridge between every other component. Everything either publishes or consumes to it. I'm using Z-Wave.js, Z-Wave.js UI, I think is what it's called now. And that this gives me a way that I can use, obviously I can attach Z-Wave devices and get them publishing to MQTT and vice versa. Homebridge gives me a way that I can take I can set up devices in HomeKit and then have those published and received from MQTT. I've got Node-RED, which can give me some higher order uh, automation. I'm actually hoping to build that in as a plugin in the Z-Wave.js UI, because most of the automation that I'm doing, it could just be it's things like tying multiple switches together so they act like one, right? So relatively trivial there. As you can see in the picture, I've got a custom UI, and it's actually, I'm running X11 as inside of a container as a sidecar. So there's not actually any display or desktop environment on the host. It's actually running all inside of a container. And I'll show during the demo, I'll show kind of how that works. That was definitely one where I did not expect it to work, right? I was like, oh, hey, maybe I could do this. But it would, yeah, it, I put it together, fully expecting like a ton of bugs, and about an hour and a half of hacking later, it displayed, and I was blown away. So, and then lastly, yeah, some custom middlewares. Again, everything comes to and from Wacom or MQTT. I've got a Wacom LAN plugin that allows me to control power of all of the computers using magic packets. I've got something that ties into my ring light, and then I have the middleware that controls the garage. Yeah. So why Kubernetes is probably the burning question. Um, Partly, I wanted to prove that was possible. There were a couple pieces in there that everybody was using just straight Docker components for, or Docker Compose. Um, for better or worse, I started using Kubernetes 7 years ago, and I never actually used Docker outside of Kubernetes. I mean, obviously to build containers, I did, but I never used Docker or Docker Compose to actually run the containers. I was just always going straight to Kubernetes, had my workflows there. Um, and so all of the documentation that I was finding was for Docker Compose. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I want to use the tools that I know, because I think that this might be more interesting, right? As a side project. As part of the thing is like with side projects like this, yeah, sure, it's utility, but it's also learning, and it's definitely like pushing the bounds, figuring out, yeah, what is possible, what can you do. Um, yeah, so I wanted to prove that it's possible. I want to see what patterns I needed. Um, yeah. Also, I was running into issues with Home Assistant. Um, at the time, there's a couple bugs um, in the Z-Wave description for some of the switches that I owned. And so I needed newer versions of a couple libraries than what were compiled in, and it was going to be another like 6 months or so before that got before that got uh, um, updated, right? So I already needed to kind of go from Home Assistant to something a little bit more custom. I do like the self-healing aspect of Kubernetes, especially if I was to say add another node on this that's attached to it. All of a sudden, I can actually have most of the services be highly available. Yeah, um, it's easily redeployable because everything in there um, sorry, words, um, is all just YAML based, right? So a redeploy is just apply all of this YAML. Or actually, in my case, use Fleet, and Fleet just keeps it all up to date. And then lastly, because I'm the product manager, and so I kind of need to be pushing the boundaries a bit on what's possible so I can make reasonable requests to my engineers. Uh, and so, and talk more intelligently with customers. So I'm like, okay, I need to actually be playing with this myself. um, so yeah, kind of all of those kind of got me to a point where, yeah, I figured it was worth taking the extra time and seeing what was doable. Yeah, so let's go with a quick demo. Let me get out of full screen mode um, on this. I apologize. I'm going to be looking away so I can actually see the screen that all of this is on. Um, yeah, so kind of actually, let me go ahead and even get out that full screen. Yeah, okay, so let's start from from the top. So everything that I am using is in this repo, which because there are like account passwords and stuff like that in here, I do have it as a private repo. But when I was prepping for this talk, and I wish I had had the time to do it before. But if you see this on a recording, maybe I'll have done it by then. I'm going to strip out all the passwords, add those to secrets in a different private repo, and then rewrite the Git history and make it public. Because I do think there's some interesting YAML in here. Yeah. So next up, yeah. So let's start from the bottom. So I've got Cert Manager that does my SSL certs, and actually this is new of 2 hours ago. I was playing around with stuff, and actually hooked it up so I have a real domain name. Woo. Which is maybe a bit silly to have a DigitalOcean domain name that is pointing to a 192.168 address, but hey, it works. Yeah, so um, at one point I was that's old. Yeah, so inside of the smart house, you can see all the different chunks of YAML that I have. The Probably the most interesting would be, let's see, how I set up the Z-Wave. Whoops. There's all my secrets. That's already been recorded, so maybe I'll just need to do a key rotation later. Yeah, so basically all I'm really doing is mounting through um, the dev TTY ACM 0, because I don't really know why it is, but the Z-Wave stick presents itself as a serial device, so which I find fascinating. I'm sure there's a really good reason. I don't know it. But yeah, so I passed through that serial device. I do need to switch it to be a by ID, but I just haven't gotten around to that. Yeah, then set up the service, set up the ingress. Relatively trivial pieces here. Yeah, pass everything, kind of the initial setup through as an environment, and then I actually use a host path volume. This is bad form. This is a mistake that I made early on that at just some point I need to fix. Um, and I pass through opt. I just create a folder in opt, and then so I don't actually have um, a, a storage provisioner in my setup at the moment, which is silly and definitely a mistake that I should be fixing sometime next time I go to do an upgrade. I have Homebridge is relatively trivial. Um, Again, yeah, deployment, service, ingress is your typical Kubernetes. And actually, I guess for people who don't actually, and this is David said, for people who don't know Kubernetes, it's probably worth talking about what I probably should have started with that of what it is, but Kubernetes allows you to declaratively, um, basically to declare what your workload you want, what the workload is that you want running, and how it's structured and how the networking works and have all of the different pieces, and then it will do its best using a reconciliation loop to get the real state, like the running state of the system back to the declared state. Um, and so that's one of the really nice things about it, is that yeah, I can go through, um, and yeah, so a data set is basically saying, hey, run this on every host, or every node that matches a certain selector. If you add that in, that would run on that workload, that container or set of containers would run on every node. The service is allowing you to basically attach um, a honestly a load balancer, basically internal load balancer that gives you a internal endpoint or potentially external endpoint that will load balance across all of the workloads that match its selector. So like in this case, I'm saying if it's matching this workload cattle, like workload selector, um, which is defined up here. If it matches that label, then route traffic to it, right? So basically, you need a service to be able to get ingress or to get network traffic into a deployment, and then an ingress gives you layer 7 routing, where you can specify here's um, uh, the DNS entry that will actually then route to this service, which then routes to the data set in this case. Yeah, Node-RED is a deployment similar to the data set, but doesn't care where it runs and runs however many replicas you set. Again, service, ingress, pretty trivial. I do have a init container that will install my plugins. So if I need a new plugin, I add it to this list, and it will install the plugin into the cache, and then once that's done, it will start Node-RED itself. And that means I don't have to build custom containers for everything. If I can just kind of modify things as needed. Power management is something that I kind of built myself. This is a container that, yeah, I built. It's a very hacked together set of code. Yeah, and then the wallboard is actually probably where it gets a little bit more interesting. So again, I set up as a data set. And then basically there are in here in the pod, there are two containers. One is running X11 with the ICE Windows Manager installed on top. And the other is running a container that has Firefox installed. And yeah, it's very, what I found was if you pass through the temp and change a little bit of permissions, you actually can, and then set the display, you can actually get Firefox running alongside X11 and the display desktop environments and Windows Manager to actually be able to run fully inside of a pod. So nothing additional is installed in the host. The host is as bare bones as it gets. Yeah. Let's see other pieces that are maybe interesting. Annoyingly, I don't have a Redis running right now. I screwed that up a couple months ago. And then I'm also working on spinning up this. There's a project at SUSE called S3 Gateway, which gives you an S3 API locally hosted. And so I'm working on getting that set up so I can have basically local object storage, and I'm also going to add NFS, and so I can have local NFS storage all on one host. Yeah, so with that, some pieces, yeah. Let's see, I guess at this point, maybe a good time to see if there's any questions in the chat. Yeah, love it. Yeah, GeekBeacon, always say that too. Yeah, so you can see kind of all the different switches and locks and stuff that I have. Again, relatively easy here. Kind of built this up over time, and then so this obviously takes each of these, turns it into a MQTT, where I can do some higher order magic with Node-RED. So you can see like all of these lights have timers on them. These lights this is how I tie lights together or switches together. Like I've got, there's two different switches in the hallway and two different switches in the living room that control like different halves, and I think it's really stupid. Yeah. Um, yeah, okay, so I see a chat saying that we got questions ready. All right, considering that home automation devices should be used for a long-term period, should security updates be guaranteed? Oh, that's a really good question. So there's definitely a difference. So when we're talking about like just home automation, right? Where everything is self-contained within my network. I mean, yes, you should definitely keep up to date with security as you can, but it's probably not the most important in my mind. Only because um, the um, uh, your blast radius is kind of self-contained to your network, right? So if somebody was to infiltrate my network and be able to do remote code execution, that's probably a bigger issue than the fact that they can then do something on my home lab, right? Because I mean, as soon as somebody messes with smart house, you know that they're there, right? So at least from my perspective, like if you're a hacker, you probably want to stay. You don't want people to know that you have infiltrated the network, right? You don't want people to know that you're there, or else you get shut out. You get quarantined. Um, so that's kind of my take on it. Is like for my own stuff. I'm probably more lax than I should be about security. That's it might be one of those things that I'll get bit at some point, and change my tune. And I think everybody has their own level of comfort for what that looks like, right? Okay, yeah. So how do I connect all the various devices? Do they all follow some agreed standards that allow you to connect to the lights, cameras, etc.? Um, so, I should, and I apologize, I should have drawn this out um, as a diagram. Actually, you know what? I do have a diagram because this one will draw one for me. Oh, that's an ugly diagram. But so basically, here is all of my Z-Wave components, right, or the Z-Wave devices. So I've got the controller, which is what I showed that's plugged into the Nook. And then that reaches out and talks to all of the components, and it forms a mesh network across, right? And so you can see that it has a bunch of, like, there's a lot of devices that have the uplink, but then there's a couple that, for whatever reason, can't actually reach it, which I think is funny because some of these that are directly connected are actually physically farther away, but there's probably some piece of metal that just interferes just enough or something. Or the signal to noise ratio just wasn't good enough that that thought that it should connect directly. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, it works like magic. Um, and then not shown here is this connects to Mosquito, um, which is an MQTT broker. And then everything else, all of the other control hangs off of that. Um, so like Node-RED hangs off of that, Homebridge hangs off of that. You can see kind of all of the different accessories that I have. Um, like I can turn on and off my the overhead light here, can turn off the ring light, right? All of that's communicating over MQTT, and then being fanned out based on Z-Wave or other controllers, um, uh, being fanned out to where it needs to be. Yeah, as far as do they all speak common protocols? So all the Z-Wave obviously speaks Z-Wave. That is set by the governing board of Z-Wave. It's a spec that actually I think to sell something as Z-Wave, you have to have it certified via the Z-Wave Alliance, which um, you dare me to turn off my PC. I see that. It's actually not the same PC that I'm broadcasting from. um, one thing that I haven't figured out is I'm actually I'm sharing from a Mac. I haven't figured out how to do Wake on LAN from a Mac or to a Mac, and I haven't figured out how to do like a remote uh, uh, power signal. Um, and I don't think I can because of this is a company laptop, and they install some extra controls that I don't think I can actually add that automation. Annoyingly, I want to though. Um, yeah. Let's see, what else? Any other questions? Um, so I'll be honest, I don't actually know KNX and Luxon. Here, actually, one moment. Nothing, a quick Google, um, can't help with. Um, so I would imagine, based on just that quick Google, so I'm most likely wrong here, that I would imagine that you could figure out how to bridge the two worlds. As far as how to do that securely, um, I think a lot of it will come down to, uh, honestly, will come down to what blast radius you're comfortable with, and uh, and how you get the wiring to hook up to each other, right? Yeah, so the advantages of using and the question is, what are the advantages over using uh, uh, Kubernetes over just a simple Docker install? Um, so the advantages for me were it's a tool that I already knew, right? So I didn't have to sit there and relearn any new tools. I could just I knew pretty nicely how to set all this up and get the networking running in Kubernetes, and I didn't have to futz with Docker, which to me, just because of how I got into the cloud native world, Docker would have been a much harder learning curve, right? Um, the other piece is that um, uh, was that it meant that I could basically remote control everything, right? So I could just change something in Git, and then it changes it on the server, and I didn't have to write any scripts for that. It's just that type of functionality basically comes for free with the Kubernetes ecosystem. Any other questions before I can go into what's next? Um, so what so I'm going to be, I work for Rancher, so I'm very biased there. Um, and actually, one moment. Um, so yes, I would recommend using Rancher if you have a place to host Rancher. You could actually use Rancher and have it be um, uh, hosted locally. I am not going to screen share my Rancher because there's a lot of additional stuff in there that I would prefer not to have in a recording. So I apologize for that. But yeah, Rancher is awesome. It gives you, especially if you don't know Kubernetes or you're just getting into Kubernetes, it helps quite a bit with feature discoverability. It helps with if you like, honestly, even though I know Kubernetes really well, I frequently go to Rancher and use the UI for different pieces just because it's easier than going through the CLI, right? Um, let me finish up with kind of some of the what I'm going to do next, and then we can come back to more questions. Um, so yeah, so let me go back to my preset. Um, and I remember where. Oh, it kicked me out of. I don't normally use Google for slideshows, so cool. There we go. Yeah, so some future work that I'm working on is obviously the UI that I showed a screenshot of. That is a really terrible UI. And it kind of hurts me to see it sometimes because I'm like, I can build a much better UI than that. Um, so I just need to. Um, the um, I want to build a plugin for the Z-Wave JS UI project that would allow me to replace Node-RED. Uh, the higher order automation that I'm using Node-RED for is really things like timers um, and tying lights together, which I could totally do. I could actually interrupt and give like a virtual device that ties to two devices, and then I would have less chance of weird race conditions because it would all be done closer to the control, so that control loop gets shortened dramatically. Um, WebAssembly is just something I'm interested in, and I kind of want kind of similar to this whole project. I kind of want to play with it in this context just so I can learn it. I think that there's a couple places where there might be value to be had, but so we'll see. We'll see if I get there. Um, Project Acri is a project that I'm also helping with upstream. That is that allows me basically it allows you to set it up and then have rules that basically say if you discover this type of device, either on the same network or plugged in locally, or kind of however you can do to discover something, it will then run a workload against that. So you can kind of have this mapping between devices and workload without having to specify nodes specifically for that workload. So like if you plug in the device, it spins up, and if you unplug it, it spins back down. So it's a really cool project, and I would like to have it pulled in to my home lab as well. Um, Octoprint is, now that I'm trying to learn 3D printing, Octoprint seems like a really cool tool. And so I will need to spin up another node, attach it to the printer, and then run Octoprints on it. So that should be fun. Um, like I already mentioned, the NFS and object storage. Um, Yeah. One that I'm trying to figure out how to do is I've got a Subaru that I can remote start from my phone, like from an app in my phone. I'm like, there has to be a way that I can um, hijack that request and make it my own, and then be able to say, then I can ask Siri to turn on my car in the morning. That would be nice. Um, it's kind of a pain to go to find the app and open it and click the right buttons, right? So I'd rather just be able to say, hey, turn on my phone or turn on my car, and one of the overly fancy things. All of this is overly fancy. One of the overly fancy things that I want to do is basically have it look at the weather and go, hey, is it cold out? Okay, turn it on with defrost and crank the heat. If it's hot, I'll do the opposite. Crank the AC. So yeah, so it can kind of go and be more intelligent. And again, this is just really stupid stuff that kind of just that little bit of creature comfort. It's all dumb, but it's fun, right? It's fun to hack on. Um, yeah, I want to be able to link the thermostats to the weather. This is not hard. I just haven't done it. Um, for whatever reason, I can set my thermostat uh, at the same temperature, and some days it'll be cold, some days it'll be warm in the house, or it'll feel warm or feel cold. And so being able to kind of adjust based on weather and weather patterns, I think would be really nice, and could get me both more comfortable and more energy efficient, because that's you really should be you should be trying to be energy efficient with all of this, right? Um, Also, I'm looking at building some planters and actually growing my own food out back, and so I want to be able to grab some Z-Wave soil moisture sensors and start messing with those, right? Also question marks, because I'm sure there's a whole lot of other stuff that would be really interesting to do that I haven't even dreamed of yet. Actually, one that I'll go ahead and call out with the improved UI. My dream is actually to drop X11 in place of Wayland with the Cage project. And I need a new release of Cage, so I might need to. I need to figure out why they haven't released in 2 years. Because there's a lot of new functionality that would be very useful for a project like this. Or maybe I just got my own release for based off of Head. Yeah, some alternatives that I just wanted to call out. Um, the Obviously, Home Assistant is a fantastic project, right? Like, if you just want a smart house with the least amount of work, but still the ability to kind of hack on it yourself, Home Assistant or OpenHab are both just really good options. I know Home Assistant better, so I can say that it's a great project. I have not used OpenHab, but I've heard from a lot of people talking about how good of a project it is. You can obviously go with proprietary solutions. I didn't do that because I didn't want to pay for them, honestly. And then another alternative is I I say this tongue in cheek, but do you actually need a smart house? Um, the answer is probably you don't. But again, it is a lot of fun. I'm saying that as somebody who spends more time than I would like to admit hacking on this thing. So yeah, with that, let's go back to some more Q&A. Yeah, so how do I ensure that my Kubernetes home automation system remains secure and resilient against potential threats? Um, the first way that I do that is everything is completely encapsulated within the cluster, and so there's not an easy vector in, right? I'm not. I think there's two outbound calls that I make. The first is to go to get weather information, and the other is to get news information. Other than that, oh, and actually, I guess there's some cameras, but like that again, that's just that's inside of the browser, so it's nicely sandboxed. So it's really just that weather and news APIs, and my take is if those are hacked, we have bigger issues. Um, and so everything is self-contained, so there's not in my mind, there's not a vector for that I am concerned about. That's a really terrible answer, but it is mine. um, and actually, I'll give a call out to other things that you could do. You could set up a runtime security like. Again, I'm going to be biased. I work at the company that builds it. You can use New Vector, but you could also use things like Falco or hmm, what's the other one? But there's several open source pieces there, or Linkerd to be able to do network security. Yeah, so how does Kubernetes handle fault tolerance and scalability in a home automation context? Fault tolerance is basically uh, fail and restart. um, yeah, basically everything is set to um, all of the different control components uh, will have some level of back off at the layer 7 portion, right? So at the business, at the actual logic. So it, if it sends, let's say Homebridge sends a command to turn off a light, and the light doesn't turn off, right? It doesn't get the response back of hey, the light's off within a certain time period. Either it will uh, tell HomeKit, hey, the light's back on, or it will resend it. And I forget which one I have it sent to, but honestly, I haven't had much issues with that. Um, one nice thing is because of how it's all set up, I can just turn the box off and back on, and everything comes back up nice and clean. So if something gets into a funkier state than I have a readiness or liveliness probes for, I'll just go in and unplug the box and plug it back in, and it'll come back up within 5 minutes. Um, yeah. So everything kind of just if it has an issue, it fails over and starts again. Oh, sorry. And uh, next question. Sorry. Do I foresee a future time in which home automation and non-traditional controls will become not just things one can use in existing homes, but be built into them as a standard set of features? Oh, I wish. Honestly, I think there's a lot of value to this, especially when we're talking about things like thermostat control or uh, being able to tie. Look, honestly, I'm gonna roll with thermostat control. Um, being able to tie thermostat to your solar panels, to time of day, to um, the house being able to learn how fast it uh, heats up and cools down just naturally, tied to occupancy sensors, right? So did everybody just walk out of the door? Maybe you can turn the heat down or the AC up. I think that there's a lot of value if houses just started coming standard with those type of features. Um, my I think that we will probably not see that, only because I don't think that the economics work out that nicely, right? I think that you're basically um, people who are building houses are honestly, they're already buying the cheapest stuff that they can possible. So uh, yeah, um, yeah. I don't know that you'll see home builders putting in these features um, standard, right? Yeah, I think I see in the internal chat. One last question. Um, you see, okay, so how do you see the future of Kubernetes based on home automation evolving over the next several years, and what new capabilities might we see in the space? Um, so again, I'm going to throw out that I am very biased here, being the product manager at a tech company in the space, right? So this is purely this might be a bit of wishful thinking. This is based on some kind of what I want the market to do. Um, but one of the things that I'm working on is allowing for the Linux and Kubernetes pieces to be just treated as a platform for you to build on top of. So you can start building appliances on top of this platform that um, already has resiliency just baked into it. So I think what I would like to see, what I think would be very interesting if you started seeing platforms like Home Assistant or OpenHab, or potentially, I keep on thinking about maybe I just roll this into something that's more generally usable, more generally usable and consumable, and publish it as another competitor. Competitor in air quotes, because it's all open source. Um, and I think we can start seeing where you can publish an ISO and you boot that ISO and it installs everything that you need. It's just kind of all there, right? Um, yeah. So that's maybe a bit wishful thinking. We'll see. I think we're seeing that start to happen in the industrial side of things. We'll see if that starts to happen on the more consumer and open source side of things. And with that, I think we're probably at time. Um, awesome. Well, thank you so much for listening to my talk, listening to me ramble for a while. I really hope that was interesting and informative.
Wow, Andrew, that was amazing, man.
Thank
You
you.
opened my mind to a lot more stuff you can do with Kubernetes, and it's just awesome. That's all I can
The
say.
beauty of
Because
the beauty of Kubernetes is, at the end of the day, it's all just Linux,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So,
Well, Andrew, thank you for coming, man. It was
yeah, of
great to have
course.
you here.
Yeah,
Really,
thank you
really
so
great.
much.
All right, everybody. So now I'm going to talk about Able Gamers. Able Gamers is an amazing, and when I say amazing, I really mean amazing organization using video games and gaming to battle the social isolation faced by people with disabilities. Video games allow us to explore amazing worlds and stories. Our minds are able to play in immersive environments. Video games also allow people to connect with one another through play, enjoying that camaraderie amongst gamers and forging lifelong relationships. Isn't that cool? Able Gamers has one-on-one peer counselors that go in depth with each player to identify barriers and work closely with their engineering research to build accessibility solutions. They've brought 5 of these products to the market and work to educate game developers about the needs of all players with disabilities. That's amazing. Like, how cool is that? Well, okay. Well, y'all, actually, you know what? Can we get like a digital round of applause in the chat for Andrew for like that really freaking cool Kubernetes presentation? Like, I was super stoked watching it the whole time. Like, sitting there, I was grinning from ear to ear to learning about everything. It was just, wow. Thank you, Zenol. Anybody else? I mean, come on, let's give this man a round of applause. His presentation was so good. It was, wow. I don't know. Me personally, I started on Docker, and then afterwards it was going into K3s, which where's it at? Here it is. Yeah, look, I got one of my Raspberry Pi clusters sitting here that is actually being utilized with a bunch of different things on it. Actually, I took most of my SD cards out because I'm using them in little dash cams and everything like that. But yeah, if y'all really want to take more interest in Kubernetes, just kind of dive right into it. You'll love the things you can do with it. It's amazing. Like, okay, so what I would use Kubernetes for, and Andrew and I were talking about this in the green room, is that like I'll use it for code compilation with like Open Fortress, right? Any source code that I get, I can push it all the way over to my cluster that's sitting in a little corner over there and allow it to compile the code for me so that way it can spit out our binary files that we use for people to actually play the game, the client and the server, our UI binaries, everything like that. We would use it to just make compilation a lot easier. Wow. So, on the topic of Linux and Kubernetes, is anybody else in here in the chat use Kubernetes? I'm kind of curious. I mean, OpenSUSE. Greetings from OpenSUSE. Hello. I want to say thank you again, everybody, for being here on GB Fest 2023. It's honestly been okay, cool. Actually, guys, it's time for me to go. I really enjoyed hosting with you guys. I want to thank everybody for having me here at GeekBeacon Fest 2023. I will now be passing things over to Flobo, who will tell you about a special project, Able Gamers. Thanks, everybody.
Able Gamers is an amazing organization using video games and gaming to battle the social isolation faced by people with disabilities. Video games allow us to explore amazing worlds and stories. Our minds are able to go play in immersive environments. Video games also allow people to connect with one another through play, enjoying that camaraderie amongst gamers and forging lifelong relationships. Able Gamers has one-on-one peer counselors that go in depth with each player to identify barriers and to work closely with their engineering research to build accessibility solutions. They brought 5 of those products to the market and work to educate game developers about the needs of all players with disabilities.
Good morning, my eager young pupils. Today we're going to be learning about non-phonetic words. What are non-phonetic words, you ask? I'll tell you. Some words are funny creatures, not spelled like how they sound. Like bologna, Colonel, Wednesday. Sometimes they can confound. The next word can be tricky, most people get it wrong. But I'll teach you how to say it by the end of this song. It's Sousa, say Sousa, don't let the name confuse ya. It starts with Sue and ends with Sa, now doesn't that amuse ya? It's Sousa, say Sousa, the spelling might elude ya. It's S and U, then S and E, now open up your eyes and see. Now, Sousa is a company, a worldwide one to boot, with solutions for your software needs. Now, isn't that a hoot? Ha ha! We realize that it's tricky, but ask you don't misuse. Most people mispronounce it. They try to call it Seuss, but it's Sousa. Yes, Sousa. Now say it with me, Sousa. It starts like Sue, that girl you knew, who took your heart, tore it in two, and then she left you feeling blue. You're all alone. No one loves you. No. I digress. It's Sousa, say Sousa, I have an Appaloosa. I know that is impertinent, but not much rhymes with Sousa. Oh, Sousa, say Sousa, my lovely little Sousa. I'm going green, know what I mean. I hope by now that you have seen it's not as tricky as it seems. We just prefer you say Sousa. How do you say it?
Seuss?
From the top. Sousa!
That is the silliest ad read ever. I love that is actually evidence to why I like Sousa so much, because they probably got fed up with people not being able to pronounce their name. Speaking of which, I've been practicing our next guest's last name very diligently, and I hope they will correct me if I am wrong. I'd like to welcome Kai as our next guest. Hello, Kai.
Hi.
Nice to see ya. What time zone are you in over there?
I'm in Central European time, so Berlin, etc. It's 8 p.m. right now.
All right. And so let's see if I did this right. Everybody welcome Kai Katschthaler. Nope, I messed it up.
Almost. It's Katschthaler, but you
Katschthaler.
started off well. That was good. I lived for 5 years in the UK. I got used to just responding to like the first part. People were like, cat. I was like, yeah, that's me.
Oh,
Don't bother with the rest. It's fine.
I as a person who has a lot of Eastern European heritage, with over on the boat, they took out umlauts and whatnot. It's just it's brutal. It's been brutal. Well, I would like to welcome you to GBF. It's really nice to have you here.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah. So everybody, it is time to welcome someone who is truly passionate about breaking down barriers and making a difference in the world. Kai, a tech content specialist and mental health advocate, is here to share their inspiring journey and insights, not insults. Well, we won't insult each other on mental health with their project Tabula Rasa, which I have a lot to say about. We'll leave that for Q&A. They've been working tirelessly to raise awareness and eliminate stigma. I am apparently...
My name broke you. I see that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm rebooting. It's okay. So we're trying to eliminate the stigma around mental health, whether it's talking about their love of swimming, dogs, TV shows, sci-fi and fantasy, or their newfound love of coding, which I love. Kai is a dynamic and engaging speaker who will leave you feeling inspired and empowered. So get ready to be blown away. Yeah, no pressure. Hey, you saw I set the precedent, so, you know, as long as
At
you're
least
not
I can pronounce my own name, so that's a good start, I guess. Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
that is good. We'll start with that. Take it away, Kai. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. All right. You can all see my screen. That's fine. So yeah, hi. Welcome to my talk where I will share some ways you can set yourself up for success with ADHD. My name, as you heard, is Kai. I'll leave out my last name because it's difficult. And my pronouns are they, them. I am a tech content specialist and mental health advocate. I run Tabula Rasa, a mental health project that aims to remove the stigma around mental health by creating space for people to share their stories and experiences. I also really enjoy giving talks, actually. I've recently started live streaming and also been guessing quite a bit on other people's podcasts and streams. I also started a new job last week. But for almost 9 years before that, I ran my own freelance business. And I did so successfully. I never forgot an appointment. I never blew a deadline. And I always did my taxes on time. I also have ADHD, which is how this happened. On January 18, so exactly a month ago today, I tweeted, guess who thought they were doing a talk in mid-March? But it's actually exactly a month from now in February. And hilariously and probably most fraudulently, the talk is about being organized with ADHD. You honestly can't make this shit up. My brain is an agent of chaos. The talk was, of course, this talk. I don't know why I thought it was in March. I was somehow convinced it was in March, and then luckily, just in time, I realized it wasn't. I also shared this nugget of hilarity on other social networks and in some online communities I'm in, and also directly with friends. You can see I was pretty amused by this. And pretty much everyone had the same reaction. My friend Angela on Facebook said, "Be sure to mention this in the talk." My friend Kieran on Slack practically begged, "Please make this whole thing part of the talk. I love real world examples." And my friend Ramon managed to retain the most composure of everyone and simply said, "I would encourage you to include this anecdote." Believe it or not, I was already way ahead of them. I had already had that screenshot ready to go. Because, yeah, I'm a little bit embarrassed by this lapse in organization when I'm supposed to talk about how I'm really organized. But the irony and humanity of it all was just too good to pass up. Because before I tell you about all of my systems and hacks that prevent something exactly like this from happening, I need you to know that things like this still happen to me. And that's totally okay. Let's do a bit of a story time. I was diagnosed with ADHD about 12 years ago when I was 27. I went on medication, which I want to stress is an option and not a requirement. I'm just lucky enough that it works pretty well for me when it comes to focus, impulse control, and my mouth's filtering capabilities. So ADHD medication literally changed my life by making so many things so much easier for me. But of course, medication doesn't magically rewire our entire brains, right? I still have the same neurodivergent brain as before, and neurodivergent brains work differently than neurotypical ones, which is oddly something that has taken me a decade to learn. So hopefully I can share some helpful insights with you today, because 10 years is a long time to wait for that eureka moment. And I wish for you that it doesn't take that long. Initially, when I was diagnosed, I tried to turn myself into an approximation of a neurotypical person by organizing myself rigidly and putting a lot of systems in place. I viewed ADHD as a thing to overcome rather than a thing to work with, which in retrospect probably made things a lot harder for me than it should have been, because I was completely ignoring that I have different needs than someone who is neurotypical. And those needs didn't go away just by being better organized. Organization helped me manage my life better, but it didn't necessarily help me cope with life better. Luckily, in the past few years, I have learned a lot more about ADHD from social media, and specifically from neurodivergent creators on TikTok. Realizing which of my feelings and issues weren't a me issue, but an ADHD issue, was somehow incredibly helpful and has led to me working more with my ADHD rather than trying to work around it. Instead of desperately trying to fit myself into neurotypical ways of functioning, instead of trying to cosplay a neurotypical version of myself, I now allow myself to find neurodivergent solutions to problems. I am, as we say, unmasking. And now I look for solutions that work with my brain and not despite of it. And that journey has been incredibly healing for me, if I'm honest. So let's have a look at how I set myself up for success. There are 4 parts to this talk. Number 1, the tools I use to organize myself. Over the years, I've put some organizational tools in place that prevent things from falling through the cracks. I'll introduce it to my system. Simple as that. Then there are number 2, tools I use to improve focus and productivity. Our society's norm is the neurotypical, but many neurotypical ways of doing things don't work for neurodivergent people. And these days, I try to modify the circumstances as much as I can to make it easier for me to succeed. Number 3, accepting and meeting my needs. It's taken me some time to work through my reluctance to meet my needs because I saw them as unacceptable. I had to push back against a lot of judgment, and most of it was coming from within me. And I was often putting myself down for feeling the way I felt. Today, I try not to do that anymore by accepting that I simply have certain needs. And number 4 is asking for accommodations. Based on understanding my needs better, I am now also able to ask for accommodations. So I'll go through each of these sections and I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. And at the end, we can have a little Q&A. Obviously, what I do might not all work for you, because we're all different, even if you both have ADHD. But I hope that at the very least you will feel inspired to find your own ways to make your life more ADHD friendly. And if you don't have ADHD, you might still find some of these things helpful, actually. Don't worry about taking notes. I'll provide the slides and a resource list at the end of my talk. And if you have any questions, you can always get in touch with me later on. So let's dive right in. At first glance, an ADHD might seem like chaos personified to a neurotypical person, especially when we're not medicated. But in reality, I and many other ADHDers as well crave order. We just don't always know how to create it. And I found that neurotypical advice usually doesn't work for us. But before I was diagnosed, I really tried to follow neurotypical guides for organization. I tried to read the Getting Things Done method and various other methods, but I never finished a single one of those books. Very ADHD of me, I know, but it gets better. I didn't even finish the Get Organized with ADHD book that I got. But luckily, my partner doesn't have ADHD, and they read the book for me and then briefed me on it. I am incredibly lucky, I know this. But the things we learned from that helped us set up the system I still use today that really works for me and my brain. So my tools that I mentioned happen to be predominantly digital tools because that's what works best for me. Like a notes app that I can open on every single one of my devices works, while a physical notebook doesn't, because I won't always have it on me. And let's be honest, I'm probably going to misplace it all the time. You might be different. Maybe a physical notebook works really well for you, or maybe you want a physical notebook because you like the physical experience of writing in a notebook, but you also want the notes to be saved digitally in the cloud. There are solutions for that as well, and I've added a few to my resource list. I just don't personally use them, so I'm not going to go into depth about them. My tools sometimes change. Like I literally started using a new calendar app yesterday. Had to switch out the screenshots and everything. My tools change because I enjoy trying out new software. But the overall system has remained the same for a long time now. I'll keep it general, but have put the specific tools I use and some alternatives to them in the resource list as well. So you can also look them up later if you like. Right. So the main job of my organizational system is to help me not worry about forgetting things. It is a safety net. It does require some discipline, but overall the system very efficiently keeps things from derailing, which is really all I ask of it. There are 4 components or players in the system. My inbox, which includes email, but there are other inboxes too, but I'll get to that in a second. Then there's a to-do app, then there's a calendar app, and a notes app. 3 of these, the first 3, the inbox, the to-do app, and the calendar, work strongly in concert with each other. Let's have a look at that first. I like to think of anything that comes in, and I think this is originally from Getting Things Done, but I like to think of anything that comes in, whether it's work, life admin, or social stuff, as information that requires me to do something with it. The origin or entry point for most incoming things is email these days, but it could also be a phone call or talking to someone, or even my own brain because I thought of something. I also treat other communication channels from WhatsApp to Slack to LinkedIn as part of my mental inbox. Now, I have multiple email accounts and not all of my inboxes are as tidy as the one shown on the screen here, but here's how I keep them relatively tidy. So any information that comes in can either be filed away because it doesn't require any action. This would include archiving or deleting emails after reading them, scrolling past a message on Slack after reading it, or saving a document on my computer. It's filed away. I don't need to do anything more with it. Information can also be acted on immediately if it's urgent or if I just happen to have the time for it right away. This could be a reply to an email that literally just takes 2 seconds to reply, or calling someone back, or doing a thing because I have time for it right now and I'm actually in the mood to do it. Incoming information can also trigger further actions, such as creating a task in my to-do app, an appointment in my calendar, or setting a reminder. Tasks go into my to-do app, as I mentioned, and appointments go into my calendar. Both apps are on my phone, my MacBook, and I can even access them in a browser if I have to. There's really not many situations where I can't add a task or appointment right away when I get any incoming information. take emails, for example. Please excuse this extremely shitty attempt at visualizing this. I just figured I would try to make it very clear. Okay, so let's say I get a newsletter or an email from someone thanking me for giving them some information. Neither of those requires any action from me, so I can just read it and then archive it. If an email provides information that I need to hold on to, I will usually note it down right away, for example, by putting an appointment in my calendar or by creating a task. This could be an email from my GP offering me a vaccination appointment or someone asking me to review their blog post next week. Now, if I get an email that I can easily reply to straight away, which I've mentioned before, because I have all the information, I have the time, then I will just do that and reply right away and then archive the email. Why? Because if it takes me longer to open my to-do app and create a task for this than it takes me to just reply, then I'd be wasting time and energy. So reply, archive, be done with it. If I can't reply right away because it's a more involved task or I don't really have time for it, then I will create a task for it in my to-do app. Sometimes I will also use the snooze function on emails or the reminder function on Slack as a workaround. Now that might seem sloppy, but it's still part of my system. For example, maybe later tonight I'm watching TV, I get a message on Slack that I'm curious about, so I'll read it because I want to know what's going on because I'm nosy. I'll see that it requires me to do something that I can't do right now or I don't want to deal with right now. So if I just read it and did nothing, I would for sure forget about it. But instead, I'll just set a Slack reminder for Monday morning because I know I'll be at my desk then anyways. And then when it pops up, I'll treat it as a newly incoming information. With my system, whether emails or messages are read or unread becomes completely irrelevant. And what I've learned from talking to other people is that this is where most emails fall through the cracks. Someone read an email, it's marked as read, it is not popping up in the inbox, it's out of sight and out of mind for people. And that goes for people with or without ADHD. With my system, that doesn't matter because if it's read, then it's also filed somewhere, you know? In my opinion, no task is too small, too unimportant, or too silly to record. In my to-do app, you will literally find things like reply to person X or look up XYZ. There's even a recurring task to brush the dogs. They're very hairy, double-coated Australian Shepherds. It needs to be a recurring task, even if you push it. And there's also a task to make kefir every 2 days, as you can see here. I also use my to-do app as a reminder service, which has probably saved me a ton of money over the years. Most people I know, including myself, have at least once fallen for the whole try now, cancel for free within 14 days thing, because we forgot to cancel and then we were stuck with a subscription. At best for a month, but at worst we got billed for an entire year. And the way I avoid this is by setting a reminder in my to-do app the very moment I sign up for a trial. Trial ends on March 14th? Cool. Then I'm setting a to-do for March 10th to cancel a service. And I'm going to mark it as important. And maybe even add a reminder to it that pops up on my phone. So my to-do app is what holds all my tasks, and it can also remind me of things at a certain time and date, which I think is pretty neat. So to recap, anything that comes in either gets handled straight away, snoozed for later, or turned into a task, appointment, or reminder. So now I have all my tasks in my to-do app, all my important reminders in my to-do app, all my appointments in my calendar, and a relatively tidy inbox. This way, nothing can fall through the cracks unless I deviate from my habits, which still happens, of course. I'm not infallible, but it happens far less often than it would without the system in place. Now, my notes app is a bit outside of the system. It's a sort of a catch-all for everything else. It's wildly chaotic. I'll admit that. But I think that as long as I can find everything, as long as there's a decent search function, I'm totally okay with that. I use my notes app to plan projects, blog posts, talks, live streams, to document my coding journey, to make research notes, and various other things. My partner and I also use a shared notebook to plan our international moves, which we seem to be doing a lot of for some reason. And I've also written up a detailed guide for doing my taxes in Germany because I forget from one time to the next how it's done, and it is really complicated and it stresses me out. There is one super important file in my Notes app. It's called very creatively current plans, etc. And I use it to take notes on the fly. I use it to draft emails or to jot down information someone is giving me during a phone call, for example. You know, when you're on the phone and someone gives you a number to call or an email address, and then you're panicking, looking for a piece of paper and a pen, that file is my piece of paper. Anything can go in there. And after the call, I either sort it into its proper place, or I turn it into a reminder, a task, or an appointment. Or I just delete the information if it's not needed anymore. Digital paperwork is relatively easy. I file documents, contracts, invoices, etc. Anything that comes in via email or downloads or whatever, I file everything away in a folder structure on my laptop, and then it all gets backed up to the cloud. The same goes for photos I take on my phone. They're also automatically backed up. Now, analog paperwork is much harder for me. So much harder. I absolutely hate getting things on paper, but sadly, it's still a thing here in Europe. So to make things less overwhelming for me, I have an IKEA pinboard like that with a little magazine holder next to my desk over here. And I can drop things into it as they come. Mine looks nowhere near as tidy as this, of course, which is why I'm showing you this and not the mess over there. And once in a while, I will actually go through it, file away the important things into my document binders, and throw out the irrelevant stuff. And every time I vow not to let it pile up again, and every time I kind of fail at that, but it's fine. If I am urgently looking for something that isn't filed yet, that magazine holder is the first place I look. Yeah, I'm going to have to completely empty it and sort through it, but it's a contained mess. So yeah, that's it for the tools I use to organize myself. I'm not going to lie, a lot of work and discipline goes into setting them up, and a lot of discipline goes into using them. But at this point, it's more automatic for me, and it's still far less of a burden than it would be without them. I think if I didn't have this system where I know that things are remembered for me, I would constantly be panicking about what I might be forgetting. Now, moving on from tools that help me keep things under control to tools that help me make things more enjoyable when it comes to work, because I think that's important too, right? These tools didn't come from needing to function in a neurotypical world. They come from me accepting that my brain isn't neurotypical and that it needs different solutions. And for a long time, I couldn't do that. I couldn't accept that I needed something different and kept setting neurotypical expectations for myself. I said at the beginning of this talk that many of us actually crave order. It goes so far that I even find chaos very distracting. A chaotic environment makes me physically uncomfortable sometimes, and it provides me with plenty of distractions I can use to procrastinate when I should actually be what I should actually be doing right now. You know, when you have something important to do for work, but suddenly you find yourself tidying up your desk for 2 hours, that stuff. So what I try to do is I really try to keep my chaos contained. The magazine holder for incoming paperwork is one of those things, but I also have a box of doom. I think the main ADHD struggle with keeping order is that we tend to not naturally intuit where things are supposed to go. So one bit of advice that I've come across many times over the years is to have a box that holds all the things that have no logical place for your brain. My box of doom holds those random items that I don't know where they go. Well, like where else would I put them? It's a few cork massage balls and some fidgets. I think headphones are in there and some other random bits and bobs that change all the time. I call it box of doom because inside of it is where chaos and doom reign. But it does help to keep the room it's in tidier. The box of doom also symbolizes my personal acceptance that sometimes I just cannot control the chaos, but I can contain it. You can have one box of doom, or you can have one in every room of your house. That's totally up to you. You can even make your box pretty, but I've honestly not had the time or energy to bother with that. I'm not going to lie. When ADHDers have a hard time focusing on something, it's probably because whatever we are supposed to be doing isn't really providing us with enough dopamine to keep our attention. Some of our work will absolutely excite and occupy us enough, but other times we might need a little help to get stuff done. I noticed about a decade ago when I was in a really shitty, boring job that watching TV while doing this rote work made me more productive. But for a long time, I barely allowed myself to do that. The problem is that neurotypical people think that we don't do our work properly when we watch something on the side, because they are basing their assumptions off of how their brains work. So I had a lot of shame around that. I was worrying that it would make me seem lazy or unmotivated if I watched TV while working. But the fact is that watching something on the side gives my brain just the right amount of stimulation to keep me focused on my work. If I don't do that, parts of my brain will just get bored and wander off, And watching something on the side also doesn't work for every task for me. When I need to read and deeply understand something, I will turn everything off and do that in complete silence. But when I'm writing blog posts or coding or doing my taxes, my brain needs that extra runway of input. I usually watch TV shows because podcasts, audiobooks, or nonfiction have too dense. The information in these things is too dense for me. It'll occupy too much of my brain, or I'll lose track of it completely. But like fluffy little TV shows use a tiny little part of my brain. If I miss something, I'm gonna still know what's happening, It just uses enough of my brain to sharpen my focus on my work. When I was a journalist, I really hated doing interviews, and now it's actually one of my favorite things. So what changed? Like many people who have ADHD, I am really bad at taking notes, which is also why I told you at the beginning, don't bother taking notes. I'm providing everything. I'm bad at taking notes, but I'm really good at listening and asking questions. So when I have to take notes, that distracts me from listening. And then that keeps me from asking good questions. Back when I was a journalist, I did most of my interviewing on the phone while sitting in a busy newsroom that was very loud, or I had to do it somewhere outside on the fly, We did have recording devices for when we would do bigger interviews or reportages, but they weren't always available and they weren't always super reliable either. While I know I look young, I'm actually 39 years old. So when I started my career, mobile phones didn't yet have the capacity for recording quality audio that they have today, or I might have struggled far less. Very often I was forced to take notes while trying to listen and also struggling with auditory processing, particularly during phone interviews where I couldn't hear the other person properly. And I had no other choice but to power through and hope for the best. And yeah, it usually turned out fine in the end, but I always paid a price for that because it was so exhausting for me. And I always dreaded these interviews. But today I have amazing tools available that help me with that. And most of all, I'm not embarrassed to use these tools anymore. Nowadays, I do most of my interviews right here while sat in my quiet home office wearing decent headphones so I can hear people well. I do my interviews via video chat, where I can just hit a record button. And then later on, I can download that audio file and feed it into a program that transcribes the interview for me. I can fully engage with the conversation I'm having and focus on my job, which is asking questions that will get me good content. And I've gone from dreading interviews just a few years ago to absolutely loving the experience because I love talking to people. Sometimes we just need to find the right tool or tools that make it easier for us to do the stellar job we know we can do. Why struggle to do things the standard way when you can instead just change the setup to make it work for you? Another thing I learned is that different times are suited for different tasks. For example, when I was younger, I used to do most of my writing in the middle of the night. Like, I literally got my best work done between midnight and 4 a.m. Today, that doesn't really mesh with my life anymore, or my family life and all these things. But luckily, I noticed that I can also get creative work done quite well if I get up early and start working on it right away. I don't even bother brushing my teeth or anything. I just sit down on a sofa under a blanket in my PJs with a cup of tea and start writing. I try not to look at my phone or open my emails, just straight to writing or coding. If I can get a nice hour or two in that way, I'm golden and so much more productive than if I were trying to do the same work in the afternoon, where it would probably take me twice as long. When I'm done, I will go brush my teeth and do various morning tasks. I'll stretch, have my morning shake, etc., and then start the rest of my day. I don't do this every day, but I do it more often when I'm running up against the deadline for a talk, or when I feel like there's a task that I just haven't been getting around to doing for a while because I need some peace and quiet for it. Those tasks where you're always like, It's not urgent, but I would like to spend some time on it, and they keep hanging over you and just never get around to them. So I don't know if you, like me, struggle finding the time and energy for, let's say, passion projects because you're exhausted after a day of work, so you don't do it then. Or even if you just can't find the focus for certain work tasks during the day, it might be worth trying to change up the time of day you're trying to do them. And luckily, I think today, with many companies now offering flexible working conditions, that opens the door for people to find their best times for getting their work done. It doesn't have to be 9 to 5 if 9 to 5 isn't how your brain works. Body doubling is another great tool that I've only discovered for myself recently. By common definition, body doubling is where another person works alongside you, helping you boost focus, motivation, and productivity. You're both doing your own work, but you're doing it side by side. So if you struggle with staying focused as you work, especially when you work from home by yourself, maybe find a body double. What I do is I usually use the co-working chat, which is a video chat in an online tech community I'm in, but you can also co-work with a friend, whether you sit down together in person or virtually. And there are even some paid options for body doubling for people with ADHD, and I've linked one of those in my resource list. I've not tried it, but a friend of mine swears by it. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about someone else doing their work at the same time as you that makes ADHD brains less resistant to focusing. I think it's something about being in it together. In any case, I found it surprisingly helpful. So, when you have the best ideas at the worst time possible, and then when you have the time to sit down, you find it's all gone and your mind is empty. That has happened to me too many times, and it always annoys me. So I've set myself up with tools that are always available to me. For example, I had the initial idea for this talk on the last leg of a long road trip. So while my partner drove, I typed all my ideas out into my notes app on my phone. When I stop trying to wait for the right or appropriate time to do things, I lose far fewer of my thoughts. That doesn't mean that I always work and I work all the time. It just means that I go with the flow. And if now's the right time to take the notes and I'm really just sitting in a car, I'm going to take the notes now. Or if I have an idea for work, I'm going to type something up real quick in my to-do app or my notes, or send myself an email with it. I'd rather do that than have it just be lost in the clouds of my brain. So now we're on to the third part, which is accepting, meeting, and communicating my needs. I'm not going to lie. This is the stuff that has been quite challenging for me. It's one thing to stick to my organizational system or to find tools that allow me to focus better, but it has taken me a very long time to become comfortable with and accept that I simply have specific needs, and that this doesn't make me any less worthy as a human or in my profession. Thanks to being exposed to the autistic and ADHD community on social media, I have become kinder to myself. Being told repeatedly that my needs are valid has sent me on a healing journey, and it has allowed me to figure out what my needs actually are and how to adapt my life to them. A lot of this process has also been to simply accept that certain things are a certain way. I can't change them, but I'm also not to blame for them. So there's no point beating myself up about them either. One of those things is anxiety. Decades of forgetting things because of my ADHD have led to anxiety about forgetting things. And that's nothing that I can undo. I also tend to do things automatically without noticing, which also doesn't help in trusting myself that I've done the thing. So I've accepted that I just need to make a point of doing things very consciously. For example, locking doors or turning off appliances so that I can learn to trust that I did do them. I've also accepted that I will probably always double and triple check emails before sending them, or any forms I'm filling out, or even online buys I make. Another thing I've learned to deal with better is getting overwhelmed. As I unmask more and more, I notice more easily when I'm getting overwhelmed. And as I start to accept these moments of overwhelm, I can sometimes head them off by regulating my nervous system in some way. But even if I can't stop them, at the very least, I'm learning to be kind to myself and not to berate myself while I fall apart. Raging against these feelings, traits, or reactions doesn't do me any good. Accepting them, dealing with them, and moving through them becomes the only sensible choice. I've also learned to accept my sensory issues. When I was younger, I used to vaguely dislike certain things, but I didn't know why. And that made me feel like I was an alien, like I was doing something wrong. For example, I have never been able to stand salad leaves that are beginning to wilt. I know it's super random, but they sometimes actively make me gag. But before I understood that this was simply one of my sensory issues, I tried to force myself to not be like that about wilted lettuce. Spoiler alert, you can't just not be like that about sensory issues. So today I accept that I can't handle wilted lettuce, and it's not the end of the world, you know. I don't force myself into eating or handling it anymore, and that prevents a lot of stress in my day-to-day life. I mean, not just the salad alone, but like all these little sensory issues that I used to force myself to do. Not doing them takes a lot of stress out of my life, and it leaves me with energy that I can spend on other things instead, which is awesome. Also, like many other people, I sometimes get overwhelmed by noise. So I got myself some of those earplugs that filter some of it out, and that also helps. Now that I know more about why I get overwhelmed, I can do more about preventing meltdowns, as I mentioned. Before, I used to simply ignore meltdowns and just power through them. I don't think I realized what was happening to me, so I tried to push the feelings aside and just keep going, you know. That's probably partly why I burnt out pretty hard twice in 12 years. So an important process for me over the past year or so has been to learn to recognize and deal with under and overstimulation by regulating my nervous system. I've learned how important it is to take a break. I'll give you a scenario. Last year, I had to go to get our big Christmas grocery shop done on a Tuesday morning because that's when the local veg farmer has a stall in front of the supermarket. I hit up the farmer's stall, the supermarket, and finally the drugstore that's there as well. It was incredibly busy, both inside and outside. In the car park, a fellow driver and I had to play Tetris with our cars to both get where we wanted to go. It was pure pre-Christmas madness. And when I finally came home, I felt utterly and totally drained. Just 2 years ago, I would have powered through the unloading of the piles of groceries and then sat down to work, finding it incredibly hard to focus and get anything done, but I would do it anyways. I would have spent the entire day in a heightened state of emotions, tired, irritable, thin-skinned, but I would have worked despite of it and ended the day in utter exhaustion, inching another step closer to burnout. I never would have given my nervous system the chance to calm down again. But now I know better. Instead of powering through the impossible with tunnel vision, I just asked my partner to unpack the groceries for me, and I made myself a cup of tea and I sat on the sofa. It took me about an hour of mindlessly watching a Netflix show while sipping tea under a blanket, but eventually I felt like a person again. And once my nervous system was regulated again, I was able to actually go back to my desk and get back to work. The ultimately tiny sacrifice of 1 hour got me a whole afternoon of focused work because I gave myself the recovery time that I needed, and that allowed the overstimulation to subside. Like I said, 2 years ago, I would have told myself, don't be ridiculous, you're not a child. If other people can do this, so can you. But other people might not be neurodivergent, or they may have different things that overstimulate them. And the thing is, I can do this. I know I can. I have in the past. But the question is, do I have to? No, I don't. I also found out that dopamine is cheap. Okay, well, it can be. For example, watching a TV show while I work gives me dopamine. So does working out or scrolling through TikTok for a while. Never knock that. And another thing that seems like such a no-brainer in retrospect is figuring out my dopamine foods. So I've always loved this soft, melty processed cheese. Like this is show and tell today. I love the soft, melty processed cheese that comes in triangles in many European countries. I don't know if y'all have them in the US, but I never allowed myself to buy it. I guess I saw no point in buying the silly little plastic processed cheese that also comes with a shit ton of packaging. What was the point? But one day, and that was literally only last year, one day I realized that this silly little cheese triangle is one of my dopamine foods. That gooey weirdness of just one of those triangles can kickstart my brain when it starts feeling funny. I wish I had a better explanation for how it feels other than it just feels funny, but that's the best I could come up with. So now I'm allowing myself to buy that damn cheese, and I make sure we always have some at home. I would recommend you try to figure out the little things that bring you dopamine throughout the day and make sure you build them into your day or make use of them whenever you feel like your brain is feeling a little funny and understimulated. Another thing are stim toys and fidgets and stuff like that. For years, I had been trying to find the right fidgets to help me when I'm understimulated. I have a bunch of them, things like this. But no matter how many fidget toys I tried, they didn't really work for me. Luckily, I very recently discovered that visual stims are a thing, and that they do work for me. So I went online, I found some DIY guides, I ordered some things, and then I crafted myself some stim bottles. They're just water, food coloring, and mica powder, but when I shake them, little galaxies form inside of them. I mustn't get distracted, but look at that. It's awesome. And this somehow scratches whatever itch I have in my brain. I don't know why, but it works. Yeah, I should put that away before I lose my track of thought. I also downloaded some apps for my phone where I can make colors dance and mesh and flow, and that's also very soothing to me. For audio stims, I have an app for rain sounds because those always calm me down. And sometimes bilateral stimulation music also does the trick for me, which is what I found out thanks to TikTok. So let's move on to number 4, asking for accommodations. Even after being diagnosed, when I was being very open about my ADHD, it still didn't occur to me to ask for accommodations. I guess I felt it would be a sign of weakness or like asking for an advantage. I think a lot of that has been internalized ableism in my upbringing. For various reasons, I learned to be self-sufficient and to not ask for help. The general guideline was just pretend you're normal. Having different needs meant standing out, and that often meant getting bullied. Newsflash, I still stood out and still got bullied, but I was trying to be normal, you know? For a long time, I believed in equality. You know, equality means that everyone gets the same treatment, the same chances, the same resources, etc. Sounds good, right? But then there's equity, which means that everyone gets what they need to succeed. And today I understand that asking for accommodations isn't asking for an advantage. It's about creating equity. Sure, ideally, we should completely remove the barriers that make the world more difficult for people with different needs. But realistically, I don't have a lot of control over that. What I do have control over is gathering the courage to ask for accommodations as situations arise. And I'm learning to do that, even though it sometimes still feels scary to ask for something. I'm trying to remind myself that the worst thing that could happen is that someone denies my request. Asking for accommodations can be as simple as telling an interview partner that I need to record our chat and asking whether that's okay with them, explaining that I'm bad at taking notes and have auditory processing issues. I simply say, I have ADHD and can't take notes while talking. Would it be all right with you if I record our conversation? And lo and behold, no one's ever found that anywhere as weird as I thought they might before asking. It can also be asking an employer to get us an account for a transcription software so I can conduct interviews without worrying about having to spend hours transcribing the recordings afterwards. Once I did that, it then turned out that other people in the company were grateful to be able to use the transcription tool as well. And in the end, I wasn't just asking for my needs to be met, but other people's needs as well. It can be difficult to figure out what to ask for at work and what to shut up about to feel safe, you know? I personally am incredibly open about my ADHD. I mean, I'm giving talks about it, so the cat is definitely out of the bag. But for someone else, it might not be as safe to disclose their neurodivergence at work. Perhaps with a bit of creativity, you can find a way to ask for an accommodation without disclosing your diagnosis. That's probably possible. In the case of the transcription software, for example, it's probably going to be cheaper for the company to pay the subscription than to pay you to spend hours transcribing interviews, which would keep you from doing the work you should be doing. So that's one way to approach it if you don't want to disclose why you need something. For me, it has turned out to be the right choice to be open about my ADHD. It's become part of my activism, and I've mostly had good experiences. And when I haven't, I've taken those as opportunities to educate people. But I'm also really lucky in my personal life. Most of my friends are or have turned out to be neurodivergent as well. And I have an incredibly supportive partner who has learned over the years how my brain works. Or rather, we've learned together how my brain works. For example, we found ways to split housework in a way that makes sense for both of us. We avoid my very shoddy cleaning methods that would only drive them insane by them covering all the cleaning and laundry. Meanwhile, or most of it. Meanwhile, I do most of the cooking and meal planning, which in turn accommodates their neurodivergence. So it all works out in the end. I think the most important thing they've done for me is to be understanding of those of my ADHD symptoms that I haven't managed to get under control, even with medication and organization, or those things that I actually don't wish to control. And vice versa. We find solutions and workarounds together to make life easier for both of us. And the only way we can do this is by communicating well. And if you think about it, asking for accommodations is really just a facet of communication. Now, I don't know if the things I presented here today will help you. Maybe some of them will, maybe all of them will, or maybe they'll make you think about entirely different ways to solve your very particular struggles. Maybe like me, you've never vibed with fidget toys and will find out that visual or audio stims do the trick for you. Maybe you too need to just shove a hyper-processed cheese triangle in your mouth once in a while until that brain of yours comes out of whatever funk it is in. Mainstream neurotypical society often tells us that our ways of doing things are wrong or weak or less admirable than the neurotypical ways of doing things. But at the end of the day, we need to account for different brains. Yeah, a neurotypical person probably shouldn't be watching TV while working because they'll actually get distracted. But for a neurodivergent brain, especially an ADHD brain, that may just be that extra little stimulation we needed to keep our brain on track for our main task. And we shouldn't judge that. At the end of the day, I do think organizational systems can help, and I think symptom management and controlling our environment can help. Asking for accommodations from family, friends, and work definitely helps. But all of that can't solve everything, and ultimately, you need to accommodate yourself. So cut yourself some slack. Eat that cheese. Be gentle with yourself. Stim as much as you have to. Be kind to yourself. Because that's the kind of success you want to set yourself up for. I hope you found my talk entertaining, or at least vaguely interesting. I think we should have time for a Q&A now, but you can always get in touch with me afterwards as well via any of the contact points on my Linktree. The Linktree is also where I saved a link, which has a list of the resources I touched on and a copy of my slides, so you can go through it at your own leisure. Thank you very much for listening. Oh, maybe I should leave that up. I'm trying to find the window with the restream because I keep it. Yeah, I'm gonna put my slide up again, I guess, right?
So
people can get the link. I don't know. I don't know if people are fast enough with the link.
We can also put the link in the chat if you prefer, because I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you because I needed to.
Smarter.
I needed to immediately tell you about North American cheese, which is Velveeta, and it's a giant block, and it's horribly yellow and awful.
But does it have the same effect as this, like texturally?
It might have the same effect for some people. It doesn't have the same effect for me, but that's really cool.
I have to be honest, like not all of these work for me. This is from like a German supermarket. The same supermarket in Austria has one that I really like. This one, I tried it today. It's slightly wrong.
I love how you refer to it as like dopamine increasing things.
But
have you heard of
that.
the spoon, right? Have you heard of the spoon theory?
Yeah.
We did a lot on the spoon theory and how initially it was, getting energy back after X thing drained you, you know what I mean? But it's really cool to think of like dopamine is cheap and I need like a dopamine hit, because it's kind of exactly what it is. I loved your talk, Kai. Like, you are a kindred spirit. It's so validating. I feel like a lot of people feel that way. I want to give you the chance to talk about tabula rasa, because if you don't mind. I saw that project, so I'd love to know more about it firstly.
So I started it in 2016. I have another talk that I do sometimes about how to talk about mental health without losing your mind, and that's connected to tabula rasa. I burnt out hard in 2012, I think. 2011, 2010, just before I got diagnosed, because my dad died and mental health, and I just couldn't control myself anymore, in the sense of when someone asked me, how are you doing? It was like, not well.
Yeah, masking.
So I started talking about mental health a lot, and I realized and noticed that people, like, at first they were taken aback, but then they were like talking about their own shit, and that helped them. And it just, all in all, realized how important it is to talk about mental health. And that's when I started tabula rasa. I wanted to do more with it, but ironically my own mental health kind of prevented that at some point.
Yeah.
So
It's
now
an-
I'm finally back with it, and I think the format's going to be live streaming or recorded interviews. But basically, it's just me talking with people about their mental health experiences, diagnoses, whatever. Self-diagnosis is totally valid, but yeah. So it's going to be that. It's going to come with a lot of content warnings, I think. But yeah.
Danger, Will Robinson. Most
Love that
people don't know
reference.
this. Most people don't know this, but I studied to be a hostage negotiator for one of the special ops teams
Fuck.
which involved a lot of psychology. And so tabula rasa really hit home with me because it really like plays into the nature versus nurture side of the debate. Like it suggests that when we're born, our minds are like blank slates, ready to be shaped by like the cultural, environmental factors around us. And then nature is the side of the debate that would say that we're born with predispositions and like it automatically says who we are. So I just love that you chose that term, and also it kind of is a Star Wars thing too. I just love that. I can't wait to see that come out. I also wanted to touch on, I noticed that you used a lot of terminology that maybe our audience isn't familiar with.
Okay,
like
I'm sorry.
masking. Oh, no. I just think,
so I linked I put a few terms in the resources.
Perfect.
Like masking, unmasking.
One of the things I was really interested in is your nervous system, calming your nervous system. That really spoke to me. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
So I don't know anything about the science. I just picked up on this on TikTok from autistic and ADHD creators, where people were talking about regulating their nervous system because they're either over or understimulated. And through that, I realized that a lot of the time my problem was just that I kept going, because I'm one of those keeps going people. So I just keep going. No matter what happens.
I also do most of my work at 3 a.m. I totally didn't just get only 2 hours of sleep. Sleep is really important for dopamine.
Yeah.
And
actually, really quick, yes, lavage Curie is doesn't work as well for me, but yeah, that kind of cheese, laughing cow, lavage Curie. And also, yeah, tabula rasa, clean slate. That's why it's called tabula rasa. It's just written with 2 O's because of the taboo. So that was my inspiration.
I love it.
I love it. To that.
You know, you said so many things about ADHD, and like being neuroatypical means that, you know, we most commonly call it like a problem person. And I think you mentioned like the judgment was coming from within you.
Oh, totally.
That was like, that gave me goosies. So I was wondering about like, if you mind talking about your like how you discovered that you were neurotypical. Did you get a diagnosis? What made you decide to not be an approximation of a neuroatypical or a neurotypical person, which is another thing you said, and I just chef's kiss.
So I've done a lot of cosplaying in my life. Apparently, unwittingly, I cosplayed neurotypical for a long time. I also cosplayed woman for a long time. That didn't work out well. For those who don't understand the reference, I'm trans. No, by the way. So part of that, like I had pretty much a breakdown after my dad died, and I went to a psychiatrist, and she was like, it's like adjustment disorder or whatever, or depression. And I was like, that doesn't feel right. And in the end, I just by chance, I told her, listen, this isn't working. Can you refer me to someone else? And she referred me to someone who happened to be a specialist for adult ADHD. And he pretty much diagnosed me like this because I am textbook. I mean, we did the whole DSM-5 test and everything, but he was like,
your leg is like going 1,000 miles a minute while you're talking.
Actually, I stopped doing that because I was always told not to do that as a child. So I internalized all of these like things. But yeah, he was like, have you heard of ADHD? I think you might have that. And I was like, funny you should say that, because I thought I had that and then I forgot about it.
That's the most ADHD thing I've ever heard.
So yeah, I got diagnosed and I got on meds, and that was when I still tried to like behave like a neurotypical person. The whole like,
give me a pill to fix this.
Exactly. I was like, okay, cool. Now I've got the medication. I know what it is. I know what I have, and I can be a productive member of society. And I was like, and I kept going like that for probably 10 years. I mean, more or less successfully. And then really when I started going on TikTok of all places, I realized that was maybe the wrong way to do this. And
Right.
while this process of unmasking, like, yeah, look it up with in connection to ADHD and autism if you want to know more about this. But this process of unmasking, I feel when you're in the middle of it, which I am, it's kind of like, wow, did I just make life harder for myself? Because now I feel that I'm overwhelmed because I'm not ignoring it anymore. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm able to step back and be like, okay, I need something different now, and I need to take a break, and then I can do more again.
Yeah, it's crazy that you mentioned that because I felt the same way when I started having panic attacks when I was 19 and I had no idea what anxiety was. I didn't know anything about ADHD, and I had been just projecting, my mask had been just projecting pure anger because anger is powerful, you know, being scared sucks. So once I
Yeah,
started
it seems
going
safer than
through,
anxiety, yeah.
right, once I started going through that journey of like discovering who I actually was and being like, holy shit, this is actually fear. I should probably not take it out on literally everyone I love. You know, it's a hard journey, but it really
Yeah.
helps. Like you have to break yourself down to build yourself up. And I think one of the things I want to talk about for the audience is that, you know, I don't think it's linear. Like the journey is
No.
whether you're at like the I think I might have something that's not normal to I can say that I'm neuroatypical. I need, you know, I need some dopamine. I mean, we didn't wake up like this, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
one of the questions I thought was really good is what is the most common general stigma that you see? How does that affect people? And what are the real world harms that it can cause someone? I'm going to take that off because it's like obstructing our face, but there we go.
So there were funny things like people saying, "Oh, you have ADHD, so attention deficit hyperactivities. Does that mean you need a lot of attention?" But
Does that mean you're bouncing off the walls?
I think the biggest misunderstanding of ADHD is that the classic view of ADHD is people who are assigned male at birth presenting a certain way, which is usually physically hyperactive, being bad in school, causing a ruckus. Meanwhile, a lot of people who are assigned female at birth, and not all of them, but also some, yeah, but it tends to be people who are assigned female at birth who struggle in many different ways, who, because they're socialized differently, always told to like sit still, don't do this, don't do that, and they internalize all of this. They have no outlet for it, and that leads to
maybe that's what the leg thing
far
is.
more, yeah, and that leads to far more mental health problems down the road. I have seen, and it also means that it in us it doesn't get recognized so much. Like I was 27 when I was diagnosed. Meanwhile, I was textbook ADHD when I was in school. Like I fell off chairs because I kept tilting them back. I at some point sat in classes with a woolly hat over my eyes. Like I don't know why I did that. But today
Coping
someone would be like,
mechanisms.
maybe that kid should be evaluated for ADHD, you know? But back then no one did that. And no one even thought of it.
It's really interesting. Did you grow up in the EU as well?
I grew up in Austria where, so we didn't have that whole, you know, I think you in the US had this kind of like, oh, ADHD is overdiagnosed and overprescribed and whatnot. We didn't have that.
I grew up in the whole like, we don't really know what this is, but we just throw Ritalin at people.
Yeah, we didn't have that. We were just not noticing it, not recognizing it.
It was really cool. One of my best ever friends for 15 years actually had the complete different journey. He was diagnosed early. He got all the accommodations. I didn't even know that in your school, you can have note taking. There's accommodations. You can have extra time for tests, which I have opinions about getting extra time for things when you have ADHD. For me, it's either now or it's not now. That's what ADHD is like.
I read something that you don't need extra time. You just need to be able to take breaks when you need to.
Exactly. I love Dr. Russell Barkley. He is like my absolute favorite because he is I believe he is a clinical psychiatrist, but he also has ADHD. So I love watching his talks and then he's like, well, it looks like my meds are wearing off because he's like, if you can medicate, it's like, because this is it's a neurodeficit disorder, that means neurotropic drugs are absolutely indicated. You can have the sex, the drugs, and the money. And I was like, for a professor saying that. And he's like, I think my ADHD
Awesome.
meds are wearing off actually. But
I need to look that guy up. Yeah,
I
it's just that brains are wired differently. Like if someone who doesn't have ADHD took my meds, they would get high on them, but I don't get high on them. I just I'm drinking coffee at 9 p.m. because I know I'll sleep like a baby. It's not going to be a problem. It doesn't work on my brain the same way it works on a neurotypical brain. And I think that is the
exactly
key thing to understand, that we're working with different wiring here, and medication, coffee,
uppers are
etc.
downers and downers
It
are uppers.
helps. Actually, yeah, I react weirdly to anesthesia, so that might also be a thing. I don't know for
Oh.
that, or maybe because I'm secretly a redhead. I don't know. But I think we just need to understand that, yeah, medication helps, but it doesn't rewire our brains. And actually, I wouldn't want it to rewire my brain. I'm actually okay with my brain now that I've learned to accommodate it, or I'm learning to.
We have time for one more question, and I love that you said that, because I think one of the biggest things for me is that you can ask, for the love of all that is holy and the flying spaghetti monster, you can ask for help. Like, just say the thing, even if it doesn't feel comfortable, just say,
Yeah.
I'm not feeling, I'm overstimulated. And so one of the last question I'll leave us with is, do you have any advice for parents that may have ADHD diagnosed children, or they may suspect it? Do you have any advice for how parents may be able to
So first of all,
start?
maybe they could check if they also have ADHD, because it's not hereditary, but it's usually genetically indicated.
Right.
I like, a lot of parents are afraid of giving their kids stimulant medication. But
Understandably,
if a
so
kid
it's a big
really
decision.
I know, but if a kid really has ADHD, it can help them so much. It's the difference between making your child go through childhood where they constantly feel like they're half drowning, or giving them the tools to, like I said, the equity thing. You give them the tools to succeed because you are aware that they have different needs. And yeah, if people suspect they or their kids could have ADHD, there are online tests that are pretty good for getting a first kind of idea of should you see a doctor about it or not. And I would probably, it's different in every country, but maybe see a specialist and not just like a random psychiatrist, because they are usually more experienced with it. And then
This is such a big conversation. I can't wait for tabula rasa. No,
and
you are good.
Like with it, just work with your child to figure out what they need.
Yeah. And I like, be kind to yourself is a big one.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you so much, Kai. I cannot wait. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled. We put your link tree at the bottom.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
I love my cup too.
Yeah, your cup.
I like comment. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Everyone who doesn't know what I talked about, just Google. If you still don't know, can ask me questions.
Thanks, Kai.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Wow. I had way more to say, but I had to control myself. All righty. Oh no! I'm trying to. There's totally not poor cable management. I'm tilted. I'm tilted. It's fine. I've only had a couple hours of sleep. We're talking about how to reboot your nervous system, and I didn't do that. So this is the spoils of the war, when you don't take care of your nervous system and you don't realize that you need to have self-care. Yeah, and so for those of you who have additional questions, Kai is going to be in the in the chat, and also I want to tell you guys about Discord. Yeah, join us on Discord. It's a fellowship of geeks, nerds, techies, coders, gamers, and creators that are bound by aspirations for social good and a celebration of mental health. So head on over to geekbeacon.com and you can find Discord through that. Alrighty. I would like to welcome Jared to GeekBeacon 2023. It's time to hear from a true trailblazer in the healthcare industry. Jared Walker is a champion for patients everywhere. In 2012, he founded $4 in Oregon, and it was born out of a desire to help others in a medical crisis while watching his own family's experience. After all, a medical crisis should not lead to a financial crisis. In his talk, he will shed light on the often overlooked issue in healthcare, the provisions in 2010 Affordable Care Act, which requires nonprofit hospitals to offer financial assistance programs to low to middle income patients, known as charity care. That's a mouthful. Jared has been advocating for families and securing reimbursements for those who have been weighed down by medical bills. I feel like we've all been there, and we can't afford it. So get ready to be inspired as Jared shares how he crushes as many medical bills as he can while making charity care known, easy, and fair. This is a talk that you guys don't want to miss. Hi, Jared.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Yay! I'm very excited to demystify the medical world. Like, I always think it's hilarious. It's like, what a crazy job would it be to work in health, like in insurance, because literally nothing makes sense there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It is a wild world for sure, and I wish I had some of the answers. I hope I do, but it's so incredibly complicated, and hopefully we can help some people out.
Okay, sounds perfect. I will jump off, and I will keep in mind some things for questions that I have after this.
Yeah, and let me know. I mean, I'm happy to just do questions at the end if that's the format, but
that's
also
perfect.
A lot
if you
of
don't
these
mind.
No worries at all. And I will dive right in.
Okay. See you soon.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Jared Walker. I founded this organization called $4. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. So originally this was $1 for Portland, and I was helping people pay medical bills after watching my own family go through it. So in 2012, my wife and I were sitting at home. She got a phone call, and her aunt had passed away from cancer. A couple minutes later, I got a phone call. My cousin had gone into labor 7 weeks premature. Baby needed heart surgery to live, and my family was talking, about how are we going to pay for it? And that was kind of my first run in with the U.S. healthcare systems. Like, you have a medical crisis, and then immediately after, you have a financial crisis for a lot of people. That is exactly the case, and that frustrated me. I wanted to figure out a way to help people, hopefully relieve that financial burden that comes with the medical crisis. And so I kind of, hopped online thinking, okay, there's no way that my family is the only one going through this right now. And very quickly, I realized it is the most common reason for bankruptcy in America. Over 65%. 1 in 3 Americans will just avoid medical care out of fear that they can't afford it. I have done that. I know many people that have done that, and it's devastating. So a lot of people neglect care because of the cost. And there's an estimated $195 billion in medical debt out there outstanding. So that is that is like the need. We have a huge problem in the U.S. healthcare system. So I started this organization after my own family's experience. I started $1 for Portland, and it was really simple. It was crowdfunding to help people pay medical bills. I would, go to little shops, breweries, music venues, and say, hey, if people sign up for a small donation monthly, will you give them a free beer or free coffee or a entrance into the show or whatever? So we built this cool community, really grassroots in Portland, Oregon, where people small monthly donations, and at the end of the month, we'd pool all the money together, and we would pay medical bills for families in our and it was, like I said, very small, just helping one family at a time. And I wanted it to be bigger and more impactful and help more people, because at the time it was one family a month. We'd go and partner with these other locals. They would tell us about families in need, and then we would help them out. And it was several years of doing that, and I met an attorney at like this networking event or something. He asked me if I had ever heard of charity care or 501R or since at hospitals, and I'm like, I don't know what the heck you're talking about. And he told me, there is a law that went into effect with the Affordable Care Act. If most hospitals in America are nonprofits. A lot of people don't know that. And in order for hospitals to keep their nonprofit status, which is incredibly important to them, they get all these tax breaks and billions of dollars in tax breaks and benefits to be nonprofit. And in order for them to keep that nonprofit status, they have to have charity care. So this is free or reduced care for people within a certain income range. And I had no idea that existed, and I was furious because all the families that I had been helping over the years in paying medical bills would have been eligible for free or reduced care. So I was paying medical bills that should have been written off. And I was really frustrated by that. And so then I started digging into these policies in Oregon and reading all the policies and seeing, okay, what, how much can you make at this hospital and still be eligible for free care or, discounted care or whatnot. And I would find people that had medical bills and just say, hey, can I fill out this paperwork for you and just see what happens? Because at this point, like, I didn't know if it was real or not. It sounded too good to be true, which a lot of people do. And I started filling out these forms and submitting them to hospitals, and it worked. In like a few months, I had over $1 million of medical bills just disappear for people in the Portland metro area. And so I'm thinking, what on earth is going on? Like, why isn't anybody talking about this? This seems like just low-hanging fruit to help so many people. Then these income ranges, and they're like on payment plans or declaring bankruptcy for medical bills that they don't have to pay. That was so frustrating to me, and I'd seen it because all the people that we had helped were eligible. We were paying these medicals for all of these people that were eligible for these programs. And the reality is hospitals don't do a great job telling people about it, and why would they, right? So it's there's you might see a poster about, hey, call this number if you can't pay your medical bill. It's like in the ER, but when you're in the ER, you're not reading posters. And there's a lot of ways that hospitals say that, hey, we're telling people about these programs, but it's not working. And I think that by design. So I was shouting from the rooftops. Like it was one of those things where I just felt like no one knows about this, and why is that? So I'm talking to these journalists, I'm talking to the news station saying, hey, can we talk about charity care? Can we talk about why isn't anybody talking about this? And they always wanted to do a story on $4, like, oh, this is a really cool positive story, you're helping families. But all they ever wanted to focus on was, let's find a family with a big medical bill and let's talk about how terrible our healthcare system is. And it's like, well, everybody knows that story. I want to can we talk about a solution where this could be a solution for a lot of people? And it was just never anything that was of interest to them. So it was really frustrating. I was trying to figure out how on earth am I going to get the word out about this. So I was talking to my little sister, and she said, hey, you should get on TikTok. You should make a TikTok video about this. And I'm like, I hate social media. I don't want to have to keep up with another platform. And I was very unfamiliar with TikTok, and I already suck at, Instagram and Facebook and all that. So I was like, I don't think so. So a couple months go by, she again reminds me, say, hey, you got to get on TikTok. You got to tell your story. So I'm scrolling through TikTok one day, I make an account, and hey, I see this stitch that I'm sure everyone has seen it. What's a piece of information that even feels illegal to know? And I was like, I know this one. Like I can make a video on this about charity care. This is something that people think is too good to be true. They don't know about it. And it feels illegal to know. And so I make this TikTok video at 60 seconds, tell people what charity care is, how to access it. And at the end of the video, I tell people, hey, if you need help, shoot me a message, which backfired miserably because the video just blew up. Like first TikTok video ever, over 30 million views. It's reposted everywhere. Twitter, TikTok, all the like BuzzFeed and all like Reddit, and it's just going everywhere. People are saying, oh my gosh, what the heck is this? So it just like blew up. And $4 at the time was just me running around like an idiot in Portland, Oregon, trying to help people with medical bills. So it's like we didn't have a system for this. And I had tens of thousands of people reaching out saying, hey, can you help me with my medical bills? So I'm like, okay, this is an absolute shit show. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. How I'm supposed to reply to all these messages. So I ended up getting on a podcast that, we had a big like call to action for volunteers. Like we need help. And we got all these just incredible volunteers, like just the coolest people ever saying, hey, how can we help try to figure out how we can, scale. And the big thing that we needed was a way to screen patients. Like how do we know who, like all these people saying, hey, can you help me with my medical bill? Can you help me with mine? And it was, well, are you eligible? We don't know. And how do we find out quickly? Like how do we quickly determine if someone is eligible for these programs? And that is when we created amazing volunteers. We created an eligibility screener where we went through, there are over 8 hospitals in America, and we went and read through every single financial assistance policy, collected the financial assistance policy data for every hospital in the country, and we put it into this web tool where people can put in their household size, their income, what hospital, how old the bill is, and it will tell them what they're eligible for according to their hospital's policy. So we launched that, and in the first month, we had over $225 million of medical bills submitted through our website. People saying, hey, can you help me? And, this is more than I was ready for. And again, $4 was just, so we're trying to scale like overnight, a local organization to national. And so fast forward a little bit, we've gone through a lot of changes, and we are a patient advocate organization. We advocate for patients right now. If you go to our website, you can see if you're eligible for charity care. And if you are, we have patient advocates that are ready, and we will fill out all the paperwork for you. We will submit it to the hospital. We will advocate on your behalf until the medical bills are gone. And all of our programs, all of the assistance that we provide is completely free. We'll never charge the patient. So it's just a free service that we try to get out there. So what we have been doing is through charity care, like our kind of model is we believe that we can actually drive system change at the hospital level by through patient advocacy. So we are telling people about charity care, and then we're advocating for them. We're trying to make it easy. We're trying, like, all of these hospital systems, nothing is standardized. Every hospital has their own policy, their own application. They're all like, it is absolute chaos. So we are trying to make that part easy for patients. We fill it all out. We advocate on their behalf. And then because we have so many patients coming to us, we can look at the trends and see what hospitals are doing shady, and then approach those hospitals and say, hey, you're denying patients this and you're not supposed to, or whatnot. So we've actually been able to cause some system change as well through the patient advocacy. And so far, just through patient advocacy, we've been able to eliminate over 20 million, it's actually over $25 million of medical debt for people over the country in every state. So that has been a huge win for us. Obviously, lack of need. I mentioned the number earlier, $195 billion of medical debt. Estimated about 60 $8 billion that is eligible for these programs. So that is what we're doing. And, I think a big question that people ask that I just try and answer is, do hospitals hate us? It's a great question. We don't know. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Hospitals do spend a tremendous amount of time, money, resources to collect on medical bills that they're actually not ever going to get. So it's actually easier and better for the hospitals to waive, kind of take it out of bad debt and put it into charity. It actually can save them money as well. So these are just a few examples of people, $34,000 medical bill waived, just by filling out some paperwork. Crosby would have been on payment plans for very, very long time if he hadn't found out about charity care. So we've had awesome success stories, people that have, because of this, I'm able to go back to school. I'm able to, purchase a home or get a car or whatever. So I know that medical bills play a huge part in people's lives, where it's like it can absolutely destroy your future, and it shouldn't be that way. So I think I'm going to go through charity care 101. That's the story of $4 and who we are, how we got started. And I think diving into this information of how this actually works is important. You might be sitting here, you might have a medical bill that could be eligible. I guarantee that every single person listening knows someone that has a medical bill that they're struggling to pay that is eligible for this. This is like the most relevant problem. Every single time I speak anywhere or talk to any group of people, every single person knows someone in this situation. And it might not be you at the moment, but you never know. So this information can save you a lot of time and heartache. So whether you have a medical bill or not, it's just good to know anyways. I have gotten a lot of medical bills waived for my friends and family just because they don't know this information. So I'll kind of dive right in. First, I'm going to take a little pause and make sure I'm not missing any questions. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, do they have a system? I mean, do the hospitals have a system? Is that what we're what we're asking? If the hospitals typically, this is, I'll get into this. Hospitals don't have a system. This is not like a standardized process at all. There is a law. There's a federal law, charity care, section 501R in the Affordable Care Act. If you really want to like nerd out and read it, it is. Nonprofit hospitals have to have these policies. For-profit hospitals also have these policies. It's just there's not a law requiring them to do it. If you are within a certain income range that the hospital defines, you are eligible for free or reduced care. And that's pretty much it. So like on their websites, they have to have this information posted, but it's almost impossible to find, which is what we'll get into, like how to find it, what to look out for. And 95% of hospitals in America require you to like fax your documents. So there is no system. We have created a system that automates a majority of this process, because patients reach out to us. We tell them if they're eligible or not right away, and then we complete all the paperwork and we send it to the right hospital. But finding those fax numbers and all that is a total nightmare. So anyways, I'll kind of dive right in. And this is honestly this is just an in-depth version of the TikTok video. Finding out what does your hospital say? So I always start out with finding the policy. Like we have to find the policy to figure out what level of income do they approve, for free or reduced care. And so I always just, whatever your hospital name is, I did this earlier for someone just checking out the hospital to see, are you eligible? Do they have policy? What does it say? So hospital name plus financial assistance. Yeah, yeah, facts. It's not the 90s anymore. Absolutely, it is wild. Like the facts thing is, yeah, we'll talk about that later. It's incredibly frustrating. So if you your hospital name plus financial assistance, the top link is usually always the right one. Now, one thing to keep in mind, if your hospital's name is like St. Joseph or St. Mary's or something, there might be a lot of hospitals throughout the country. A lot of them have the same names. So make sure it's your hospital, and then find that policy. So if you go to your hospital's homepage and you try and find a, you know, your policy, you're never going to find it. That you have to know like what to Google, because it's not just on the homepage of the hospital. Very rarely is it on the homepage of your hospital. So hospital name plus financial assistance brings you to the policy, and then we got to find out like what does the policy say? Are you eligible? So the biggest ways that they identify whether someone's eligible or not is based off income. So a typical policy will say something about, you know, if you are at or below a certain level of the federal poverty guidelines, then you are eligible for charity care. So a typical policy might say you are eligible for free care if you are at or below 300% of the federal poverty guidelines. And 300% of the federal poverty guidelines, about $42,000, give or take. Poverty guideline right now is like 14,000. But there's a bunch of charts, and we have tools for that as well to see if you're eligible. So one, and then obviously it's off family size as well. If you're a family of, you know, a single versus a family of four, like you can make more money and be eligible. So we want to figure out, do you meet the income requirements? And then find out, okay, where's the application? What's the deadline? And then, you know, what proof of income do you need to provide to the hospital to get approved, and then send it in. So those are, you know, some of the basics. And then you can see here, this is current federal poverty guidelines. Right now, federal poverty guideline is 14,080. So if you know, only of four, let's see here, poverty guideline. So yeah, 300%, you can make up to $90,000 a year as a family of four and eligible for these programs, depending on, again, none of this is standardized, which is absurd. But you have, every hospital is going to have their own limit. You know, it could be 250% of the federal poverty guideline, and it's usually based off cost of living in the area. So if you're in New York, we've seen hospitals go all the way up to like 800% of the federal poverty guidelines. So it really just depends. New York, San Francisco, where it's really expensive to live, higher income limits, but it really depends. We typically don't see anything under 200%, but again, nothing is standardized about this, which is frustrating. So then you get into big questions we always have, is like, what counts as a household? Like, you know, we have a lot of people that are, hey, I'm in college, I have 2 roommates. Am I a family of 3? No, you're not doing your taxes with these people. They're just roommates. Or if you live with your parents and you're an adult and you're paying rent, or you're financially independent, but you're still living with parents, you don't have to count income. So you know, few things to know about, like, you know, what is my household size? Typically just like who's on your taxes, who you're claiming on your taxes. And then another thing to keep in mind, most hospitals will have a 240-day cutoff for this kind of, which is super annoying, because they don't tell you about the program, and then you miss the, you know, if you miss the deadline, then they're going to tell you you're not eligible. And we always fight hospitals on that. But it typically 240 days. But one thing to keep in mind is they will send you to collections most likely after 120 days of no payment. So you can be in collections. The most popular question we get is, what if my medical bills are in collections? Am I still eligible? And the answer is, well, it depends. If it's within 140 days, no matter what, yes. It can be in collections. The hospital can pull it out of collections, waive the bills, and it's as if it never happened. If it's been in collection for 3 years, then it depends on the hospital. Some hospitals will go above the 240 days, and sometimes states have special state laws that requirement as well. But rule of thumb, 240 days is kind of the average for what these hospitals will give grace to. So good thing to keep in mind is that timeline. So determining eligibility. So each hospital, just quick review, like they all have their own policies, and sometimes hospitals will say, if you have insurance, you're not eligible. If you have any type of insurance, you're not eligible for charity care. And other hospitals will say, yeah, you are eligible, and we'll cover the deductible or the copay or whatever. Really just depends on the hospital and the state. So if you're like, I'm an insured patient that has a medical bill because I have a $6,000 deductible, that can be covered by some hospitals. Some hospitals they might say no, and we always fight those. We always fight the insurance ones because we don't think that that's a rule that should be allowed, and hospitals have kind of like overstepped on that. So we always fight it. I guess is the answer. So even if you are looking at it and you say, no, I'm a little over the income, or I'm a little outside the 240 days, or I have insurance, like apply anyways and send a letter and we can go over that. So next thing is complete the application. These applications, they're all the same. It's who are you? Who do you live with? Where do you work? How much money do you make? And then prove it. It's like the same questions, almost all of them. And sometimes the questions get wild. Some hospitals ask you about like what car do you drive, which none of their business. So we typically leave those blank. But the main stuff of these are how much money do you make, and then proof of income, most important part. So pay stubs, tax returns, W-2, like bank statements. It really just depends. Sometimes they'll have like a list of things that they want you to send in. And another thing about this is, like, if you, let's say you're unemployed, then they might ask for, are you on unemployment benefits? Or it's like, there is no income. I'm living with a friend, I'm living with family, and they're helping me out. Like, you just have to share that information. So we have like, we call it like a medical hardship letter. Say, hey, there's no income. I'm receiving, assistance from my family. That's the current situation. That is also fine. Because sometimes they'll look at it and say, like, you don't have any income, like, how are you living? What's going on here? So they just want to see a full picture, a full financial picture, before they give the financial assistance or charity. And then, submit those documents again, typically through fax, which is the dumbest. It is what it is. We have ways that we can, and again, our patient advocates do all this free. So this is like, we want to empower patients to do this. You shouldn't have to come to $4 to receive help. So we try and give as much education on this stuff as possible, so that we can empower patients. They don't need to, come to us for help, but at the same time, we are here. And then we submit those. We wait a few weeks, and some hospitals will approve these in 2 weeks, and the medical bills are gone, and it's awesome. And sometimes it takes months, and you fight and you wait on hold, and it's a whole thing. But either way, we're here to help with that. Some of the other questions that I know come up a lot are like, what about doctor bills? What about dentist bills? What about, there's a lot of it depends kind of answers where, dentists typically not, you won't get assistance for medical bills, but like doctor bills or anything that happens within the hospital. So it, like imaging, MRI, x-rays, or anesthesiologist or surgeon, because when you go to the hospital, you're going to get a hospital bill, but then you're going to get like 5 other bills from the other providers that saw you within the hospital. And it's just an annoying thing about our system. But once you receive the approval in the hospital, you can take that approval letter and forward it to all the other providers, and you usually honor it as well. So if you have other bills that happen within the hospital, it was approved for charity as well. You just have to do a couple extra steps. And again, we do all that for you as well. So we have a whole bunch of resources on our website about, what, like all of the step-by-step, this is how you check, with all the links and even a bunch of videos that kind of explain all this. But at the time, you can always just go to $4.org/help and see if you're eligible, and be linked with a patient advocate to see if you're eligible for it, and then we will advocate for you. So that is like the basics of charity care. Just like in review, hospitals in America have these policies. We have millions and millions of people that are declaring bankruptcy or on payment plans for bills they don't have to pay. And it is like the hospitals put all of the responsibility on the patients to find out about these programs, to apply for these programs, to jump through all the hoops. And it's incredibly frustrating. And you can get these medical bills waived through charity. And again, you have to jump through the hoops, and it is incredibly annoying. That is why we exist. Another thing I will say is that I feel like throughout the years, I've had a lot of conversations with these family and individuals that are going through it. And there's always like a tremendous amount of shame associated with it. Like, someone's in debt and they don't want to talk about how, because it might make them feel like they were irresponsible, or it's like, absolutely not. That medical debt is one of those things that, like, nobody chooses to do this. Like, it can sneak up on anybody. There's absolutely no shame. Outstanding medical bills that you can't pay, and I like, that is one of the main things that we try to tell, like, don't let that hinder you. Like, we work with so many people where that is like, they don't want to, they have some type of shame around medical bills, and it shouldn't be that way. So we're here to help, and if you want to get involved, obviously volunteer, spread the word, like, we connect us to organizations. We've got a lot of work to do, and we've been able to help a lot of people so far, but no lack of need, that is for sure. Anyways, I left room for Q&A. I'm not sure how if there are any questions. I haven't looked at this chat, but I will pause here for a moment.
You do not have to look at chat, Jared. That's what we're here for. Wow. That's a lot to process. I really appreciate that you ended on the shame component, because it seems to be a reoccurring pattern that just a lot of, even with neurodiversity, which we talked about earlier, and just like financial things, life is rife with issues and nobody is alone. And I'm so thankful that you took the time to talk about this with us. So I'll just be vulnerable for a second and say that I looked in my insurance bill, like how much they were billing at Stanford out for, and it was $150,000 like last year of medical expenses charged to Stanford. And yeah, so it's amazing to think that you can make $90,000 a year, and with your program, you could still help wipe away some medical debt. Do you have some stories that you could share, like some of your favorite stories about being able to alleviate some of that burden for people?
Yeah, we we do. So a couple of my favorites, I guess. Young woman going through college, and she got a big medical bill, and she was looking at, I'm either going to finish school or pay a medical bill. And it was like, she was going to stop her education because she wasn't able to afford her medical expenses. And she found out about $4. We were able to get her through the process, and we got a photo of her later at graduation, kind of saying, hey, this is like I was able to graduate on time because
That's
I
so
didn't
cool.
have to, quit school to pay a medical bill. And it's like no one should be faced with the decision over, their education or medical bill or a house payment or putting food on the table. But like that's the reality. Like we have so many people that are putting other things off because they got sick. It's like you shouldn't lose everything because you get sick. And so that one was great. We had a young guy reach out and say, hey, I watched a couple of your videos, and I live with my grandma, and she had $100,000 in medical bills, and watched all your videos, applied for charity care, and now she's debt free. And then that person started volunteering with us to help other patients as well. So it was like he was able to help his grandma, and then he started volunteering, which was awesome. But we have 1,000 plus of those, they're all awesome. Whether it's a $250 medical bill or a $250,000 medical bill, like if you don't have it, you don't have it. So like I try to, we obviously it's really cool when you see like, holy crap, $150,000 medical bill was waived for this patient. Like that's awesome. But the small ones mean the same, like if you don't have it, you don't have it. So yeah, so those are a few of my faves.
You know what really speaks to me too is something that I feel like is a uniquely US problem. People that barter, so they feel sick, but then they know that they will have a ridiculous medical bill if they go to the ER. So they'll wait. So not only is your program helping people that already have medical bills, but theoretically, if more people know about charity care, they could actually feel more empowered to get care sooner, right?
Yeah, we have so many people that neglect care because of the price tag.
I can even
like,
tell you I can tell you a story about the intensity of it. I knew and I discovered during my father's passing and all this stuff that went on with that. I discovered charity care. So I actually went through that whole process, and I have to tell you, it is very difficult from like an end user standpoint to figure that out. So I'm so glad of your existence. But we had a friend that was in the middle of a widowmaker heart attack. While we were driving in an RV, I was Googling places that had charity care hospitals in order for us to drop him off and get care in a place where he would be able to not be crippled by medical debt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a question that how can this be a government required program but not standardized across all?
Yeah. Honestly, this is like we have. Okay, I'm going to try not to get into the weeds on this one.
Right.
So when someone reaches out to us and asks for help, we fill out, they fill out a little online application, and then we complete the correct hospital form. And but there's thousands of different forms.
Yep.
Every hospital has their own form and all that. And we were left with the decision about a year ago, like, are we going to try and advocate for policy change to try to pass a law to standardize the application? Or would it be easier to just create a tech solution that automatically maps to the correct hospital application, which is like, if you say, hey, I have medical bills at Legacy Health Center in Portland, Oregon, then our system knows, okay, we're filling out this PDF and it will automatically complete it. That's like a huge tech undertaking. Like we have to map thousands and thousands of these applications.
I can't imagine the data set. Like that's a nightmare.
Absolutely awful. But after talking to all of these people, it was like, there's absolutely no way that you're going to get a standardized version of this. Like you've got to create the system. So, and then we've talked to, Attorney General's office, and when people say, hey, like we have worked our whole lives trying to pass these bills that would make this better, and hospitals just find a way. And it's really frustrating because even with like the price transparency laws, like 2 years ago, price transparency law was passed, like hospitals should post their prices, right? It's like less than 30% of them. Yeah. It's like, but
over the course of like 10 years.
Yeah. It's like most hospitals don't post their prices. So like, but it's like, well, but it's the law. Why, how are they not doing this? It's like, well, the penalty for not is like $200 a day. So hospitals just pay the penalty and they don't post their prices. Like, so we have this federal law, but all it says is you have to have these policies. And that's pretty much it. Like how they administer them, how they, talk to patients, like it's all up to the hospitals and they kind of rules around it. So it's, I don't know, like I don't have the answer to that, but it's like, it's absurd and we're trying to fight for that. It's just, yeah, the hospitals have made it difficult on purpose,
It's really mad scientist ingenious if you think about it, because they get around the requirement of having these programs, but then they make it so ridiculously hard to actually apply for them. And so $4 is solving for that, which is really great. That is so cool. I'd also like to discuss, if you know this off the top of your head, what other types of advocacy can people use in hospitals? So, for instance, I didn't even know that there were social workers and patient advocates that could talk on my behalf for my father's care. I also didn't know that there was something called an ombudsman. I'm probably not saying this right, but that's basically like a third party to keep the hospitals in line for their care. I don't know if this is in your scope, but I'd love to hear if you have any suggestions of like other types of patient advocacy.
Yeah, definitely. So there are, I've never heard that term they use, but I know
ombudsman.
That like I can take a look at that. But like patient navigators in hospitals, if you ask, like I need to speak with a social worker or a patient navigator,
it unlocks it. It's like they don't offer it, but it unlocks all of this assistance.
Yeah, there are people, every hospital, well, for the most part, every hospital will have an entire department, people that work at that hospital where their whole job is to connect patients to resources that could help them, whether that be putting food on the table, getting them applied for Medicaid, or like they even have, local nonprofits that they work with to get them, like payments for housing or to pay rent, or like or medication costs or any of these things. So like they have this huge book of resources as patient navigators. And yeah, it's their whole job to help you through that. And a lot of times those are fairly small departments, unfortunately. So a lot of times people go through the hospital and when you mention it, they're like, what are you talking about? Nobody talks to me,
Oh,
so
you're totally right. I went in through essentially a Harry Potter closet and talked to one person in regards to my friend's heart attack that also had just come back, and it was a social worker who had a heart attack as well. And there was one person, but they exist.
Yeah, no, they do exist. And sometimes hospitals will also have, depending on the hospital, they'll have like volunteers, like volunteer programs where people can come in and do that work as well. So it really depends. Like you said, one person on staff, like the charity care department is typically the same as well. It's like,
is that like the word that you can say is charity care, and then everybody will know in the hospital? How can you differentiate what hospital is offering like a fake financial assistance program that isn't charity care? Those are two questions, but
it's a great question, because the term financial assistance could be translated to a payment plan. It could be, we're giving you financial assistance by letting you pay over time. Where the term charity care, it is actually a specific law and policy that they have to have. That being said, hospitals use those terms all the time, and I always just use both just to make sure, and it's like, because if you call and say, hey, I need financial assistance, they might say, oh yeah, we have some great payment plan options, or they might say, oh, we have a what do they call them? Patient care card. It's like a credit card. They're like, oh, you can put your medical bills on this credit card, and then they charge you interest. Like it's wild. Some of these like
Right.
pretty pretty gross like collection practices. But I
Yeah,
always
exactly.
use
Those easy care cards or whatever. I
yeah.
think I had a
I
couple
always
of those in
use
my day.
oh yeah. I mean, we have so many patients that are like, oh, I put it all on the card and now now I don't know what to do. I mean, charge interest. It's like always check to see if you're eligible for charity care first. Every hospital should know what you mean by charity care. If they don't, that's a bigger problem.
Right.
But they should know.
You know, I think this could be fun. So let's walk through a patient $4. It's not a patient, but like a client $4 scenario. So I need help. I have $150,000 of medical debt. I come to you. How would the interaction go? Maybe you can walk me through so we can prepare the audience for kind of like what they would expect. Does that sound cool?
Yeah, absolutely. So number one, $4.org/help goes right to our eligibility screener. So you would have a couple quick questions. How much money do you make? How big is the household? What hospital? And it would just spit out the answer. Like, okay, according to your hospital that you've listed, you are eligible for charity care. And then at that point, you will have two options. The first one is self-advocacy. So if you want, because sometimes people are like, I don't want to share my bank statements or whatever with these people, but we want to empower patients to do this themselves. So if they want to, we have a whole like online education resource where they can do all this stuff themselves. Then second option is just like full service. Again, both of these are completely free. We don't charge patients for it. And at that point, you would say, okay, I want help with this. And you would be connected to a patient advocate. You would be sent a second form, which this is different from the eligibility screener. This would be like, okay, let's get into the details, like what are, date of birth and all that stuff. Then once we have that information, we would bring it all together, ship it to the hospital, and then we would start doing follow-up calls with the hospital every couple of weeks and trying to, basically just bother them until they approve it.
And this is something that you offer free of charge for your clients?
Yeah,
Just
any
to
patient
clarify?
can, yeah, all
Okay.
of, you will never be charged or asked for
This
money
is
at
amazing.
dollar
I
four.
mean, somebody who has tons of medical debt trauma would assume that this is going to cost a lot of money for you to advocate for me. So the fact that that's not true, I'm over the moon. So you take you would take my package of medical stuff and proof, and then you would send it. And then are there any next steps to that?
Yeah, so it would really just be how long does it take for the hospital to process it, which it shouldn't take much longer than a couple weeks, but these hospitals are wild, so it just depends. So
Can you just not pay it? So like, do you encourage them to just don't pay it while this process is happening, even if they're sending you crazy letters?
Absolutely. Like the
Okay.
hospital should, once you start financial assistance process or charity care process, the hospital should freeze that medical bill. They should not. Now, I say that
Should.
like kind of lightly because what happens is they will tell you like, oh yeah, your account is frozen, but you will continue to get letters. So I always tell people like, make a stack, don't throw them away, just like stack papers, don't look at them. You don't need to stress. Like you got enough going on. You're trying to recover from what, wherever you were in the hospital. Put them aside and wait for that letter of determination. So it'll either say, hey, you're approved. It might say, hey, we need some more information. We need you to send, this other pay stub or whatever. And then there's obviously the chance that they deny it. Either way, you can always appeal it. You can always, call them and ask, why was I denied? What's going on? And then if you're approved, then you're ready to
Are they
rock. So
Okay, so what happened? I got denied. I'm really sad now, Jared. What do we do?
So we figure out why you were denied.
Okay,
Was
and
it
they're
because you
required
were
to tell you.
Yeah, and sometimes their letter won't tell you, but they have to tell you. So we would call, and we do three-way calls with patients all the time where we just call the hospital and say, hey, what's going on? Why were you denied? If they say, oh, you were over income, we would look at that and say, well, is that true? How much over income? Can you make an exception? Whatever. If it is some other, there's a lot of reasons. It could be you have insurance. You are not you don't live in this zip code. Like sometimes hospitals will have like a residency issue where it's like, oh, you have to be within this county or whatever. Again, we
just try.
appeal.
The worst thing that will happen is they deny you. The best thing is that you have like a really great team of advocates. I wish that I knew about you before. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I think no matter what, like never take the first no or the second or the third. Like just keep going. Like you will get to a point where, especially if it's like we don't apply for people that aren't eligible. Like that's why we have the screener, right? Like we're trying to screen people and say, hey, like we're not trying to like pull a fast one on the hospital and get people that are like not that make millions of dollars approved for charity care.
Right.
So if they are denied, we just try to figure out what is going on here and then find it. And we have an attorney that will write letters for you. We have template letters that we help patients with. Like there's a lot of things that you can do.
And okay, and so if you get denied, are they required to reevaluate? Does that make sense? Do you know that, if it's true? Or can they just deny you and they'll deny you forever? Like, how about this? What percentage of denials have you turned into approvals? Do you know?
Oh yeah. I'd say most of them, because again, we're not applying for people that we don't think are eligible.
Yeah, totally.
And I think another like one thing to keep in mind here is think of charity care as a status. It is like it's like insurance or whatever. Like you are approved for charity care. So when you get that letter from the hospital, it will say something like you've been approved at 100% charity, and they will give you a time frame. They'll say you're approved for 6 months. So any medical care that you receive at that hospital for the next 6 months will be under charity care, and you shouldn't get a bill.
Exactly.
When that 6 months is over, can you apply again? Yes. As long as your financial situation, yeah. So they just want every 6 months, they'll ask you, do you make a bunch of money now or whatever? And then you just reapply. We've gotten, like, we don't have a ton of like repeat customers, but we do have a lot of people that come back and say, hey, I have another medical bill. So we keep that letter when you get approved, and that's kind of like your little free ticket for the next 6 months for hospital bills.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing more about your mission. I'd love to know, just for the few minutes that we have left, about how you started. Speaking of TikTok, I love how you said, I'm trying to remember, basically you said it backfired, and I'm just thinking, it's like both, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's a backfire, but it's also a spectacular success. How did you start? Like, you grew your company into what it is today. How many people do you have on your team? And can you just kind of walk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, so the first, 6-7 years, it was just me. It was just me running around like this is kind of a passion project.
I can tell you're passionate about it. I love that.
It was just something like, this sucks for people. I want to be able to help people in this situation. Then when we kind of blew up through social media, there wasn't really an option. It was like, we have to either leave all these people behind and say, sorry, we can't help you, or we have to scale. And which means I have to like fundraise real money to like employ people and like all of our stuff. Like we're a nonprofit, so it doesn't cost anything for people to use our services, but I have to go and I have to raise money. I have to raise money from people, whether it's small dollar donations or foundations, grants, or wealthy individuals.
Fellow nonprofit founder here with GeekBeacon Foundation. Nice to meet you. Shared struggle.
No, yeah, it's the worst. Like the funders, and so now we have about 12 people that are being paid, whether it's contractors or full-time, part-time staff.
That's awesome.
So we've blown up in the last 18 months, and now it's just like, can we keep going? Because again, like there's no lack of need. It's just, can we can we get the services out there to enough people, and then can we raise enough money to actually serve these people? So
Perfect. And Jared, so I guess that's a very interesting point. Is there anything that the audience can do to help your mission, since you're very good at helping us advocate for our medical bills? Can we share? Is there a place, anything that we can do?
yeah, absolutely. Definitely spread the word. Like, we're on social media at $4. You can always like get the word out. I always tell people, like, share the information. You don't know who's gonna need it. And then if you're in a space financially you can donate. We love like small recurring monthly donors. I still am a huge advocate of like $5 a month, $10 a month. Like, if we build an army of people that believe in what we're doing, then it relieves so much pressure off the organization to, I don't need to go raise, from foundations. It could take, 2 years or whatever. So those would be the two things, spread the word, support if you can.
Perfect. Thank you, Jared, for your time. That was really enlightening. And everybody check him out at $4.org. Thank you for your time, and we will catch you on the flip side.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Wow. So that's really interesting. So much assistance is going for patients like us. It's really interesting to see what it would be like to help support those not-for-profit organizations. Speaking of which, GeekBeacon Fest, we are a foundation. We are a not-for-profit organization. So we actually have an open collective. I believe it's opencollective.org. Or if you just search geekbeaconopencollective.org, or you could just plug the link below. I love Open Collective because it's a way to keep us fully transparent. So you'll see all of our expenses, everything like that. And it's just been a really great thing. So we basically live off of donations, and we love it if you could be a part. So I want to bring on our next host. So I am excited to announce that the next host for GeekBeacon Festival is none other than Jake the Bard. In keeping with the Bard class, if it has strings, a reed, or a mouthpiece, there is a good chance that he enjoys repairing them. He can also be found playing guitar, ukulele, and even the slide whistle. Jake has gained a reputation in engaging content creation on his rebooted YouTube channel and Twitch stream. Whether he is repairing instruments or streaming his gaming sessions, Jake's approachable style is sure to entertain and inspire, much as I think it will for you guys as he comes on the stage right now. Hi, Jake. Hello.
Hi, Nixie. How's it going?
Really well. Good to see you.
You as well. All
Okay.
right. So,
Bye, Jake.
see ya. So, thank you for that introduction, Nixie. It is my pleasure to introduce Der Hans. He's a founder of Seagull and chairman of the Phoenix user group, along with having organized more geeky conferences than I can count. Hans will be shedding light on a crucial yet underappreciated aspect of the open source and gaming industry. With a mix of stories and anecdotes, Hans will showcase his passion and expertise in the field and deliver an insightful and captivating tribute to the communities that shape the industry. Hans will be expressing gratitude for all the developers, the translators, the documenters, the artists, the maintainers, and the community members who make our favorite software and games possible. Share your love for your favorite industry pros and games, and get ready for an unforgettable experience.
Good afternoon, GeekBeacon Fest. I hope you've been enjoying the days thus far. I've been looking forward to getting back to this conference since last year. I really enjoyed last year's conference. I want to thank everybody who made that happen. I'm Hans. I am a software engineering manager over at Object Rocket, subsidiary of Rackspace. Yes, my group is hiring. But I'm here to talk today about our communities for free software and gaming, and say thank you to those who make it possible so that we can enjoy the things that we enjoy. All right, so let's start off with that. We tend to think about developers when we think about free software, when we think about gaming. It makes sense. Without developers, we wouldn't have the software. But there are a lot of other people going to making that happen. So I also want to say thank you to the translators who put it in multiple languages for us, the documenters, the artists, So the different creators that are helping build a project, build the entirety of the game so that we can enjoy it. But there's also people working behind the scene. The project managers help things keep moving forward. The mailing list admins and the SREs helping with our infrastructure. The community advocates who are talking to the community, talking to the users of the free software, talking to the gamers that are playing the game, and bringing feedback up to those that are creating it. But they're also going out and helping promote the activity, whether that be a game or software and so forth. So thank you to those who are playing that bridge mode. Librarians, people who are maintaining it and our data, appreciate that as well. And then local groups. Now, for local groups, I don't just mean that people that are in our local physical area, but also within a particular fandom, right? So if you've got people who are a fan of a particular game, that would be a local group. GeekBeacon is an example of that. You've got a local community that likes working together. That is geographically distributed. But you've got that local group that central group that you're working with. So thanks to those who are participating in those groups, and those who are working to run them and keep them up and operational. Oh, okay. Just got picked up by some humongous bats. I think that means we're changing topics a little bit. So it's time for some playtime. Okay. So GeekBeacon is not just free software. That's my main background, but it's also about games. So let's also talk about gaming as well as free software, and there are some differences to what the gaming community needs in their software to what the gaming community needs in their community versus what we kind of traditionally have in the free software side of things. For the most part, my text editor does not need a story, does not need world building, right? So there's story devs and the plot writers, the world builders who are going through and building the environment, building the story that you're playing with. Consistency auditors who are going through and making sure that gameplay makes sense as you move from one goal to another. If you've been looking for the ring of whatever and you've gotten the ring of whatever, now it says that you have the ring of whatever instead of reminding you to go get it, things like that. You also have voice actors and sound effects and composers and musicians, people who are going through and creating the sounds and the audio part of the game as well. And then, especially for those of you that like the twitchy games, you've got your hardware and driver developers who are giving you more triangles per second from your video cards, and the accessory engineers who are reducing lag for accessories like mouse, keyboard, controller, and so forth. And also, on the gaming side, mappers. I don't necessarily need to lay out a map in multiple levels for my text editor, or even a web browser, right? But mappers are important to gaming, so as you're moving from one point to another in the game, you've got a map that's consistent and helps you drive the game forward. So even if the map is you're in a maze of twisty passages all alike. Let me try that again. You are in a maze of twisty passages all alike. All right, there we go. And wrong key. All right, and then also, for extra pieces on there, let's not forget the doctors and physical therapists who help us treat controller thumb and other e-sport injuries that we might get, right? And the beta testers who are sacrificing their time and their energy to go test the games for us, right? Especially those who've gotten a job and have to show up to work, which might be the TV in their living room because, working from home and all that, right? But those who have to sacrifice by showing up and playing games all day long and finding out if there are bugs and get to the end and see how give us ratings and stuff. So thanks to those who are truly, truly sacrificing in order to help the rest of us, right? And then I'm a free software person, so I'm going to talk about those as well. I want to bring up a couple, or just mention quickly a couple of free software games that have been important to me and my family. Super Tux Kart, SGT Puzzles. So that's Steve, I have a note here somewhere, his game, or Simon Tatham's portable puzzle collection. And that's available through F-Droid for Android as well. But those are a bunch of nice games, text-based that are easy to throw in and just give you a little bit of amusement. And then Frets on Fire for a music playing game. And then also say something about the emulator devs who are creating emulators so we can continue playing old games or games that are available on different physical hardware, so we can port that from place to place. On the Linux side of things, that's obviously really important for me because we do a lot of porting from hardware to hardware. But I also know I have a lot of friends who are really into retro gaming and benefit from those emulator developers. Appreciate that. And I've been eaten by a wombat. But this brings up an important part, especially for somebody who is as terrible at games as I am, is the respawn. So here, it gives me the opportunity to go back into the cave system, not just continue playing a game, but continue playing in the same cave system I was in. I can do okay with this, but if I'm playing video games, yes, I use respawn is definitely one of the major features I use in that gaming system. All right. Now, for gaming, one of the ways that you can support it is you can go buy the game, right? That's one of the places they make their money. Video gaming industry is huge. Big gaming companies make a lot of money. Even smaller gaming companies can make quite a bit of money. But on the free software side of things, we don't really do that. You don't go buy a copy of Vim. You don't go buy a copy of Firefox. So we can download those and get those for free. So how are some of the ways we can do that? And also for our free software games, and even some of this might even apply to your independent gaming companies, even on the proprietary side, the same type of model. So one of the ways is you can do donations. You can do one-time donations if they've got a way to do that. But you can also do recurring donations with like Open Collective, where the developer or the project can set up an account with them, and then Open Collective takes care of the payment gateway and stuff like that, and doing the recurring payments. Software Freedom Conservancy can also do that type of thing. They do a little bit more with that. They'll also help build more of that formal legal structure that you need to the project might need to interact with other companies, with with governments and so forth. And they can also help with hiring people. If you're bringing in enough money, you can actually hire somebody, put somebody on the books. Helping with funding projects, whether that be donations for hardware, or for money for hardware or hosting, or for putting on a conference or travel, things like that. And software in the public interest, similar type of thing. It's been around for a long time. I've been donating to Debian through that for 15 plus years. So they also provide a little bit more background for that organization, and take some of those requirements off of the volunteers who are running the project, and I appreciate that. Debian still has plenty of paperwork that they do on their own side for their own how they run the organization, but now they don't have to worry about by being able to work with another entity. The other entity can work with the legal aspects of things. And again, we can set up recurring donations with those organizations, umbrella organizations. All right, the humongous bats are back, and I am changing topics again. But this time, I'm moving over to Artist Spotlight of David Ravoy. So David is the artist and creator behind Pepper and Carrot webcomic. He creates that and releases it under a Creative Commons license. We can go to the website and read them. Nice comic. I enjoy it. The family enjoys it. He started his free software drive with working on Blender projects. If you're familiar with them, he worked on a couple of their movies. And then he learned about Creative Commons, about free software, and wanted to do more with that. And he started Pepper and Carrot. Pepper and Carrot is created on Krita, which is a free software digital drawing program, which is part of the KDE desktop. So not only does David use that for his art, but he also releases workshops and tutorials. And he'll do speed drawings, and so he'll show you the techniques he's using for creating different illustrations. In fact, recently he's been doing that for most of the illustrations he's been releasing, which is fantastic. He also releases brushes that he uses with his tablet, and he does testing on different hardware tablets, on different hardware styluses and things like that, and gives KDE and Krita feedback on how they're working, which is a great service actually to the community, so that it makes it to where we have more hardware we can buy that will be supported and have the features that the artists want to have. Now, one of the ways of supporting him is he has a shop. You can go buy things. So I have a face mask that I got that's got the pepper and carrot logo on here. I've also got another one with a illustration from one of the pepper and carrot episodes. And I've picked up a couple of books. So he released these as the series as actual books that we could buy. And I really enjoy being able to open up the books and read them and reread those with my family. He did a great job. It's a labor of love for him. I don't think he's really making money off of it. But I thank him for the work, and because I've been able to enjoy having those and getting to go through those with my family. I've got other things, some postcards and posters. Kid's got a pepper and carrot hoodie, but is wearing that at school right now. So, a variety of different things are available. And you can also sign up to do normal monthly sponsorships with him. And the way he does it, actually, he doesn't take the sponsorship monthly. He takes it when a new episode of Pepper and Carrot comes out, which can be several months in between because it takes time to develop the story, takes time to go through and make the initial drawings and then go do with filler. And he also works with the community. And this is... Today I'm talking about community. So this is one of the important parts of the way he is interacting with us. He has, as I said, released it under Creative Commons, and he encourages others to go through and, make derivatives. He'll even post and repost derivatives that people make. But he also has a group that are working on the wiki so they can go through and help define, or not define, but to document the world that he's created. They also help with translations. So when a new episode of Pepper and Carrot comes out, it's available in 12 languages. In the end, he's got 40 plus languages that are supported. So that's great that we've got that. He does speak multiple languages, but not 40. So that is a community effort to make those other languages available. And then there's also one of my friends is working on an RPG based on Pepper and Carrot. And that person, due to personal reasons, needed to step back a little bit and would like some help. So if you're interested in helping make an RPG based on Pepper and Carrot, let me know and I'll put you in touch, right? It's community work. It's not just, yes, David is the center of what we're doing, but there's a large community behind that. And that's his success, that he's gone through and encouraged it and built that. And because of that, that's how I found out about it. So thank him for working with the people, the fans, and building a community rather than just building a product. Now, my story, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm doing a lot, working with Linux and engineering, different layers, mostly sysadmin, but development, managing. That's what I'm doing now. And I've been able to do that for a couple decades now. The year of the Linux desktop was a long time ago for me. It's pretty well the only desktop I've ever had. And it's pretty well the main system it is the main system I work on for work. And has mostly been the only thing I've worked on in the last 15, 20 years. So I've been able to make a career out of that, which is great. Gotten lots of jobs. But also, I've built a lot of great friendships and gotten geek time out of it. So friendships are important to community. And then also just getting time to do the thing I enjoy, right? If you're a really big fan of something, it's nice to have time for that. I'm a really big fan of what it is I do, and really enjoy to have that type of a geek time, just playing around. And then if I also get paid for it, that's even better, right? Okay. But I didn't start out with a bunch of knowledge. I started off with somebody who didn't really know what he was doing. And early on, I had been doing stuff with Linux or with Unix for a while, and I'd gotten Linux installed, but I still didn't really know what I was doing. And I found a mailing list for people who were new to the system, back when the whole system was new. And one of the things I noticed on that list was there was a lot of people posting multiple times a day the same question over and over again. One of those questions was, how do I find out what my IP address is? If config, right? But for those of us that were new, that was a revelation. So I learned that. But I noticed that not only were the questions getting asked multiple times a day, but they were getting answered, and often getting answered by the same people. And some of those people were also answering much more complex questions, things that I didn't understand, things that I certainly couldn't answer. And I thought, okay, well, to free time up for them to answer those things, I'll take on some of these easy questions. So the next time somebody asked, hey, how do I find my AP address? I responded with ifconfig as quick as I could. And I learned that way by parroting the answers that were consistently being given by other people. So that helped my development, also helped the community, because now the people have questions are getting answers, and also the people that have more extensive knowledge are having more time to answer the things that require more extensive knowledge. After a while, I've got here Alan Cox. I noticed who Alan Cox was, because you would back in the day, you had to compile the kernel all the time. And I saw his name in the source code all over the place, and the credits all over the place. And yes, from my perspective, he had much more important things to do than telling people how to run ifconfig. Please continue working on those drivers. Continue improving the kernel and the network drivers that I am dependent on. I very much appreciate the work that he was doing and the work that he continued to do. So definitely, let me help, right? Let me do the little thing, the little smidgen of stuff that I have. Let me do that. Another name that I saw a lot was Patrick Folkerding, the creator and maintainer of Slackware, the distribution I was running at the time. Yes, please work on the distribution. Work on getting that next release out. Appreciate that, all the effort you're putting in, man. And then Donald Becker was another one. He was one of the creators behind Beowulf clusters. This was network-based clusters, so you would take a bunch of systems and network them together, and then split the load up between them. And this is in the days before we had VMs in Linux, before we had containers, before we had OpenStack, before we had Kubernetes, before we had Hadoop and other things for MapReduce, right? Before all those things, we had Beowulf. We had a single CPU computer talking to another single CPU, or multiple single CPU computers as clusters. And he was one of the ones that was helping us get multi-CPU support. We didn't even have multi-CPU back then, right? So again, much more important things to do than just helping random people on the internet find out what their IP address was. And their work has been helpful. So Slackware is still around. Alan Cox shepherded the kernel for years and was really important for for development. Maintain the kernel for the long-term kernel, and then the Beowulf clusters. The supercomputers that are out there now have long been all Linux based. All the main supercomputers are based on Linux, and that is derivation of the work that Becker did back in those days. So thank them for the work they were doing. I'm glad. I don't know if I really helped, but it felt good to try, right? But that was all online, mailing lists. I was on a bunch of different mailing lists, news groups, and participating in a bunch of things online. And then I started going to. I thought I need to go to a meeting that's local, right? We had a couple of groups. And I kept missing it. I'd work late and forget about it. And I finally went. And the time I went was to see John Mad Dog Hall. No idea who it was. Didn't know. Just this is the guy. I'm going to be there. Well, it turned out he was there to talk, among other things, but to talk about community, talk about participation, talk about what he got out of the community. And I learned a lot, and I was inspired what he had to say. I learned years later about how important he was for building the Linux community, which he was kind of in the midst of doing back when I saw him then. If you haven't seen his 50 years of Unix, I suggest going to see that. He gave that at Ohio Linux Fest a couple of years ago. It's one of the other conferences that the GeekBeacon community has sponsored. So I really suggest going and looking at that. Looking at just not just Unix, the history he gives you there, the community, but also the role that he played in helping build the Linux community, the free software community that we have today. So that was inspiring. And then afterwards, we hung out and talked, and I got to talk with a whole bunch of other sysadmins and other people that liked what I do. And I was like, I found my people. This is what I've been looking for. And I had some of that at work, but it was not as wide of a variety. People that were working on things I'd never heard of. People were working on hardware that I could only dream of working on, because back then it was $1 million boxes and stuff like that. And I got to learn a lot. Talk about different services that I wasn't running and how they work. That's the most. If it's the thing you like, finding the other people, the other fans, and having a chance to talk to them and really dive into the weeds, it was a fantastic experience. And I thought, okay, I need to do more, right? So I did start going to meetings on a regular basis. We had another, and that part of it where we're talking afterwards at a conference, we call that the hallway track. It's the title of the slide. And it's kind of as you go from one presentation to another presentation, you walk down the hallway and you bump into people and you say hi and you find out what they're doing, and you get a lot from the hallway track at a conference. While you're here, talk on the chat channels and get to know other conference participants, right? So you get a lot out of that hallway track, and it is really important to building the community. Now we also have a different type of hallway. And this is a map from NetHack, a text-based rogue adventure game, and there's a bunch of hallways going from room to room. But back to the hallway track for conferences and stuff. After going to the Sysadmin Guild, I thought I need to finally make it out to my local Linux user group as well. So I finally made it to one of their meetings and had a talk. Again, I learned a bit from the talk. I appreciated that. And after the talk was done, we kind of split up into the hallway track, and they said, "Oh, we're gonna have a kind of a sub meeting for people who'd like to volunteer for the organization." And I thought, I can help out. And if I tell them I'm going to help out, I'm more likely to actually remember to show up next time because I promised to do stuff, right? So that's actually how I got started working with the lug. One of the things I did early on was help with speaker wrangling, trying to find people to come in and give a talk. Beautiful part about that is even if they say no, many of them did say no and never did come talk for us. But even if they say no, I get a chance to talk to them, and I get a little bit out of that conversation and learn about the things they're doing, the things that I wanted to ask about. Many people did say no, or say no. Some people did say yes. Many said no. Some people said yes. Some people said yes eventually. It took me about 10 or 15 years to get a friend of mine to do a presentation for us. But then he did some great presentations for us. And I'm really was glad I continued gently reminding him year after year that, hey, it'd be nice if you come in and talk about that. And then I've been participating in that group. I've been the chairman for it for 20 years now. So I've been participating. Now, I will suggest if you're working with a local group like that, again, we're having the presentation, and then some of us would talk afterwards. We get that hallway track part going, right? The problem with that is it's kind of late at night, starting usually about 9 o'clock at night. And some people have, actually sleep or, do the day job and things like that. And so they couldn't hang out and talk so much at that time. So I started Stammtisch, which is a social group. We skip the presentation, go straight to a restaurant and hang out and eat food and talk geek, right? And having both of those in our local community really has been important. Some people only go to one, but many of us go to both, and it's kind of helped keep the community going as one or the other wanes here and there, but we keep going back, and they drive each other. It gives us the social component, but it also gives us the as I say, the geek time where we get the presentations doing deep dives into different topics. Now, my gaming history, I had a VIC-20 and a Commodore 64, right? Didn't have consoles. We had an Archon, which was a chess game where you actually had to battle the other characters in order to win the space you were trying to take. And we had a game, I think it was called Choplifter, because like Hollywood, video games don't necessarily pay attention to physics. So this was a game where you were flying into through a dark cavern trying to rescue people without hitting them with your blades. Yeah, that's not very realistic. But I will have to say that even there, I did not last much longer than the actual helicopter would for trying that, because, again, I suck at video games. I did later get a Wii U as an adult. Wii U's have been out for quite a while before I got that. But in there, I mostly played the games where you were active, so the sports and the things like that, where you're getting up and moving rather than the video game side of things. But there are some other games that have been important for me, and I want to use a game spotlight to talk about a free software game called Super Tux Kart. It's available under Linux and BSD, probably other places as well. It's available on Android through F-Droid. And this is a very simple kart game. You can go left, right, fast, slow. There's a little bit more to it, but for beginners, that was great. So with kids and stuff, it was a great, easy game to start with. When you get completely off the track, there's an eagle that shows up and picks you up and brings you back in. And then also the impressions on that. So the mascots that are used for that, the characters that are used from that, are from free software projects. If you do well enough, you can unlock the Pepper character, so you can drive as Pepper. But you've also got Tux, the Linux penguin, which I've got in various places around here behind me. You can get Puffy, which is important for me on the BSD and the OpenSSH side of things. You can also get Conky from KDE and Kiki from Krita. Said it earlier. So a bunch of different free software projects. So if I'm going to have kids getting impressions on different things, I'd rather have them get that from free software than some proprietary ecosystem. Now, technology for everybody, I think this is actually really important. I've talked about, a little bit about translations, internationalization, getting to work for the environment that you're in. For translations, if the software isn't available in the language that somebody speaks, it's going to be more difficult for them to use. Right? If you've got a game that has a story arc, and the story arc is all in a language that you don't speak, you're not going to know what's going on. I mean, you might still enjoy it just running around bashing into things, but if you really want to follow the story, it helps if you can understand the story. And then making it accessible. Some specifics for that will come up in a little bit, but also not just like making accessible on, take the software to where the people are instead of requiring the people to come to where we are. If the only thing they have, the only computing device they have is a phone, then we need to make sure that the software is available on a phone. If the only place that they can use is a really old box that they've got somewhere, we want to make sure it works on a really old box or on a slow network connection, right? And then accessibility for people that have special needs, people that have sight problems. We need to make sure that it'll work with for people that can't see what the screen is. So there's accessible, there are things there. Free software side of things, we really have been working on accessibility. We've got a long way to go, right? We definitely have issues still, but there is a lot of effort being put into it, and we're trying to help. If you're interested in that, please help different free software projects so that we can improve accessibility, because our goal really is to make our software available and usable by everybody. All right, so people, speaking of going through and making it usable and accessible to everybody, distros is a really important part of it, distributions, that is. So I've got here Debian, OpenSUSE, Fedora, and Arch Linux, or different Linux distributions. And things that the distributions do is they bring all that software together and put it in one place so it's easy to get. You can install the distro and you've got a Linux-based system. But not only are they putting that together, they're making it work together so that when you have a library that multiple pieces of software use, they all know they can all use that particular version that you've got installed. And then they're also tracking all that software for security updates or other types of updates, but especially security updates, and bringing those in so they're easy to get. On my system that I'm doing this presentation from, I've got 2,500 packages installed. I am not tracking 2,500 packages to find out if they have security updates. Thank you to the Debian developers and the distributed Debian community that is tracking that together so that we can all benefit from it. I appreciate that. I've used Debian, SUSE, and Red Hat-based distributions like Fedora in the past. I haven't actually really used Arch Linux much until recently. We'll get to that later on, but first, I want to use Arch as an example for documentation. Now, the documentation is important. In free software, we have some great documentation. We have some places that need some help, but we also have some places that have great documentation. It's difficult because on different distributions, you might have different versions of a package available. Somebody might be running an old distribution that hasn't been updated. So it gets to be complex, but we still have some great documentation. One of the shining examples of that is the Arch Wiki. As somebody who's never used Arch, I have learned a lot from their wiki. I appreciate the effort that they've put in to creating the documentation, to maintaining it, to helping document how things work, to help document how to get around bugs. A lot of effort has gone in from that community. They've made that an important part of how they work, and I appreciate it. I have, as I say, I have benefited. I know a lot of people have benefited. When I go searching for documentation on how to do something, if I see an ArchWiki link, that'll be one of the first things I choose. So thank you to everybody that's worked on that over the years. Oh, but I died of dysentery. All right. So let's talk about a community spotlight. And this, maybe I'm playing to the home crowd a little bit here, but I'm going to talk about GeekBeacon. So we're here at the GeekBeacon Festival. That's a conference being put on by the GeekBeacon community. Now the community, you've got Nixie, who helped found and the CEO and stuff, but you've got many other people within the community that are doing things. For me, last year, CS Geek was doing the speaker wrangling, making sure that I had my presentation done on time, that I'd signed the paperwork that says they're allowed to record and put and post copies of it, and kept following up and making sure that I was ready and that I had the resources I need. This year, David was one doing that for me. Thank you to both of them for helping me make sure I was in the shape I needed to be in order to be here to present for you. But they're not the only members of the community. In fact, y'all have a thing called Squirrel Army. 3 people do not an army make. So the Squirrel Army is the entire community. All of you working on that, all of you inspiring this conference, the people who are working directly on the conference, and the other amazing things that you do as a community. The conference is certainly not the only thing. But when I went and looked at the GeekBeacon site, one of the first things I saw, and something that you got in big font, easy to see, was 4 tenets. Those were open source, mental health, accessibility, and social good. And I thought that was fantastic. Obviously, the open source, the free software side of things goes to me. That's my background, right? But you also had mental health and accessibility. And for GeekBeacon Fest last year, you had 2 days, and the second day was dedicated to mental health and accessibility. I learned a lot from those presentations. I really enjoyed them. I sent off to the team when I had to go through and tally what I'd done for conferences and stuff for work last year. It turned out I'd watched more GeekBeacon presentations than for any other conference I go to, some of which are like 5 days. So thank you very much for not for just having it, but having that focus. And I see that within the community. I see that within the members that I've interacted with. I see that within the projects you're all working on. So thank you for that focus. We do need more of that. Even in the free software community, the conferences we have, I don't know of any other conference that I participate in that puts an effort onto mental health and accessibility like GeekBeacon does. Thank you very much. Now those 3, open source, mental health, and accessibility, I think those all fall into social good, but I'm glad to see social good listed, right? Yes, we could be doing open source, but for social evil, right? Or social neutral for those that go that direction, right? But I'm glad to see that not only are we saying we're gonna focus on these, but we're gonna focus on doing something positive with them. So thank you to the community for all the things you're doing, and then particularly for me right now, for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to you. Both last year and this year. There are other speakers. Now, one of the things that you can do to say thank you is not necessarily just to say thank you, but actually to take something from what their presentation is and learn from that and use that as you go about your life. All right, user spotlight. I want to talk about Karen Sandler. Karen Sandler is a software developer who decided to go to law school, and she eventually became a cyborg lawyer. She didn't start off as a cyborg lawyer. She's just a lawyer. But she has a heart issue that requires her to have a pacemaker defibrillator. Defib, like in the movies and stuff where they're like clear and defib, right? So she's had that go off a couple times when it wasn't supposed to. I bet that hurts. I bet it hurts when it's supposed to, but it's really not good when it's not supposed to. One of the first things she asked when she found it out she needed that was, can I see the software? And the doctor she was talking to said, the what? As it turns out, no, she can't see the software. The manufacturer won't let her. Won't let anybody see the software. And that has life or death consequences on her. She can't audit that to see what it is. And as a woman, that pacemakers aren't tested on that much. As a younger woman, again, is not in the normal group that pacemakers are tested on. And for a bit there, also a pregnant younger woman. Again, not much testing on there. And because of those circumstances, she had problems with her pacemaker, including shocking her when it didn't need to shock her while she was pregnant. And then also a couple times while she was walking upstairs, it thought her heart was beating too fast because blood's going through more body right here. And so it almost caused her to pass out on the stairs. And had she been able to have access to the configuration files, that might have helped. She might have been able to alleviate that because there's a configuration option for it. But she didn't have access. So that lack of access, the lack of being able to audit a device that she depends on had negative consequences for her. If you haven't seen her talk about it, I really do recommend doing that. She does a much better job of telling her story than I do. A few years ago, she did a keynote for LinuxConf Australia, LCA. This is from when I talked to over there. So if you get a chance, go look at that. I really recommend it. She's done a talk at a bunch of other places, including talking with other groups that are working on the open pancreas for folks with diabetes and stuff. But I recommend checking at least her LCA talk, if not finding something else, so you can hear her story from her. Now, next is Gukis. Gukis was a luminary in the German Linux environment society. And I say was because, unfortunately, we lost him a year ago this month. He had a sudden health problem and died fairly quickly after finding out about the health problem. Was a shock to the community. But for me, and this is for the community as well. So let me say, so Gukis had done a lot of documentation on basic Linux use and on how to set up your RC files, and how to do basic things. He was the creator of Vim Tutor, if you've ever used that. He was one of the maintainers for Vim. But he had done a lot of things within the community, both documentation-wise and also helping people. He was well-known. He lived in Berlin, well-known for helping people find places to stay, letting them stay with him when they were in town for a conference or an event, and very much a mover of the German free software community. I'd never met him. But I had benefited from him. He's one of the stepping stones for me getting started. Me getting started as a geek and learning about computers to begin with, and definitely for me to be able to get the jobs that I was able to get. I got because of things I could learn from the documentation he created and just put out there. Right? He didn't go, hey, I'm going to write something for Hans. He had no idea who I was. But a few years ago, I was at a German conference giving a presentation. I found out he was going to be there, so I made sure to go find him so I could say thank you. And I was embarrassing. It was fanboy, so thank you very much. You did all this stuff for me. I'm not certain he actually appreciated it, but I'm glad I got a chance to do that because I can't now. And that's kind of the point for this, is if you get a chance to say thank you to somebody in the community, especially somebody that's helped you, please do, because you might not get that chance again. All right. All right, supporting their work. How do we participate? So in the community, we can work with documentation. I've talked about that a couple times. Translations are important. Again, making the software, making the game available, or making the maybe not even the game if it's something you can't change the game, but you can make sure that the community information and wiki is available in different languages if you speak multiple languages. Testing, going through the beta testers I made fun with earlier, right? But also testing software that comes through. And then within the community, one thing that kind of gets overlooked is bug triaging. So for free software, a group has a place to report bugs, and they really can generally use help with volunteers coming in and triaging those. So triage is, you go and look and say, you get a bug's reported. Do you already have that bug reported from somebody else? Is this a duplicate? Okay, now we can add those. We can combine those together so it can be treated once. If it's something that's new, it's a novel bug that we haven't seen before, go and see if you can reproduce it. If you need more information from the person that reported, go ask for more information, and go do those things that don't require as much in-depth knowledge. So don't require the Alan Cox and Patrick Folkerdings to hover in and come take care of it. Help with those, so that when it does get to the developers, or does get to the people who need to know the ins and outs of the program better, that some of that work has been taken care of so they can concentrate on the actual problem. Now, maybe also through doing this, you get to be a better developer, or you are a developer. You can also help with development, of course, right? So there's lots of places to help, including PR, public relations, as I mentioned, community managers helping with the community, both for the community talking to developers and also for the project talking to the rest of the world. So I mentioned being able to speak at GeekBeacon Fest last year and enjoying the conference and enjoying very much the presentations that you all had on the second day. I want to highlight one of those and the company behind it. So Ebon Sky Studios, if you haven't heard the interview, it was an interview with two of the developers of the company. If you haven't heard the interview, go listen to it. The recording is available. I just actually listened to it a little bit earlier again. And their goal is to produce high-quality audio games for the blind community. So the two people that they were interviewing last year are both blind and can't see the games. And so they've talked about some of the games that are playable by the blind, so that you can get audio clues to what's going on. And they were talking about a space game where you can, if you use headphones, you can hear them hear the Space Invader on the left, and you can hear the Space Invader on the right to see if they're on either side, and then you can kind of hear in both ears if they're in front of you. So that's an accessibility issue, but then they're also going through and creating games where you can follow along with audio clues, or throughout the game. And they're creating a game for that, but they also thought, hey, what if we create an engine? So they created the Sable engine so that others can create games as well. And it's really inspiring. And as I say, I recommend giving it a listen. I'm glad to see that type of opportunity be out there. I'm certain it's a lot of work, and getting funding for it and all that is still difficult. It's not like they can just say, oh, we're going to give up everything and go work. So also, if this is important to you, maybe find a way to help support them and the work that they're doing, and spread the news for those that might find that interesting. So supporting their work, purchasing. Well, in the case of games, a lot of that's pretty easy. Go buy the game, right? Especially for those that are coming in as commercial entities. But on the free software side of things, or on games where even like a game might be free to play, even though it's not necessarily free software, paying, you might find a way to pay the company even if it's free to pay, make a donation or buy something from them. Well, one of the things you can buy is swag. Speaking of the mug I'm using right now, it's from GeekBeacon Fest last year that I bought. So you can buy swag from the group. If it's a game, I mentioned Steam. I'll get to that in a little bit. So you can buy the game. Humble Bundle, it gives you an opportunity to buy games they do as groups or as individuals. Generally as a discount, and generally going through to help a charity as well. So that they do both. They do bundles for books, audiobooks and ebooks, mostly ebooks, and then they also do video games, so you can buy things through them. Those are important for me as a Linux user because they're DRM free. I'll get to that in a little bit, so I can use them and read them and listen to them on any device I want to. I don't have to ask for their permission. You can also help fund project development. So, for instance, if Ebon Sky Studios is saying, hey, we want to get the next release of Sable out, would you donate towards that particular project? So you can help with things before they're available. You can donate and say thank you afterwards. So for Pepper and Carrot, he gets the money after he releases a new edition. But you could also then say, I want to go through and promote beforehand. So like Blender does a lot of that. They do the Blender movie. They take donations to help build the next version, and they work on the next version of the software while they're also making a demonstration film using those new features. You can also do public money, public code. This is more of a thing in Europe right now, although it should be a worldwide thing. If the government is paying for software, that's using our money to pay for it, then we should ask that it be public code, that it be free software available to everybody, especially so that our tax money doesn't pay for it multiple times. In the U.S., we don't want one state to pay for it and then another state to pay for it, another state to pay for it. We only built it once. Why are they getting paid 3 times, right, or 50 times? And then open standards. And as users, we can choose to use software that supports open standards and avoid software that doesn't support open standards. Even if it's proprietary software, we can say if it needs to work with open standards, because then that gives everybody their choice. My favorite chat thing is still IRC. Part of it is because there's so many clients available. They're all free software, but I can choose the client that works the way I want it to work, and other people can choose other clients that work the way they want them to work. And I like to have that choice, and I use different clients on different systems depending on how I'm using it. So I like to have that variety. I only get that if we have open standards so that multiple projects can work together. That also leads into freedom to modify. So this is important for me as free software. I'm going to use Firefox as my example. The way I use Firefox, and a friend of mine, we've known each other for decades, use Firefox. We know exactly what a web browser should do, and both of us use it completely differently. I mean, yeah, we click on links, but there's a lot of other things that go into using a web browser, especially nowadays. And one of the features of free software is we have different developers also want to use it different way. So that it encourages them to make it configurable so we can do it the way we want. Not just the one true way that some person in a turtleneck decided everybody should have. No, I want to use it the way I want to use it. I don't care about his clothing choices, right? So in my case, Firefox, I use UMatrix as an add-on that blocks JavaScript and cookies. It's pretty technical. Most people shouldn't be using that. They should be using uBlock Origin. They're both from the same developer, and they should also be using uBlock Origin because UMatrix is end of life and it's going to stop working properly at some point. But I haven't yet got uBlock Origin to have the fine finesse of things I want to have. Now, if you want to see the importance for those, use the Lightbeam add-on for Firefox, and with ad blockers and cookie blockers and all that stuff turned off, go visit pretty well any U.S. retail company's website and just scream horrified from all of the trackers that are going on there and all the different places that are tracking you on that website. And then turn all those blockers back on and reset, please. Now, on the game side, we have mods. Now, the free software stuff we can mod because it's free software. We can go through and make our own derivatives. But on the non-free software side of things, sometimes those engines become free software, and then we can get that. A lot of the games that we have on Linux are based on formerly proprietary engines that were then released later on as free software, so we could go through and make our own games based on them, thanks to the developers, thanks to the companies that released those engines. But also, even without that, you have a lot of games that allow mods, whether that be level creators and things like that. And I find that you have some really good communities for the companies that are doing that. They're not just spitting something out and telling people, take what we gave you. They are working with the community, building the fan base, and learning from them what are the things that you want to see. And maybe years later, they're still learning and working on that. One of the easy ways to do that for them is to allow fans to go through and create their own versions, create their own levels. So I think that's fantastic. I don't know, and I should check. Did Ebon Sky or somebody else create an audio-only level for some of these games? All right, owning your data. Now, this is also important for me as a free software advocate and as a privacy advocate. One of the ways of doing that is, I'm going to highlight a couple, is Nextcloud. So Nextcloud is a cloud service that you can run. You can do picture syncing. You can sync your address book off your phone. You can go through and do file sharing off of those. And then you can also do things like, it's got a password management tool. It's got a web forms tool. I'm using that for conferences that I'm running where people need to sign up. Federation, they're working with the Fediverse. We'll get to in a bit. They work with Collabora Online, so you can have online spreadsheets and documents. And then they have a Kanban board. I've actually been using the heck out of that recently. So Kanban for project management, tracking the tasks that I'm doing for a couple different conferences, making sure I get those done. One of the nice things about it is I can run it myself. apt get install Nextcloud, and I've got a Nextcloud instance. Wait a few seconds and do some other stuff. But I can run that at home. Or what I'm doing is I'm actually paying somebody, an ISP, to run an instance for me that's out on the net. They're now mostly taking care of, because I look at some of this stuff too, but they're mostly taking care of the security for me. They're also mostly taking care of updates and making it work with different things, so that, for instance, the version of Nextcloud I have and the version of Collabora Online I have are the versions that work well together. So I thank them for that. It makes it available on the internet so I can use it and point other people at it without having to put open holes in my firewall. Now here at home, one of the systems I have, one of the systems up over here is Home Assistant. And that allows me to control smart devices, also known as spy devices, from within my network without them reaching out to the internet. One of the keys for that is the Tasmodo's firmware. You can go install that on a lot of pieces of hardware, or you can do like I did. I bought from a company that repackages stuff, and they flash it with the Tasmodo firmware. And the key for the Tasmodo firmware is it's allowing the device to talk to a local server rather than going out to some licensed server somewhere else. I don't need some third party to know whether or not I'm turning my lights on and off. I don't need to be able to have to ask them whether or not I can turn my lights on or off. There's a school in Boston right now where they're using smart stuff, and the company they were working with went out of business or something. They can't get to the site anymore. The lights have been on for months, costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're having to go through and recreate the software so they can be able to turn the lights off in the school. Just ridiculous. I want stuff that I can control in my house that is not reporting me out somewhere else. And thanks to the people who are working on those projects for us, right? Now, supporting our freedoms. I mentioned free software a couple times. Specifically, I want to talk about copyleft, like the GNU General Public License or the Affero General Public License. Both of those have freedoms in there that require that if you give somebody a copy of it, that you give them the same freedom. So the freedom is to go through and study the code, look at the code. The freedom to go change the code. The freedom to share both the original and the changed versions of the code, so that I don't have to worry about somebody doing a bait and switch. Here's some really cool software, get me dependent on it, like the Tasmodo stuff, and then go, oh, but you can't have new versions, you have to come pay us, or you have to come ask permissions and look at licensing all the time. I also mentioned DRM, Digital Rights Management. Digital Rights Management is for the company. It's not for us. It is a way, again, of requiring a license to go look at something. Now, on a DVD player, the license is kind of in the DVD player itself, but there's others where the license is online, and if you can't contact that online license server, you can't get to the stuff you paid for anymore. So I recommend Libro FM for audiobooks, and then Humble Bundle, again, for ebooks, audiobooks, and video games to some extent. Now, for community-based systems, I'm really liking the Fediverse. As I mentioned, I'm still a fan of IRC, but Mastodon is a microblogging service that we can use, and we can. Federation is email, right? You can sign up for an account. You can email other people. Mastodon is the same type of thing. You can create an account. You can make posts for microblogs, so it depends on the thing, for about, let's say, 500 characters, so short posts. Other people can subscribe so they can get those from you. You can send direct messages, like an email type of thing as well. PixelFed is for picture sharing. And then PeerTube is for video, so we could take the video from this presentation and put it up on a PeerTube instance. But those all three are talking ActivityPub, so you can follow each of them. So if you're really into pictures, but you want to see whatever things I'm blathering about today on Mastodon, you could create a PixelFed account for sharing your pictures, and you could also then subscribe to my Mastodon account and get the things I've got, and vice versa, right? If you've got posting pictures I like, I can follow those from Mastodon and get those there, even though you're posting on PixelFed. Does it work perfectly? We're working on it, right? Things are getting better. MobileZone is a service for doing events, so we can, hopefully next year, we'll have GeekBeacon Fest on there, and we can use that. They don't quite have ActivityPub working, but they're the same people as behind PeerTube, so they've got experience. It's just a matter of getting there. And then Matrix is it's much more than this, but it is kind of like a modern IRC with security and emojis. So you can use that for communication, similar to as a chat server. All right. Product spotlight. I mentioned it already a couple times. Steam. So when they announced the Steam Deck, I was, as somebody who doesn't game, I really wanted to get one. First of all, it's Linux based. I mentioned I've recently started running Arch on this puppy. It's running Arch Linux. They're running Arch on there, so it's Linux based. Did a lot of work to get to work on improving drivers and other things within Linux, so they're giving back to the community. Before you could even buy it, they'd released a video on how to break it down physically, so you could go through and change components on it. So they are maybe not highly encouraging going through and taking them apart and changing things on there, but they're not discouraging it, and they're giving us the knowledge that we need in order to have that. So I really appreciate that. It's been popular in the family. Kid loves it. We play games on there. I mentioned I suck at video games. One of the ones that comes up a lot is Battle Block Theater, and my primary way of moving forward within the level is I die and regen up where the others are. So, but anyway, I think that they're working with the community to give us an environment, an experience that really works for us, and that we can support and self-sustain. All right. Thankfulness. So one of the primary ways we can say thank you to the developers of the games and the projects. Use it, enjoy it. That's why they made it. They didn't make it so it could sit in a closet somewhere. Well, okay, server software maybe, right? But they didn't make it so that it could be ignored. They made it because they had a need, and one of the reason they share it is that it might fit a need for somebody else. So please use it. That's one of the best ways of thanking somebody, even if they never find out about it, right? The other is promote it. If you've got software that you like, a game you like, let other people know in a positive way. Go through and promote it. That is a fantastic way of giving thanks to the developers, to the communities that are making these projects for us. Now, for credits, I want to give credit to our free software and gaming communities for what we built. Thank you very much for the effort that you do. After this today, be the awesome you want to see in the community. Please be kind, thoughtful, and inclusive. And, oops, hold on. Hey, who turned out the lights? Oh, I've been eaten by a grue. Well, as I'm recovering, please think about what it is you can do to say thanks to the community. Here are some resources from today. And then if you're interested in finding me, I'm fairly easy to find on IRC and Mastodon. Spiralray.com/talks is where my talks show up eventually. And then I've got some upcoming talks. I'll be talking about Nextcloud at Siegel in a few weeks. We're also doing Open Source Career Day. So if you're looking for a job and you're going to be in the Pasadena area, or if you're hiring and would like to help people who are looking for jobs, please swing by on Sunday, March 12th. And then also for upcoming conference and volunteer opportunities, I do a lot in the community. Scale, Open Source Career Day, we can use help. Please let me know if you're interested. Siegel is getting ready to organize for our hybrid conference in November. Again, let me know if you're interested. And of course, if you've enjoyed what you're seeing today, if you enjoyed GeekBeacon Fest last year, if you enjoy the other things that GeekBeacon does, volunteer within your community. GeekBeacon Fest 2024, I want to see another great conference. Thank you very much. Have a fantastic day.
All right, that was Der Hans giving a really great presentation. And now we've got a little ad read for you from our sponsor, Iode. They're a phone company offering privacy-focused open source mobile devices. They are a proud sponsor of GeekBeacon 2023, and they're a great fit for an event that celebrates open source tech and innovative ideas. Iode phones are run on an open-sourced Android-based operating system that block trackers from Google and many more actors to keep user data secure and private. Like us, Iode believes in the power of technology to empower people people, and they are dedicated to providing a phone service that respects user freedom. Thank you, EOD, for your willingness to connect with like-minded individuals and organizations, along with contributing to a community that values openness, collaboration, and creativity. You can find out more about EOD by visiting eode.tech. That's spelled IODE.TECH. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Andrew Eddy, to the virtual stage. Andrew is the CEO of Untapped Talent, a for-purpose social enterprise that's dedicated to unlocking the unlimited potential of the neurodivergent community. Andrew is working to develop a sustainable neurodiverse employment ecosystem that bridges the gap between universities, employers, and the neurodiverse community. With initiatives like Neurodiversity Hub and Be Your Best Academy, Andrew is providing life skills, training, and increasing opportunities for autistic individuals. Additionally, the Genius Armory platform is identifying and attracting a talented pool of autistic individuals in the cybersecurity field. So buckle up and let's give him a big round of virtual applause and help me welcome Andrew to GeekBeacon Festival 2023.
Hello, and thank you very much for having me on.
It's our pleasure, Andrew. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. It's summer down here in Melbourne, Australia, and we've got a beautiful blue sky out there.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Good to see you.
You as
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just start the presentation if we can bring up the first slide of the presentation. Thank you very much. So yes, so we started Untapped Talent about 5 years ago, and it was all about trying to change the narrative around autism and neurodiversity. And so if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to give a quick explanation of what is neurodiversity. So if we just jump forward a couple of slides. Neurodiversity is, and just go to the next one here. Neurodiversity is really about all of us. It describes the virtually infinite neurocognitive variability within the human population. It points to the fact that every human has a unique nervous system with a unique combination of abilities and needs. It is akin to biodiversity for the world's ecology, being the natural diversity of human brains. And this is the important point. There are some amazing neurodivergent people out there and in humanity's history, and they have been the key contributors to breakthroughs in our civilization. And without them, we wouldn't be where we are today. So within this overall neurodiversity, certain labels have been created for some neurovariations, such as autism, ADH, and dyslexia. And together, these neurominorities are referred to as neurodivergence. However, these are medical labels, and they're not silos. Many individuals have more than one neurovariation. So whilst about 1 to 2% of the population are autistic, 50 to 70% of those individuals are also ADHDers, and around 14% are also dyslexic. And it goes in the other direction as well. Overall, around 20% or more of the population are neurodivergent. Some would liken it to having the same computer hardware, but a different operating system. Neurotypicals get automatic upgrades and bug fixes and a manual. Neurodivergents have to download every component, so they're working on a different operating system, not getting the automatic upgrades, and it's up to them to keep checking for new updates, writing new code to make it work on their system, and still being expected to do the work or do the study that others are already doing. But one of the great strengths of being neurodivergent is the skilled ability to think differently to others. So if we jump to the next slide, thank you. So as I said, 5 years ago, we started this out, and I was trying to explain to people what I wanted to do, which is this whole thing around creating a neurodiverse employment ecosystem. And so what's on the screen here is what we talk to companies about and how we can work with companies to try and create this ecosystem. And we're really starting with finding companies who understand the value of diversity, but maybe haven't got into neurodiversity as yet. And we're talking to them about the opportunity of recognizing the neurodivergent individuals they already employ and how they can make it easier for them, and also the way in which they go to market and identify talent, attract talent, select, onboard, and promote talent that is neurodivergent to make to really access this whole untapped talent pool that's out there. So we're really looking at those organizations that have that opportunity, and then we're trying to work with them to identify the capability gaps there might be in the organization that we can fill by bringing in and accessing neurodivergent talent. We don't do an interview process. We use a virtual talent workshop to help identify people who maybe can come into the program. And we have a whole 3-year program that we can work with in the company to develop people's soft skills and their hard skills. We also provide training to the organizations, and we also assess the workplace to make sure it's more inclusive and ensure that the work or job design is appropriate. If you can jump into the next slide, please. So that's how we work with companies to create a structure that can be successful and work for companies. But we've also got to identify a talent pool that can come through, a talent pipeline that can come through into these opportunities. And so this is where we started the Neurodiversity Hub initiative back then, which was about creating a community of practice between universities and employers to make the whole experience for neurodivergent individuals more inclusive, and maybe encourage more of them to attend university. And it's a co-curricular program that we've co-designed, really trying to impact 3 areas where I think we can do better at college, university. One is around the pathways to college and university, and just creating those better pathways from school into there. Another is around the programs and scaffolding that we have for students to increase the chances of them completing their course and getting through their course. And the third area is the issue around not just doing your degree, but also during the course of your course or your degree, obtaining some sort of work experience, so you have a better chance of stacking up against others when you're vying for roles with companies. So that's what that's about. The other source of talent that we've created, or another pipeline we've created or channel, is Genius Armory. And Genius Armory is around cybersecurity. We've created a whole bunch of fundamental cybersecurity training, which can help people identify if that's an area of interest for them. And I'll talk a bit more about that later. If we go to the next slide, thank you. So having put this in place, and we've got quite a few universities and employers that are part of this, it's about encouraging autistic and neurodivergent individuals to participate in these programs at university, encouraging employers to be part of this. And then we're also linking in with other individuals and other sources of people who could be potentially benefit from these programs. And that's working with the disability employment service providers, which is what we call them in Australia, or the vocational rehab, which is what they're called in the US. So really working with them as well. And if we just jump to the final slide, or the next slide on this series, the other thing we're doing is working with universities to collaborate on, participate in, and fund research into this whole program, so that we can get something that just improves over time and is going to be a better outcome for these students. So if we go to the next slide. So the Neurodiversity Hub, as I said, is something that we started 5 years ago, and I'll go through some of the resources on there, but it's really about creating and curating a whole range of resources that could assist employers, universities, students, job seekers, and we've gone into other areas as well. It is about promoting that inclusion amongst students into university and employees into companies. Next slide, thank you. The other thing that we've done along the way is we've contracted with a number of neurodivergent writers and illustrators and editors to create the Be Your Best platform. And this is a whole range of courses, which I'll go through, but it's really written by neurodivergent for neurodivergent. And these are programs we make available to our trainees, but we decided to put them up on this platform to make them available to anyone in the world who wants to undertake these courses. So go to the next slide, thanks. I talked about Genius Armory, and this is the cybersecurity materials that we've created, and this is really about helping neurodivergent individuals identify whether cyber is an area of interest. We found that when we explained it to people, there seemed to be quite a lot of interest when they could understand the opportunity, and there's something like 52 different jobs out there that in the cyber area, so there's quite a lot of opportunity. If we go to the next slide, thanks. And the other thing we've just released is the high school's edition of cybersecurity of Genius Armory. And the idea here is that I want to not only have something that could help school leavers and high school students, university students identify whether cyber was an area of interest, but I wanted to go back earlier into high school and try and see if this is an area of interest for people back at the time when they're making choices about which subjects they want to stream into. So it's really pitched at secondary school, but maybe years 9 and 10 for those making choices on subjects. If you go to the next slide, thanks. The other thing that we're involved in is organising summits and conferences. So what's on the screen here is the last Autism Work Summit that we put on in Australia. It was a 2-day virtual summit. It had sessions with employers, employees, universities, and a range of others, advocates, and so on. It's all on Watchback. It's all available for anyone to watch. It's still all up there, and it's some fantastic materials. We've also worked with the University College Dublin to put on conferences with them. And we've done one 2-day conference with them back in December 2020. Last year we did a conference with them about neurodiversity and the legal system. And this is really looking at all aspects of criminal justice and the issues that exist between criminal justice system and neurodivergent individuals. And in a few months' time, we've got another conference with them, which will be on neurodiversity and mental health, which is quite an important topic. So these are all global conferences. We're picking up speakers from around the world, and it's available to anyone to watch. It's all free. And I'll show you the link to the next Autism Work Summit when I go through some screen sharing a bit later on. If we can go to the next slide, thanks. We also have a Facebook page, and we've got nearly 6,000 followers on that, and this is to do with the Neurodiversity Hub. And what we're trying to do is identify 10 or so articles a month, which we can push out through this medium to provide people with a whole set of materials on different topics that they can read if they like, or they can reshare with others, but just trying to pick out various articles, promote conferences, promote organizations, really trying to push the narrative around this. Next slide, please. So that's just my contact details down the bottom there, if anyone wants to make contact with me. And if we go to the next slide, I'm now going to do a bit of a tour of some of the websites. So if we can now enable the sharing of the websites, that would be great. Thank you. That's working, yes. So this is the Neurodiversity Hub website. On the front page, we've got a range of information about why we're doing this and what the objectives are and who are some of the organizations that are involved in this, community of practice. We've got a range of companies that have signed up. Some of these are in Australia, but you'll see some that you'll recognize as global names that have joined into this initiative. We've also joined with a bunch of universities in Australia and also in the USA, also in the UK and in Ireland. So there's some great collaborations happening. We've got a whole bunch of resources, as I indicated. We've been fortunate to have a number of internships over the years with people helping us out with doing this. And we've really created and curated a whole range of resources. And if I just maybe focus to start on the resources for higher education and job seekers. So we've got a whole section around transition to university, and this is a research-based set of materials that can help people understand that change when you go to university. I actually had my daughter review this a few years ago when she was just starting at university. And she came back to me and said, "This is great. I wish I'd had this before I started university." And it just made me realize that even though this is pitched at autistic individuals and neurodivergent individuals, it can help everybody. We've also got some other materials that other organizations in the US have put out about transition to university or about the programs that are available in higher ed. That's through College Autism Spectrum, College Autism Network, really trying to profile these organizations as a great source of information. We work with a whole bunch of universities. One of them is Marquette University, and they've provided us with these checklists that anyone could use as a way of understanding, the first day at university, first day of college, and what to expect. So there's a whole bunch of things that people have shared, which might inspire other universities to do similar things or whatever. B will come and talk about later. We've curated a financial literacy course, which is all free. So this is about learning more things about financial literacy and minding your money. We've created a guide for employer expos. So this is where someone's going to a careers fair and they're not sure what to expect. We've created this whole quite extensive document to take you through the whole process of how to prepare for that student expo, career fair, how to develop and respond to questions for the day. We've even put together a checklist. We thought it'd be useful to have a checklist so that if you're anxious and get caught up in the moment, you've got something to refer back to. And so if you print one of these checklists out for each conversation you have with people, this is a way to keep on track. And as you're talking to the employer representative, you can keep on track with what questions you want to ask and what you're looking for. And then this becomes a record of the conversation, and you can then use that in the next stage of this, which is following up with that employer. So really trying to give a soup to nuts approach of how to tackle careers fairs and employer expos. And this was something that we created. We had all these people you can see on the screen there around the world involved in developing this. So it went through many iterations. And it's just an example of this collaboration that we have in the Neurodiversity Hub. We've got some lived experience videos from autistic students that have been through university and the experience they had of this. And so there's some great YouTube videos that people can watch.
Andrew?
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Would you mind just control plussing or command plussing a little bit? I think it would be great for the audience to be able to really view it, and we aren't really able to see the text.
Okay.
So it's like the world's best teaser.
Okay, sorry. So just to make it a bit bigger.
Yep, you got it. So just command plus.
Yep. Zoom in. Is that better?
Let's see here. I'm gonna get out of here. That's wonderful. I can see that on stream. Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's better. Sorry about that.
No, you're
fine. So these lived experience videos from those who've been through university. Anxiety is a big area, and So we've created a thought piece around self-care and how you can maybe manage anxiety through connection, and some other links to resources from the Stanford project. We've got a grounding exercise booklet that my daughter put together. She's a graphic designer. She just put this together. It's an A4 that you can fold into an A7 and have in your pocket, and it's a way of getting back recentering yourself if you get into difficulty. And there's folding instructions there as well. I've got some great thought pieces around disclosure, whether it's disclosure at university or in the workplace, the pros and cons of sharing. And there's both Word versions of those, and there's also a PowerPoint version of one of those. So there's various resources there. We've got a number of other resources for success in the workplace, and one of them I just want to focus on is this job readiness workbook, and this is a 50-page downloadable PDF. And by the way, all the things I'm showing you are just free. They're fully available on the website, so anyone can just grab them. But this is something you can download onto your laptop, and then you can just start going through the exercises and start to type in your answers, and then you can save it and keep it as a record of your work on this. So you can go through this whole process of understanding yourself better, doing a career quiz, recording your work achievements to date, setting goals using the SMART framework, looking at the concept of transferable skills. So these are maybe not the technical skills, but skills that you can use in one job and then use in any other job you do, like time management or teamwork or other things like that, or listening. A guide to how to decipher a job advertisement. We've got things about creating a cover letter, addressing the selection criteria in the cover letter, creating your resume, and then we've got this section on the interview and preparing for the interview. And we promote the idea of the STAR template as a way of preparing for the interview. And we've then set out a bunch of common interview questions and giving you the chance to then type in responses and just practice how you would answer these questions in an interview situation. So you can see it's quite a comprehensive approach here, and our view is that if you can, work through this and complete this, you may well be in, feel a lot more confident as you go through a job experience or job interview process. So that's the job readiness workbook. We've got a guide here on soup to nuts on how to create your LinkedIn profile, and it's very comprehensive. Guide on dressing for success in the interview, and then tip sheets for working with HireVue, which is a video-based interview platform that you may well come across, and also a guide to using Zoom in an interview situation. We've had a number of neurodivergent individuals write little essays and experiences of their own for us, which we've included here. So these are just some interesting things that people might take heart from. And then we've highlighted links to specific resources for dyslexic individuals or ADHDers. And these are some great people around the world who are well known in these fields. There are other things to look at. We've also got this link to these map guides, which is this lady in the UK who's developed these guides to your life, and a way of getting through the challenges of life. And they're really beautiful maps. They fold out, and they've got some beautiful guides and ways to solve problems. So I encourage you to look at that. We've also got this link to DNA, which is a neurodivergent organisation in the UK that has catalogued A to Z of resources that can assist students and those in the workplace with assistive technology and so on. And everything on here at the base level is a free resource. And obviously you can then upgrade and do other things. But this is all things that anyone can use, and it just gives you a catalogue of things that might assist you in your studies or starting out in the workplace. So that's a quick run through of the resources that we have for students and job seekers. If we go back to the resources page, that's just one of the tabs I've been through. Then there's a whole lot of stuff for employers, for universities to how to help them become more neurodiverse friendly. We've got tips for COVID. There's stuff around mental health and looking at some of the issues that you might have been through. And there's some training we have, crisis plan, courses for improving suicide prevention at university. There's a MOOC there available for that. The impact of COVID's had and getting into autistic children and risk of suicide. So there's a whole range of stuff there. Then we've got a section on innovation and entrepreneurship. We had an intern put together a range of resources to assist those who were looking at this intersection between neurodiversity and entrepreneurship, and developing a whole range of resources that might assist people in their journey on if they want to go down this track of understanding the entrepreneurial mindset and the life cycle and create ideas and how to build a support network to be successful. And at the bottom there, we've got a presentation that was made at the Stanford Summit about this work, and at a conference in Dublin, and then also a project we did with a university here in Australia where they created a banking app for autistic individuals, and this is just a summary of the project that we worked on with them. So that's the entrepreneurship and innovation. I've also created a community of practice for architects and building designers. So we've profiled a bunch of practitioners around the world who focus on this area, and profiled them and their research and applications of their work in this site. So there's a whole bunch, and then we've got things for secondary school students, for school teachers, for primary school students. This is a project done in Melbourne where we work with some year 6 kids, and we gave them some information about neurodiversity, and then they created some guides that could help autistic kids with going to a restaurant, or apps that they could use to help them, or they did a video on how to calming techniques that can be used. So there's some interesting stuff there where we've had primary school kids create resource for autistic primary school kids. So it's a great little community practice there. So there's some of the resources on the hub. Another one to look at is we did a pilot with the Australian government and created a whole bunch of training for vocational rehab providers around this. One of the things we were asked to do was by some autistic individuals is to provide some more information about the workplace and understanding the workplace better. So we put together these 26 little videos or presentations on what happens in the workplace and what are some of how to explain some of the things that go on in the workplace. So for instance, this one here, I'll just pick what is small talk, why is small talk important at work, what are acceptable topics, what are topics maybe not to discuss, what are things to avoid, and then there's a little video there to watch. So that's just an example of one of these, and there's, as I said, there's 26 of these going into all sorts of different areas. So that can assist autistic individuals, neurodivergent individuals coming into the workplace and understanding how it works. It can also assist employers understanding some of the challenges that individuals may face. Under the training, we've got links to our mental health training that's been developed through research with La Trobe University that we make available to companies. We can run for companies. Employer training that we run for organizations. And then we've got the Be Your Best Academy, which I spoke of before, which is this platform where we've had a whole bunch of neurodivergent individuals develop and write and edit and illustrate these courses. And there's a whole bunch, a range of them. Cooking basics, time management, learning to live independently. On leadership, there's some things around emotional intelligence, presenting yourself. We've got courses on those who have just been newly diagnosed and what to do next. And you will note that there is a cost to these. This is because we're trying to make this self-sustaining. We're paying the writers and artists for doing this work, and we're trying to make it self-sustaining, but also keeping the price very low so that it works. So you can see that these are only Australian dollars, so they're quite cheap if you then convert them to US. But these are sorts of courses that we have available, and we have these for our trainees in our programs and make it available on this platform for anyone to undertake. But there's things around making friends, love and intimacy, dating and relating. And then study success, we've got some courses on organizational skills, time management, productivity, beating procrastination. So a range of things. And then work readiness, how to write a resume, getting ready for work. And we've even got a course there for neurotypicals called Neurodiversity at Work. So that can help neurotypicals understand more about all this. So that's what we've got with, let's go back to, with BUS Academy. The other one we have, I mentioned before, was Genius Armory. And this is where we've got a whole weapons rack of fundamental training. And this is all free. So there's introduction to cyber, looking at threats and exploits, networks, digital forensics, cybersecurity tools. Some of this stuff is quite advanced, so not everyone can actually complete this training. It is, some of it's quite difficult, but it's a way of people exploring whether this is something of interest for them. And there are videos to watch. There's exercises to complete, multiple choice questions, and so on. So this is a great way in the space of 10 to 15 hours to work out if cybersecurity is something of interest. So that's that. We've also then highlighted people who've come through the program and they've written stories about their experience as an autistic individual coming through. We've also then profiled experts who are running programs. They're either academics or they're in business, and they see the opportunity of neurodivergent individuals getting into cyber, and that's, I guess, trying to create the inspiration for this to happen. And then we've linked in with the universities in the Neurodiversity Hub that offer cybersecurity, just to promote the links to their courseware and the supports that might be available for autistic students to undertake the courses at these organizations, at these institutions. So that's all of that. And then the other thing is the, as I mentioned before, the high school's edition of cybersecurity, of Genius Armory, where we've created this, just a 3-hour materials around cybersecurity, really giving you the chance to work through some content, total of 2 hours of video, an hour of exercise and quizzes. There are 3 modules. Someone could work their way through this. There's a script you can download if you follow along that way. There are closed caption videos which set out what, the learning objectives for each module. And if you go through all 3 modules and complete the questions and get a high enough pass rate, then you'll get your certificate, which you can then download and have as a record of your achievement. So that's what we're trying to do with this, and that's about having this way of helping high school kids decide if cyber or STEM courses might be of interest to them at a time when they're making choices about subjects they might do. So we see that's a great opportunity. Before I mentioned the Autism Work Summit, so this is the site that I had the screenshot from, and as you can see, there are a bunch of topics that are all there, all available in Watchback. There's an employer panel, employee resource groups for companies, looking at mental health. We've got some great keynotes, employee panels. We've profiled 6 autistic women who have experienced, their age between the mid-20s to mid-40s, going through a whole range of challenges and just really discussing what they've been through. And this is just an amazing recording. I recommend anyone watch. Higher education panel, and then looking at neuro minorities in the workplace. So that's that one. And we've got, this is the link to the next summit, which is on next month. It's free. It's being sponsored by a number of organizations that you can see down the bottom here, but it's free. And these are the some of the notes that we have speaking at the summit. So I encourage anyone who's interested to look at that. And then we also have this, we also have the Facebook page, and we promote a number of things on each month and put in articles and so on. And you can see there promoting this event. But there's a range of articles that we bring up on ADHD or autism or things that we see around that are just cataloging some of the things that are happening for autistic people and neurodivergent people in the workplace or at university. But this has been going on for, we've been running this for 4 years or so. So there's just a huge number of articles going back in time. So I encourage you to have a look through that. There might be some interesting things there for you. So that's what we've got on all of that stuff. The other thing we have is our newsletters on the website, on the Neurodiversity Hub, and it includes a video we did of some of our employees and their experiences in the workplace. So that's available there to watch. And then back on the resources, the employment resources page, I showed you the those little videos on understanding the workplace, but there are other things on this page that might help employers. There's onboarding checklists that might be of use to employers as they're bringing people on to work. This idea of understanding what accommodations someone might require. So there's a work adjustment guide, there's a worker profile template. So there's a range of things that might be useful for employers looking to start up programs. And there's some basic information flyers, and these were put together for smaller businesses where they maybe didn't have a great understanding of autism and neurodiversity, and also didn't have a lot of time to find out more. So we put together a bunch of these little 1- and 2-page guides that might help small businesses that were time poor to maybe understand more about autism and help them with either understanding existing employees or looking to employ individuals and wanting to have information to assist them with that. And there's about 19 different resources there, little resources that can help employers with this process. So I might just stop there and just see if there are any questions.
All right, so we do have some questions for you. Thank you for that that presentation. That was wonderful. The first question I've got for you is, can you walk me through if a person is neurodiverse or thinks they are neurodiverse, and they just happen to stumble on your website, where should they start?
I guess if you want to, it might be useful to understand others that are neurodivergent, and so it might be good to read some of the stories from others that have probably been through the similar journey themselves, and they've actually they've done a lived experience video, or they have written an article that's on our website. So there's some lived experience essays we have on the resources section, which have been written by autistic individuals, ADHDers. So that's on the resources job seekers page. So if you were to read some of those articles, it might then strike a chord with you, and that might help you on your journey as you better come to understand yourself. And then there's some of the Be Your Best courses we have, which also might assist in that regard.
Okay, well, that's really awesome. What personally motivated you to champion for the Neurodivergent Hub?
Yeah, great question. I don't actually have any personal experience of autism. I used to be on the board of directors of a university here in Melbourne, La Trobe University, and they have the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre, which I came across when I started there back in 2009. And I didn't have much understanding of autism at all back then, but I got to know them a bit. And then I came across an organization, DXE, that was looking to implement autism work programs with companies. And I gave an introduction to them because I thought, well, there could be an opportunity here around research and the workplace. And that's a strong relationship that's continued. But it then intrigued me, and I started introducing them to companies and who may be interested. And I was really struck by the number of senior executives I came across where we talked to them about this whole idea, and they'd look at me and they go, "Thank you. My daughter's autistic, and I don't know what's going to happen. And we need to change things. We need to have greater understanding and awareness and acceptance of this. We need to change the way we do things in businesses to make things more inclusive." And I was just really struck by this. It's just sort of driven me on to get more and more involved. Work with DXE, work with other companies who you can see on the website, work with universities. And because I had that experience of global businesses and universities, and I'm also involved with a K-12 school, because I had those experiences, I just could see a way where it could potentially all come together as an ecosystem with research supports as well. So that's what came. And then 5 years ago, coming up with this ecosystem vision that I shared at the start of this presentation, is something that we want to try and create.
So how can we make businesses and people in their personal lives alike be more aware of neurodivergent people in general and not treat them differently?
It really comes down to starting with greater awareness, greater understanding, and then hopefully if we can get that, we can then get into more acceptance.
Okay.
And so really people need to educate themselves on that, and there are different ways we can do that.
So how has the view of neurodivergent people changed in the time since you've begun this this odyssey of championing neurodivergence?
Well, there's a few things. One is that I think there is some greater awareness out there now, because I'm now getting at least one call a week from an organization wanting some sort of training or awareness, which
Really?
wasn't happening 5 years ago. So really getting this level of interest. The other thing is that we're seeing organizations where they've got an employee resource program or an affinity group, and you've actually got people identifying and disclosing their neurodiversity in those companies. And there's more role models, there's more willingness to disclose with less fear of some sort of retribution or losing your job or whatever it is. Now, that's not across the board yet. There's still a long way to go, but we can start to see that happening. So I've seen a real change in that. The other thing is that there seems to be an increased incidence of neurodivergence. And part of that is greater awareness. The people are actually saying, well, maybe that's me. And they're actually then investigating and finding, well, yes, it is me. Or because of other things, they've had their daughter or son get a diagnosis. They've read the diagnosis and they've looked at it and they go, that's me. And they've suddenly realized that they are also autistic. And so we're getting a lot of people who are late diagnosis in their 40s, 50s, 60s, suddenly realizing. And then the pandemic, with all the things around pandemic, has not helped this, and it has exacerbated a range of things around anxiety and other things. So that's brought things out into the open that maybe wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, well, and admitting that that you have these struggles is a real challenge for a lot of people, and it's scary. It's very scary to say I feel different. So
Exactly.
can you give me an example of how a neurodiverse person should handle a situation where they're feeling particularly affected because of the words or actions of a potential or current boss or coworker?
That is really hard, and it does depend on what the awareness is, what the understanding,
Right, and
how good that
neurodiver
boss is. Yeah,
and it affects everybody a little differently as well.
it affects it's a whole spectrum of things. Neurodivergent individuals can have hypo or hyper sensitivity, so it's high sensitivity or low sensitivity to all their senses, whether that be sound, light, touch, smell, and other things. So things can set them off.
Right.
Many of them can't exist or can't be in a loud restaurant, for instance,
Right.
or a loud workplace, or if they're close to the kitchen, the smells from the kitchen can set things off. If they're near the photocopier or the printer, that can be difficult. Even the blow dryers in the men's room, women's room, can be a distraction. Even fluorescent lighting, some autistic individuals can see it flickering. So that can be, natural light is a better thing. So there's a whole range of things, but everyone's different. There's no one way. And so when we talk to companies about assessing the workplace, we've got to look at all these things, and we've got to look for flexibility and the ability for companies to be flexible.
Right. Do you have a favorite story or something like that of a person being helped by this program?
So we've got a number of people who, and so I'll generalize, but where they maybe had started courses at university and were struggling with them, struggling with being at university, struggling with what they're actually trying to achieve with their course, and then in some cases have come across Genius Armory as an example of something and tried out the course content and realized that there's actually something of interest to them, and then have come into our program, and we've then got this supported program for them to be at university at the same time as being in the workplace, and have really now coming forward as potentially being able to start a whole career in
Wow.
cybersecurity.
That's very
So
cool.
that's one example. But we've had a lot of other cases where people have been struggling, and I've had calls with companies where we've started a discussion around an affinity group, and interested people have been on the call, including some neurodivergent people, and some of them just started crying because
Really?
they've never been able to have a conversation like that at work before.
Wow.
And it's just been a revelation that there's actually a discussion happening.
Yeah, we've got a question from one of our viewers, and the question is: can students still use these resources a few years after they've graduated?
Yes.
So I guess former students.
Yeah. No, there's stuff in there. And really have a look through all the. We've got that page for those at university and job seekers. So it's really trying to bridge that transition from getting into university, getting through university, and then going on to the workplace. So there are a range of resources there that bridge that whole period. And then we've got some of our courses that can help people develop their organizational skills, their emotional intelligence, and so on. So there's a whole range of things there. And we've had people do Genius Armory aged between 18 and 50
Really?
years old.
Okay.
And that's another thing we're finding with Genius Armory is that we pitched it at autistic individuals, but we found a whole bunch of veterans love it because if they're coming out of the armed forces, they can go and look at that and see if that's something they want to do. And we're also looking at the idea of return to work cohorts. So people have been on a career break and they're looking to come back into the workforce, and what do they do? And that could be an area of interest.
Well, interesting. And I've got a couple more questions before I hand off to our other host. And this kind of rolls in from that previous question. How do we? What's the next step, really? How do we ensure that services and programs are accessible and inclusive for all neurodivergent, non-neurodivergent, and everybody in between who may have difficulty speaking up or generally approaching other people? I know for me, I do not believe myself to be a neurodivergent person. However, there are certainly some instances where if I'm in a big crowd with a lot of people talking over each other, I definitely feel a little anxious, and I'm like, I've got to get out of here or go to the bathroom for a few minutes.
Yep. No, I know the feeling, and it really does come down to that awareness and understanding. So we've got a whole bunch of resources here on the hub, and we are doing a few more, but we're really focusing now on how do we get that out to companies and universities? How do we get more universities in this community practice? How do we get more employers in this community practice? Because getting them to just join the hub can be a step in the journey.
Right.
And it doesn't cost anything to join. The latest company to join is Airbus in America. They've joined the hub, and it's part of their journey and their steps on the way. The same with universities. So we've now got nearly 30 universities globally that are in this hub.
Very
but
cool.
We need to get more people.
Interesting. So is there anything that you'd like to talk about that I didn't cover? Can you, what's your team like? You mentioned your daughter made some worksheets and things like that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I maintain the website myself. My daughter created it. I maintain it. So we're on a shoestring. We run programs with companies. We've got trainees. The model we run is where we employ the autistic individuals to start with. And then we'll transfer them to the company at some point once everything's going okay. And then we're talking to universities, and we've got these communities of practice running. We've got an employer community of practice running in Australia with a bunch of employers. We had a session on Thursday, which was fantastic. Just trying to create that knowledge and that sharing. And I agree with Arlen's comment that veteran resources are regardless of country. Agree.
Indeed, they are.
These resources could be for anyone as long as they can speak English, because unfortunately we've only got it in English at this point.
Well, maybe that's a pretty good that would be a pretty good next step to try and get some
Could
multilingual
be.
people in who
Yes,
could offer help to those who don't speak English natively.
exactly.
Yeah. So how can we support you? What are some things that the viewers and those of us at GeekBeacon can do to help you reach those next steps and get people more aware of neurodivergence in personal lives and in the workplace?
If you're in a university as a student or an academic, then really be pushing the university to, become part of this. If you're in an employer, if you're working, push for the employer to do something around a employee resource group or an affinity group or something. Come to our conferences, our summits. They're free. The the Autism Work Summit next month.
And that's
The
online, right?
conference, that's all online. It's all
Yep.
virtual. It's recorded. You can, register. So that's just opened this last week as a place you can register. So I really encourage people to join in this. We have a monthly neurodiversity masterclass we run out of the University College Dublin, as well as other conferences with them. Really just find out more and getting more involved.
Right. Well, that's really cool. We're about out of time, Andrew. I really appreciate you coming and talking about neurodiversity. It is certainly something that is becoming much more aware in the tech field and in the kind of the geeky centric areas that we all love very much. So thank you for your time. We really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. So that was Andrew with the Neurodiversity Hub. Really great, great presentation. A ton of great information there that I know I'm going to need to look over a couple of times because it's not something that you can fully understand on the first read or the first listen. So I'm definitely going to be looking at that more. I would like to thank Nixie and everybody at GeekBeacon for the opportunity to host this year's GeekBeacon Festival. You can find me at Jake the Bard and on Jake the Bard 2 and Jake the Bard on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram and Twitter on all the things. So right now I'm going to pass the torch to Vanessa and have a great one.
It is my honor to introduce an expert in neurodiversity, Emily Kircher-Morris, a licensed professional counselor, author, and host of the Neurodiversity podcast. Emily is a passionate advocate for neurodivergent individuals and is dedicated to supporting their psychological, educational, and as well as their social needs. She is the author of 2 books related to the development of children and teens who are neurodivergent and cognitively gifted, Teaching Twice Exceptional Learners in Today's Classroom and Raising Twice Exceptional Children, a handbook for parents of neurodivergent gifted kids. Emily has a wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us today. Without further ado, let's bring on Emily as she takes the virtual stage to share her insights and expertise.
Hi there, my name is Emily Kircher-Morris, and I am really excited to talk to you today about the intersection of neurodiversity and mental health and how that is such an important issue for neurodivergent folks to really get the help that they need. We're going to be talking about finding the right kind of support and just also really addressing some of the concerns that people have when they start to look for that type of help. So a little bit about me. So I am the host of the Neurodiversity podcast, and you can find it anywhere that you listen to podcasts. I'm also the author of a couple of books specifically related to twice exceptionality, but professionally, I was a classroom teacher and a school counselor, and currently I work as a clinical mental health counselor. So those experiences are what really influence my work. I'm an ADHDer. I was diagnosed as a kid, and that was really at a time when girls especially were not diagnosed with ADHD. I often feel like ADHD back then kind of is where autism is today, where we're really starting to understand more about it and learn more about it. I would also say that I have a lot of autistic traits that I can connect with, as a lot of ADHDers do. And if I were a child today, we probably would have assessed for autism, but it's difficult to get a diagnosis as an adult, and that's okay. I can recognize those things about myself. But some of you may also be in that same boat where it's hard to find the supports that you need, the labels that are beneficial. So we're going to kind of go through and just talk about a variety of different topics, specifically as they relate to neurodivergent people, whether you are a neurodivergent person yourself or you are raising neurodivergent kids, whatever it might be, but just to build that awareness and figure out how you can support yourself or the people in your life. So I want to start off just by kind of addressing that topic that I was just mentioning about being diagnosed or labeled as neurodivergent and whether or not that impacts a person's mental health. And I find this really interesting because there is so much stigma surrounding neurodivergent diagnoses. Quite often, parents especially are very hesitant to get a label, get a diagnosis for their child. They will say things like, "I don't want my child to be labeled. I just want them to be who they are. I don't want them to feel like they're, have something wrong with them." And my response frequently to that is just that, people are getting labels no matter what. Like, it just depends on what labels they're getting. So, is somebody labeling themselves as unmotivated or dumb, or are other people labeling them as lazy? But because they're neurodivergent, if you don't label it appropriately, then sometimes you're getting those inaccurate labels. I really love this tweet. It kind of addresses this. It's like, why do you need a label? Well, because there's comfort in knowing that you are a normal zebra and not a strange horse. There's comfort in that sense of universality. The idea that that you're just the way that you're supposed to be, and it's not broken, it's not wrong, it's not something that just has to be fixed. And so I really believe quite a bit that we really want to support people and find an accurate diagnosis as much as we can, so that they are really getting the help that they need. And that's kind of the other piece of this, is that a lot of times if somebody is undiagnosed, it's kind of interesting how they might internalize different messages about themselves, about the workplace, whatever it might be. And it really can impact somebody's mental health. First of all, having an accurate label gives you the power to advocate for yourself, gives maybe a little more confidence, a little bit more of a quote unquote reason. Although really, should people really need a reason to self-advocate and get accommodations? I mean, hopefully not, but that's not the world that we always live in. The flip side of this, sometimes people want to know if giving a diagnosis or a label, like, does that negatively impact a person? And I will say that in my experience, as I've worked with a lot of people as they've gone through the diagnostic process and have been assessed and either gotten or not received the diagnosis that they're expecting, I find that overall, that knowledge, that awareness is useful and it's helpful. And so, we want, I think, it can definitely go in a different direction depending on the person, but ultimately it opens up so many doors to have an accurate diagnosis. If you can then go and seek out community, if you can go seek out information, if you can go try to look for just other people who've been there, and can help you. It also helps you find and target the right types of supports that you need. if my anxiety is directly related to my inability to focus or be organized, I'm gonna treat that or support that or look for interventions that are different depending on what the underlying cause is there. So having that knowledge really does impact people in quite a few ways. Another area where this really impacts people is through camouflaging. So when somebody doesn't have a diagnosis, they may spend a lot of time in their life acting as if they're quote unquote neurotypical. And to be fair, all of us do this in different ways at different times. Like everybody, neurotypical or not, masks at different times. A lot of people do code switching depending on where they are in different environments. And I know that's not exactly the same as what we're talking about with camouflaging and masking, but I do think there's a parallel there. And I think that when people have the option to choose when to mask or not, that is very liberating. And that's one of the ways that we can really help the mental health of neurodivergent people. So when we talk about masking, we talk about why people are masking. First of all, we can talk about the motivations. Usually they're kind of fall into one of two categories. So first of all, somebody might camouflage because they want to hide in plain sight. They do not want to draw attention to themselves and they just want to kind of blend. The flip side of that is because they want to know and be known. So they're maybe doing something so that people will recognize them and see them and give them that feedback. And so, those motivations are not inherently wrong or bad. You just have to kind of analyze what's going on there. The next step here is behaviors. So again, we can kind of look at it in two different ways. First of all, so camouflaging is kind of the overarching term. Masking is the hiding of other types of behaviors. So I'm going to mask, I'm going to hide behind this mask. I'm going to make sure that I'm not, having a lot of sensory integration, needs. And so I'm not going to, stim, or I'm not going to fidget, or, anything like that. So you might try to hide those things or suppress them. The flip side of this is mimicking, where I'm going to copy what other people are doing, even if it's something that doesn't necessarily work for me. And so we really want to support people, and make sure that when and if they're doing those things, it really needs to be a choice and a conscious choice. And an assessment needs to occur based on how much energy those efforts are taking. How much time is it taking? How much stress is it causing? What is the outcome and what is the benefit? And then the next side here is just consequences. So the consequences of always masking, of always trying to hide, of always camouflaging. First it is just being totally burnt out and exhausted, and eventually just having no more energy in order to keep this up. Another consequence of this is just feeling inauthentic, feeling like somebody is not being themselves. And the third part is kind of this response that people might get, where when they then disclose that they are neurodivergent to somebody, they're like, well, you don't act autistic, you don't seem ADHD, you don't seem dyslexic, whatever that might be. And none of those consequences are extremely positive, because they all kind of undermine a sense of authenticity. And when we talk about labels and diagnosis and mental health, being authentic is so key in order to be successful in life and to be content in our relationships. So we really want to make sure that, that anytime there's any sort of masking or camouflaging going on, that it's being assessed and determined what to do appropriately. So here's an example. So when we have, say, a child, and let's say one of the areas that they struggle with is in making eye contact. I don't even want to say struggle. That's not the right term, but it's an area that other people might identify as a struggle. So the neurodivergent norm there is that nonverbal communication looks a little bit different. And so we want to make sure, that rather than teaching somebody to mask, which is what some types of therapy do, we want to teach them to be authentic and be who they are. So let's say somebody comes into my office and they're talking about, like, I don't know, my teacher keeps getting mad at me, or my boss told me the other day that I'm not making eye contact. And so that, it's like they feel like they can't trust me. I don't know, whatever it might be. Instead of saying, well, here are some ways that you can look like you're making eye contact. You can look at somebody's nose. You can look right past their face, like at their ear, over their head. You can do any of these different things. That is simply teaching them to mask. That's not actually empowering anybody. So when you're looking for support or you're looking for accommodations, you want to be aware of that. What would be a more neurodiversity affirming approach that a clinician might take would be something like, well, when I have to listen to you, or when I need to talk to you, it's much easier for me to look at the ground because it helps me to focus on what you're saying. So rather than teaching them to mask, you're teaching them to self-advocate. And when you're looking for support, you want to make sure that whoever it is, if you're looking for a clinician or a teacher or whatever, that we're really focusing on empowering and decision-making for the neurodivergent person rather than trying to just teach them to mask. That's a big paradigm shift for a lot of clinicians and teachers and educators, the people who often are the people who are in charge of these things, because for so long, so much of what we have been doing is based in a behavioral approach, like we're going to teach you a different way to do this, without looking at the reasons why somebody might be doing it. So I had a neurodivergent client who I was working with, and they were talking about making eye contact. They had just received an autism diagnosis. And so we were talking about that. We were talking about the different signs. We were talking about eye contact came up. And I said, well, that's one example of nonverbal communication. There can be a lot of others. It doesn't appear to me that that's something that you really struggle with. And I said, oh, no. That's something that I've learned. I've spent years, mastering. And it's like, and every time I'm talking to somebody, I'm like thinking, okay, I'm making eye contact. Okay, now look away. Okay, I'm making eye contact. Now look away, just to try to get that balance. And can you imagine what type of bandwidth that takes for that person to really manage all of those expectations? That's not a healthy place. So when we have people who are camouflaging and masking, that's a huge impact on their mental health. It's okay if there are times when they say, I would like some strategies so that when I go in to talk to my boss, I don't have to disclose that I'm neurodivergent. It would be great if we lived in a world where that wasn't a big deal, but I can understand that. And so then people can kind of have the choice, how do you want to handle this? What might work for you? So when you're looking for supports, you want to make sure that you're finding a clinician who kind of understands that, or if you have a boss, whatever it might be, that you can kind of talk about those things. Another really important factor to consider is about the intersectionality of being both neurodivergent and from another marginalized community and that can really impact one's mental health. When somebody comes from a different type of cultural background, and in the US, a lot of times we're talking about Black and brown people who don't have the luxury, who don't have the privilege of letting down that mask at all times. And so we want to be really careful about recognizing that. I don't know if you know the story of Elijah McClain, but he was a young Black man who was ultimately killed by police in an altercation. And if you read the stories about him, it seemed very clear that he was neurodivergent. There's never been a disclosure necessarily of an official diagnosis, but because he appeared different, because he wasn't wearing a mask, because he was, kind of acting quote unquote weird in public, that made him a target, and people didn't understand that. And so that's something very important to consider. Another piece of this just also has to do with members of the LGBTQ plus community. There is a huge overlap between neurodivergence and varying sexual orientations and gender identities and all of these things. And there's some research that kind of talks about that. But when somebody is looking for support, when they're looking for a clinician or they're looking for other types of tools or ideas, we also would want to just recognize that those things can be at play as well. And so finding somebody who can really recognize all of those things is really important. And we don't want to discount that. We just have to be able to take all of that into consideration. But, hopefully as we work towards developing a neurodiversity affirming world, these will be things that will be less necessary to consider. That's a long way off, but I'm hopeful that we can get there. I think what I want to talk about next is just about asking for accommodations and seeking accommodations. So if you are a neurodivergent person and you are looking for support and you are looking for help and ideas about how to get the support that you need, accommodations are a very realistic way to do this. And I think sometimes people consider accommodations as like an easy way out. But however, that's basically because they are, because that's the stigma that's surrounding the diagnoses, right? And not recognizing what somebody needs. So for example, if somebody thinks, it's like, well, I'm disorganized sometimes, or I get upset when plans change suddenly sometimes, not recognizing the impact and the underlying causes of that can be really unfortunate. So we have to recognize that both kids as they get older, hopefully, are giving the opportunity to receive accommodations at school, in college, wherever that might be. And they're also learning those self-advocacy skills that I was talking about earlier that are so important. When we integrate these opportunities and strategies when people are young, it really helps them to recognize what they need and how they can be supported in order to get those needs met. So for example, and this is like a very basic thing. Asking for accommodations is not a big deal. People do it all the time. So here's an example that I need. Because of the podcast and the other work that I do, I have people who contact me a million different ways all the time. I get Twitter messages, I get Facebook messages, I get texts, I get emails, I get all of these different things. And it's really hard for me to keep track of it. It's really hard for me to remember to get back to people. And so one of the things that I frequently do is I will ask somebody to follow up with an email. I'm like, that's fine, but will you email me? Because I will not remember to go back to Twitter and check this message and reply back to you. That's an accommodation that I'm asking for. It's super simple. It's something that works on a day-to-day basis. We also really want to recognize that accommodations are necessary for people to be successful. I've worked with neurodivergent adults who needed very basic accommodations in the workplace. So for example, I worked with one client who was a computer programmer, and they had kind of an open floor plan office. And before the pandemic, they were having a hard time focusing because it was so noisy, and they were an ADHDer. They got distracted quite a bit throughout all of that. And their supervisor would not let them wear earbuds to listen to music or to tune out the other noise. And I just wanted to I was just so confused by that. It's like, well, what is the end goal here? Is the end goal to have the work completed? Because this would actually help expedite that. And I think the more though we ask for accommodations, the more we recognize what accommodations we need, the more we recognize how we can put accommodations into place for ourselves, if that's possible, the more supported we'll be and the more successful we'll be. I think I was on a panel one time, and one of the participants on the panel was the neurodiversity hiring person for Microsoft. And he was talking about accommodations. And what he was saying basically is like, if we live in a world where people have to ask for accommodations every time they need them, the system is broken. People should be allowed to have accommodations when they need them, whether they're neurodivergent, whether they're disabled, whatever it might be. Having accessible accommodations is good for everybody. And so if you're in a position of power, and that might be as a teacher, as a parent, or as an employer, if you work in retail, if you work in a restaurant, like in the service industry, any of those things, the more we can think about and make accommodations available, the better it is. And then the next piece of this is that, of course, accommodations impact the mental health of somebody, because without them, the feelings that somebody experiences are, increased stress or a feeling of helplessness because they can't change certain things. There's a huge wide range of what that mental health impact might be. So being creative about accommodations, figuring out ways to communicate those, advocating for the support that you need, those are all things that will help your overall mental health. And I think I recognize that it's a very nuanced conversation to have, that we don't always recognize, like some accommodations might not be realistic in all environments. Okay. But there are some things that we can do to mitigate the impact. And so that's just something that we really want to consider. When we're even looking for mental health practice, like mental health support, accommodations come into place there too. So, for example, I have some clients who, when we're discussing something that's really difficult to talk about, they write on a dry erase board. That's an accommodation. I also recognize that I'm not going to use the same types of techniques with somebody who is neurodivergent that I might use otherwise, because they are often unaccommodating and very rigid. So if you're looking for support as a neurodivergent person and you're looking for mental health care, I would be very cautious about working with anybody who specifically states that they use cognitive behavioral therapy. Because cognitive behavioral therapy is all about changing what you're thinking and how your thoughts are impacting your emotions. We have to realize that sometimes the neurodivergent experience is very authentic, and changing the thought processes that go along with that. It's almost like teaching yourself to gaslight yourself in some ways. So, being empowered, being able to find some techniques that can work. So things that I would suggest looking for, right, rather than cognitive behavioral therapy. I find that acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, is very good for neurodivergent individuals. I think dialectical behavior therapy, DBT, is a little bit more conducive for neurodivergent people. But ultimately, if you're able to find a clinician who describes themselves as neurodiversity affirming, that's going to be a good starting point for you. Now, some people might claim that and not be. And I also want to emphasize that being neurodiversity affirming doesn't mean that somebody's not going to challenge you, right? Like, I think that's a really important part of counseling, of the counseling and the therapeutic relationship, is that being pushed a little bit outside of your comfort zone to either think about things in a different way or try different strategies, whatever that might be. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that person's not neurodiversity affirming, but we also just want to kind of take that as it goes and recognize, like, if it's always feeling that way, that's concerning. We want to make sure that people are getting, appropriate support that works for them. So, I guess I kind of launched into this one already. Sorry, I didn't have my presenter view on. Anyway, so finding the right types of supports for mental health, and so recognizing those different types of modalities can be really useful. there are some different places online that you can look for neurodiversity affirming therapists who understand this. So you can Google it, you can get on social media, but another place, there are a variety of different types of websites or therapist directories that you can find online. Most of those have the clinicians write up a little description of themselves or how they work with their clients. And so you might find some keywords there that might draw you to that person or not. There are a lot of reasons why it's really important, though, to find a clinician who is knowledgeable about neurodiversity. And part of it is simply because of the way that certain terms or strategies or different things are interpreted. So let's take, for example, just some signs of anxiety and depression, but let's look at them through the angle or the perspective of neurodiversity. So one of the main outward signs of anxiety and depression is irritability or anger. That is not necessarily one that's extremely different. Another one, though, is continuous feelings of sadness, hopelessness, worthlessness, or guilt. Well, going back to just recognizing the social impact of being neurodivergent, like perhaps feeling sad or worthless or hopeless is not necessarily a sign of depression. Perhaps it's just a sign of feeling really helpless and not feeling like they have any control in a life. So it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to give a diagnosis of depression in that situation. You have to dig down a little bit further beneath that. Social withdrawal is another one. And so, that's a common characteristic that people will cite. Well, sometimes social withdrawal just means that that's a person's preference. That's what works. And so that's what they prefer. I remember I've worked with families in the past, and I remember one family in particular, their child, when they would go out to recess, their preference was to go out with a book, and they wanted to read a book. And the family would and the teachers were both like, well, they need to go and interact with the other students. They need to go have time to, play and build relationships and social skills and all of these things, rather than just reading a book. And I kind of wanted to I did just say, if that's their time for recess, if that's their time to recharge, shouldn't they be allowed to do what works for them? Because it doesn't always look the same for everybody. So social withdrawal, we need to be really careful about. That's not necessarily a sign of anxiety or depression in a neurodivergent person. It might be. Usually if I'm doing trainings for educators or clinicians, it's more about a change or a shift that can be a better indicator there. Increased sensitivity to rejection. Well, we know that neurodivergent people are often very sensitive to rejection because oftentimes they've experienced quite a bit of it throughout their life. Sometimes people will talk about rejection sensitivity dysphoria. I have mixed feelings about that particular label simply because I think it gets misused a little bit occasionally. But I do believe that especially ADHDers have a very heightened emotional reaction to a lot of things, and that might include rejection. And again, if you're being told from a young age that because you're neurodivergent, like you're wrong, you're bad, you're not doing the right things, you might be very sensitive to that rejection. So really listening to what they're saying and understanding where that feeling of rejection is coming from is important to tease out what might be a different type of mental health concern. Changes in appetite or sleep. And again, changes are always a sign, right, to look for. Difficulty concentrating. Well, lots of neurodivergent people have trouble with executive functioning. And so difficulty concentrating might just be a day-to-day thing. Fatigue and low energy, or physical complaints that don't respond to treatment. So both of these have to do with some different types of sensory components that we need to consider. So for example, there might be quite a few, concerns that somebody might not be aware of necessarily, or if somebody has poor interoceptive awareness. So interoceptive is sense is the sense that we have in our bodies, where we are interpreting our body signals, like what are the things that we're feeling. So my stomach is hurting. Is that because I'm anxious, because I'm hungry, because I'm sick, or because I have to go to the bathroom? It could be any one of those things. Am I able to differentiate between those? But somebody who has a hyposensitive interoceptive system may not really notice those things. So physical complaints may not be the best example here, to measure for anxiety or depression or other mental health concerns. In the medical field in general, we need more medical professionals to be aware of the fact that neurodivergent people experience sensory differences, and that can influence how they experience pain. I have a client who there are some things that are very minor, like something like a paper cut or something like that are extremely painful. But this is also the same person who fell out of a tree at one point and broke both of his wrists, and they didn't go get it x-rayed for about 3 or 4 days because it was hurting and it was sore, but it wasn't really bothering him all that much. And I was like, and finally it was like bruised and swollen. Mom's like, okay, we're going to go look at this. So recognizing that those sensory pieces can really influence that, again, it shifts how we view what would classically be considered anxiety or depression. And then, thoughts of self-injury, death, or suicide can also be concerning. But we just want to make sure that we're taking it within the context of that neurodivergence. So, all of these things are ways that we can really work to find the support that we need, find the people who are going to help us, find the ways to advocate that are going to be effective. The more that people are able to make those connections, both in the professional community and in their personal lives, the better they're going to be set up to have, appropriate mental health care, appropriate support, appropriate diagnosis, all of those things, so that everybody can live the life that they would like to live. That was a great way to end it, Emily. Anyway, thank you guys so much. And good luck with everything.
Thanks so much, Emily. I see a lot of people talking about their challenges in chat. The value of labeling a person as neurotypical. Is it beneficial? Is it not? Let's talk about it in our Discord. We have a subdivision of GeekBeacon that we're really proud of called Squirrel Army. It's a vibrant sub-community where the neuroatypical individuals unite and do all the things and support each other through the ups and downs of life. We've been around forever. So whether you're dealing with ADHD, autism, mental health issues, or any other challenge, we're here for you in a welcoming space. Don't miss out on the chance to be a part of our amazing community. Join our Discord now and let's conquer life together as a team. Create a giant RPG party. We also have very, very cute squirrel shirts, mugs, you name it. It is in our store. GeekBeacon.org has literally the links to everything you need. To further invite the theme of inclusivity, I'd like to invite Vanessa back real quick to talk about a charity that is near to our hearts.
Let me introduce you to one of the most exciting and impactful nonprofit organizations in the gaming world, Able Gamers. Their community explores immersive worlds, connect with other players, and forge lifelong friendships. What sets Able Gamers apart is its incredible commitment to accessibility. They work tirelessly to develop innovative solutions that allow gamers with disabilities to fully participate in the gaming community. Some of the ways Able Gamers support is through peer counseling. They also have developed groundbreaking products working side by side with game developers on the importance of more inclusive designs. Join in their mission and be a part of something truly special.
And that's all, folks. It is with a great pleasure that I bring to a close another successful GeekBeacon 2023. A little bit smaller, but great things come in small packages, okay? We're going to do it even bigger next year, There's going to be a lot of surprise guests that we cannot divulge yet. And I want to just start by expressing my gratitude to all the amazing speakers who graced us with their presence and shared their knowledge, experience, and perspectives with us, right? Your contributions have made this conference truly memorable, and it's given us a lot to think about. And of course, OpenSUSE. A big shout out to being a sponsor of this conference. Your support has been invaluable in making this event a reality. Every little bit helps. If y'all want to go to Open Collective, also, we just are so grateful to have you all on board. We really couldn't have done it without you. And again, Open Collective is a place that you can go if you want to buy us a beer for our support to this event, I guess. Finally, I want to express my appreciation for the wonderful community. Your enthusiasm and participation has been truly humbling. Every retweet, every chat about this conference, we're just really grateful for your presence. Thank you for being a part of this incredible event and making GeekBeacon Festival a success. Now, the fun part. Let's celebrate all that we have achieved together. I would like to remind everyone that we will be hosting a gaming event, provided that we are not too tired, but you should go check to find out. If anyone is interested in continuing this fun and camaraderie, it's a great opportunity to unwind. We did it last year. We had like this crazy ham radio, like the hammers, they called them hammers. They were drinking and talking about ham radio and drinking whiskey. We would love to have you there. Once again, thank you to everyone who made this conference possible. Mods, the volunteers, everybody behind the scenes. Let's keep the momentum going and continue to make a positive impact in the world of neurodiversity, gaming, and free software. We fight for the users. Bye, everybody. See you next year. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Hey. Okay. We did the thing.
We do the thing.
The thing.
And now we end on slide whistle. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hosting. Dang, that Deadpool was way bigger than I thought he was.
Oh, yeah, he's 6 foot.
Whoa. What?
Oh, and he's dead.
And with that being said, we end.
Deadpool has left the building.
He's left the chat, and we're about to leave the chat. Thank you all. Thank you so much. See you next year. Bye. Poor Evie just got smacked. Bye.
Bye.
Have fun storming the castle. Think we can make it? It'll take a miracle.